What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's going on, everybody?
What's the setup?
We back. We back. We back with another one. You thought we was gonna be no
Supposed to
another one.
apologize. Who is that?
And
That's
we are
Harvard Bree.
banned from live on
Crazy Bree.
TikTok. I don't know if
Remember?
y'all peeped,
At the door.
but we
The
are
fight.
being.
All the shit. Like, Bree. I don't remember Bree. Now if he got to Cali and Dirk called his phone and be like, yo, big brother, this is what I need you to do for me. Or if Dirk was like, yo, pull up to the house, I gotta tell you what I need. He would have been with it. More with it. But he started feeling like something's off because he can't get a touch. He can't get a hold of Dirk.
Thanks for calling the nigga. Dirk is on this phone. Hey, I need you to come. We know it's a lot going on. I need you to pack up and get ready to go to LA. Dirk is on the other line. But yeah, we need you to get there. Ain't nobody answering. Blah, blah, blah. But see, Dirk, he not on no three-way calls. He not really telling them what's going on, but he hears in the voice that we got to move quickly.
All right, Chad. What's going on? We back. Just trying to get some things set up right here. Trying to get our people in here. Making sure that works. All right, that's good. Hold on, trying to fix something. All right, let's see. All right, so all right, yeah. Gotta make sure this is working. Yo, thank you for the follow, hey, OJ. Thank you for the follow, bro. Appreciate you. Can y'all hear me? Are y'all able to hear me? No, chat can't hear me. What's going on? Y'all can't hear me or y'all can hear me? Yo, what's up, OJ? Can y'all hear me? You can? Oh, bet, bet, bet. What's going on? Nice to meet you, bro. Switching over my cam right now. All right, bet. Yo, so all right, let's see what happens. All right, look, we about to see what happens. All right, so look, we on Umingo, right? This shit is hilarious. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, I gotta connect my Prism real quick. Hold on. All right, you about to get some reactions on these people. Prism one. All right. Put on this end. Yo, what the fuck is wrong with this kid? Why would he pull out a gun?
Fit.
Get the fuck out of here. Turkey. Oh hell no. Only turkey I know is eating turkey. The only turkey I know. Yo, what's up?
Nothing much. What about you?
Nah, nothing much. What, you making music?
No, I'm just talking to people.
Oh, okay, okay. I see a piano behind you. I thought you made music.
Well, I can play the piano, but I decided to just talk to people right this evening. So
Okay.
I can if I wanted to.
I think I seen you on here last night. Were you on here last night?
Like 24 hours ago. Yeah,
Yeah, I
sure.
seen you on
No,
somebody's stream, I think.
I wasn't.
You
Oh,
wasn't?
maybe someone was streaming and
No,
was seeing me, but I wasn't.
Trey
Streaming.
Living. Trey Living, he was streaming. I think he had done his
Could be.
thing. I think I seen that boy. From the UK. Oh shit, hell no. Oh nah. We don't talk to Germans. I'm sorry. No offense. No offense to Germans. We just not really, yeah, nah. No no offense to them. Ireland. A black person from Ireland? Did y'all just see that chat? A black person from Ireland. What the fuck? I would have never thought that. Canada. What the this shit, yo, y'all trolling.
Yo, nigga. I
Yeah,
like.
fuck out of here. Okay, alright. Hey, he jamming, but his music is loud as fuck. Fuck that. We out of here, chat. That shit was too loud. Who y'all want to see me chop it up with, chat? Y'all want to see me chop it up with?
You play drums?
Do I play drums? Nah, hell no. You play drums? What?
No.
What kind of question was that, chat? What the fuck?
What's that do? Wait, what's
Yo.
hardness?
Yo, you making music?
Huh?
You making music?
No, I found this in a shop and I just bought it and I don't know how to fucking work it, so I'm just,
Just randomly buying shit.
yeah, just like, But hardness needs to
Yo,
be.
it looks like you got a bunch of random shit in your room.
Wait, what's tune?
Yo, he's learning the piano. That's fucking crazy. And he's literally just like this. He's just learning
Like
shit,
this.
random shit. What the fuck?
Man.
Y'all copying me?
What the fuck? Are you copying me? Are you copying me?
Wait, are y'all?
Yes, we're twins. We're half sisters. Yeah, sisters.
Oh, okay, makes sense.
Oh.
Makes sense.
Do
Makes
we look
sense.
related?
Makes sense.
I'm just kidding. We're best friends, bro. We're not. We're not.
Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. That was fucking creepy as shit. Cause I was lost. I was low key lost. Like I seen. Okay, does this sound racist? But it was one Asian, one Indian. Is that racist? Is that racist? Nobody funny on there. Most of the time, it's late night people that are more fucking hilarious on there, bro. Fucking creeps on there right now. All right, what's been going on in the world, chat? What's been going on in the world, chat? What we got today? What we got on the fucking agenda for today? We just met some fucking crazy people. Yo, did y'all see this crazy ass shit with this dude, EDP? Yo, this shit is crazy with EDP, bro. He's like wilding. He's tripping badly. Like, really, really badly. Yo, last night chat was crazy because
spoke with Mike.
Yo, like, some dude came into my chat and like fucking damn near crashed my entire stream. Like, he crashed the whole stream. It was kind of sad. It was sick. He kind of made me end the night because like he crashed the shit out of my stream.
Klum,
But
the
we're
director
back,
and
though.
filmmaker who put together a documentary called The Sick Mind of EDP 445. Incredibly well done. Well,
About it was highly illegal, and I knew that it was the right thing to do at the time. Going through 24 around there, yeah.
Dude, Gideon?
I wanted to make a
Did Gideon react to it? Did he react to it? Did Gideon react to this fucking interview? Let's see. Gideon.
Seldom at a loss for words. 2 years ago you were caught.
Because this was 2 years ago. So, Gideon met this guy so long ago, and he's just got fucking famous for being a fucking creep. Where is Gideon's fucking page? Oh, here it goes. Let's see. Shower and go. What? Oh, hell no. Let's see.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a
Gideon.
budgeting app
Let's
in
see what he does.
Base 44. Guys, Nina just built.
Oh, yeah, bad. Well, this one, chat, is a Brad can't help sending showering gooning videos. He dropped this 2 days ago. I already has 600K fucking views. It's crazy. Let's see.
Meet Joseph Zolo, a 50-year-old two-time registered offender who was talking to our iOS 13 device. Joseph had to be one of the most shameless EDPs that we've caught to date. By not only sending our decoy multiple shower gooning videos.
So far.
On today's explosive episode, we confronted Joseph outside of his homeless shelter about his extensive collection.
How many child images do you think these people sent you?
Over like 450.
So sit back, relax, and enjoy today's disturbing
Do you
episode
do run snap? Do you run Bro, do you run snap? What is run snap?
EDP was.
What is that? What is run snap? Oh, let me put this pizza in the oven.
Hello, beautiful.
Hey, I'm Sarah. I'm 12.
That's kind of dangerous for me. I would like to be friends if that's all right with you.
Why is it dangerous? I'm not a murderer, lol.
If that law finds out that I'm talking to a phone on Messenger, it will leave red flags. So I could say just be friends and be
What is
safe.
a run snap?
How old are you?
My age is 49 years old and I live in Syracuse, New York. Let's talk on Zang and send me a
So wait, so this is the weirdo? This is the creep right here? Do you gotta? No, I don't.
picture and I'll send my
I
picture.
don't.
All grown women.
Listen,
What the fuck?
Let's talk on
Yo,
Zang and
guys.
send me a picture and I'll send
No, I don't.
my picture.
Okay.
Why'd you ask? Yo, this dude is fucking weird. Yo. Okay, first things first. I don't know if you take music requests, but I managed to get a hold of a song for my game. It's part of the OST now. Would you like to give it a listen? If it's on YouTube, I'll listen to it. I'm not clicking any links though. I'll listen to it if it's on YouTube, but I'm not clicking any links. Last night I clicked the link and yeah, nah.
Have you ever had sex before?
No, I haven't.
Did you like the picture? You don't got videos?
Appreciate the follow,
Videos?
Zero.
You want a
Appreciate
video
that follow.
Send a
Is it on YouTube? If it's YouTube, just send me the song now.
See.
Know anything about?
Seriously. Found that _ found. Yo, you trolling.
Any girl.
Is it on YouTube? Let's see. Bro, if you're trolling, bro, please don't troll. Let's see.
registered offender who was talking to our iOS 13 device. Joseph had to be one of the most shameless EDPs that we've caught to date. By not only sending our decoy multiple shower gooning videos.
So far.
On today's explosive
Bro, you trolled me. It's chase them for a kill. I'm not. It's they chase them for a kill. What the? What do you? What? What the hell is that? What is that? Third one? This one? Absolute. Yo, let's see. This better be a song,
What if you
bro.
could print every idea to life?
Oh shit, what just happened to my show? I did just freeze up like that. Yo, what the fuck? Yo, you did not just troll me. Yo, he trolled me, chat. He trolled. Yo, he froze my... Yo, he froze me. Oh my god. When do you make this account? Oh my god, chat. He just froze me. Alright. Bro, I don't know, honestly. Honestly, I'm not saying you froze me, but bro, as soon as I clicked that video, it stopped working. And bro, yeah, and that's another thing too, copyright. That's another thing, because I got copyright infringement last night for just reacting to a song that someone wanted me to hear. And yeah, bro, I'm just gonna hey, listen, we're gonna finish this Jadeon video. We're gonna finish reacting to this, all right?
I'm talking about Sarah.
I don't got any 2-year-olds. These are all grown women.
It's my
Listen,
composer's.
like, I mean, I don't want you to think I'm lying. We had just printed this out.
It's my composer's music and not copyrighted. All right. We'll try it one more time. We'll try it one more time. Bro, don't troll me. Thanks for awesome. All right. So is this you? So is this you? So, oh, your composer? Sounds good. I don't listen to that type of music, but it sounds good.
Out like old photos.
Yeah, she wanted me to give her $200. She'll erase all that. And I
Really?
was like, you know what? I don't care. You can go ahead and quote it all you want. It's just pictures. Everybody does in their life.
I believe you about that, but this girl, she's different. I mean, you might be thinking about somebody else.
Not that I know of.
This is your one of your Facebooks,
this
right?
is
That's your
crazy
Facebook?
right now.
So you had hit her up. You were saying like, "Hey, let's hop on Zengi," and she was like, "Hey, I'm Sarah. I'm."
Yo, if you
And
in
were
here,
like,
hit
hold
that
up.
follow
Tell-
button.
It might be
Hit that follow
multiple
button.
girls that might have hit you up, but
Appreciate
was
that
my old
follow.
account.
Appreciate that
Okay.
follow.
I don't have that count no more. I
Yeah.
can't mess with those guys.
So is this the guy right here?
But we could talk.
hey, I mean, Mr. Joseph, man, we're on the same page. Listen,
So I deleted that shit. I didn't want to mess with her. I haven't messed with her ever since then. There was another one too, a Chinese girl.
really, how old was she?
She said she was 18, but she didn't look 18 to me.
How old did she look?
18.
Was she sending pictures of her?
She was sending all types of stuff to everybody, bro.
Oh my gosh.
I blocked her and she got mad.
What
as
was her
fuck.
name?
Some Chinese girl with a Y.
What
Jing,
the fuck?
Zhang.
Yo, this is the thing, right, chat? Does he not like? Bro, you have to have some type of balls to actually go up to people and like
Zhang.
find
Was she
out
with
shit
someone
like
else or was she by
was
herself?
with, some
Next, I gotta sleep because of the damn time. All right, bro. All right, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you for being here.
other older guy. She was sitting on his lap.
Was he naked too?
Yeah.
If you had to say like a range from like 1 to 100, like
See you next
1,000,
time. See you next time.
How many child porn images you think these people sent you?
For over like 450.
Was there any
God
like, you know, little
damn.
kids like
Yeah, there was
7,
little kids
8,
up in there. I didn't want to get
450?
into that shit because that bumps back onto me and I can get in trouble for that shit.
Well, here, I mean, I don't know too much about your case. Well, your case that made you RSO. How old was she when all that happened?
That was my sister.
It was your sister. What all went down with that?
It was supposed to be attempted murder. My mother.
When's your next time?
Basically
Probably
touching me
tomorrow. I'm
in
gonna do
the
like a
chest because
IRL stream.
Do they have you for life for that?
You got me on that 90 days.
I'm gonna do probably
for the
IRL,
rest of my whole
not a
time.
Oh my gosh, I'm
computer
sorry to hear
stream.
that,
I might
man.
just do
That's okay,
IRL on
though.
the phone.
It keeps me focused, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Keeps
Do you have
me
any
out of
kids,
trouble.
Mr. Dre?
Stream
I
tomorrow.
wish I did, but I
You wish you
don't.
did?
My first wife.
Might come
she
to the
couldn't
PC
have
after
it.
maybe.
I heard she passed away. I'm
Yeah,
sorry
she passed
for
away
my
this year in
condolences.
February.
You were talking to Sarah about like your wife dying and everything. I was like, he's probably lonely.
You gonna pull up to the
I
stream?
was talking to her and stuff, but I didn't want anything from her.
Okay, so it was just
Yeah,
kind of
share
like
the share the
corny
stream.
talk.
Share the stream.
I mean, you can't say
Some of
that,
your
man. This
friends.
is a video of you jacking off in the shower.
Not to her.
Yeah.
Let me see.
I mean, you want me to?
Yeah, I wanna make sure of that.
yeah.
They got
Appreciate
both
you.
of them, they be sharing it back and forth. She was gonna blackmail me and shit.
Like you sent that picture. That's your.
That's not in the shower. Go down.
No, yeah, I know that was just your call, but that was your penis, right?
No.
That's not your penis.
No.
Okay, but that's
That one right there. That's me in the shower.
okay. So why'd you send her that video?
No, I gave it to somebody else.
So
Yo, what I'm gonna do really quick. Wait, where is it? Hold on. Appreciate you, man. Big love, man. Just some Fortnite.
The perfect domain tells your brand story. Grab it now on Wix Domains and go from
I want to see if I go first place on Fortnite solos. I did third place yesterday. Not too bad for someone that played Fortnite and hasn't played Fortnite in years. Literally, like, haven't played in years. And first time playing on PC. Isn't that crazy? It's still not good. But third place, that's good. It's good enough. Yo, imagine me doing a fucking stream with Jinxie. That would be so fucking lit, bro. A gaming stream with Jinxie, bro. That would be so fucking tough, bro. Jinxie's like top 5 streamers, like for me, personally. Just cause it's like I fuck with him gaming and shit like that, and like he played a game that a lot of people didn't really know about, which was Clash Royale. And the fact that he was playing Clash, and he was actually pretty decent. I think I'm better than that Clash, obviously, but he's pretty good though. Yeah, I think I should go. Oh, this is a maze. Oh, this is like so many spots you can hide. Fucking weird shit. Oh, I gotta get this gun. Oh shit, I gotta get this gun. It's right there. I knew he was gonna get the pistol anyways. Oh, I'm lagging. Yes, this is my favorite gun, literally.
That's ludicrous. But I got you. Hang on. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Let's go. Thank you for all the loot, though. Damn, you went for hella loot. Appreciate it, man. What? Oh my god, what? How do you even kill me? How do you have a gold? Bro. How do you have that?
I gotta showcase this guy's tweet. Carlos Miller, he's like a comedian. You know, it's guys like this that keep black people back because I think he's watching the trial through maybe my stream or something else. And in all the things we've discussed, at no point did in his genius brain made him go online and say, hey kids, do not join gangs. Hey kids, don't pick up guns. You know what this guy thought after watching everything? Yo, it's Trap Lord Ross or academics that's gonna fuck up Dirk's whole trial. This is the black community right here, this guy. After seeing that the shooters is telling on him, after seeing that these niggas shot at the Beverly Center, it's in 4K. At no point does he say, hey, don't become a rich, famous rapper and start paying for murders like you're ordering off Amazon, okay? Don't become a rich, famous rapper and buy stolen cars and give it to your gang that they could just slide and kill people in perpetuity. Don't become a rich, famous rapper, rap about exactly what you just did, and then laugh about it on live and expect no investigation. This guy said it's going to be academics and Trap Lord Ross that's going to fuck up Dirk's case. When you hear guys like this, you just got to be like, niggas is cooked. Niggas is cooked. You get what I'm saying? Listen, y'all know, and I got the Free Dirk t-shirt on, or the hoodie. But what we are discussing here, even though we hope Dirk didn't do these things, we got to be very, very weary and very mindful that there is no, like, even when they be like, oh yeah, Dirk was saving these things for Sly Savon. Man, Dirk's a grown-ass man, bruh. Ain't nobody could trick you out of millions and trick you out of your 9, 8 kids, trick you out of your beautiful baby mama. You can't blame that on a commenter. You can't blame that on no 6ix9ine. But this is what half of the black community actually thinks this. They don't, criminality is normal to them. They will say everybody's tricking these niggas out of the spot. No, nigga. Maybe this person tricked themselves out of the spot when they flew a fucking Bruford on a private jet from Miami to LA to go buy guns, masks, and gloves and hand them out like it's candy, like it's trick or treat. The nigga kept the fucking receipt. Keep the receipt for your crimes. Perfect. Get an exotic car to stalk the person you're trying to kill, and it got GPS in it. Perfect. Nobody did this but the niggas involved. I'm sorry to tell y'all. Nobody. And again, we're hoping these things ain't true because in the best way I want to look at this, I know I support Dirk. I want to believe this was Vonnie's, OTF Vonnie, his nerd ass. And when I mean nerd ass, Vonnie kind of remind me of me. You know damn well you shouldn't be playing that street. You know damn well you're supposed to set up a King Von Foundation, keep it moving, help his mama out, have his sister like showcase like this is the effects of gun violence, and y'all all keep it moving. Instead of his sister over there still acting like Von alive. She wilding on the gram. I'm gonna ignore her. Or on Twitter. And then you basically have this nigga who's handing out guns. And then, to a certain extent, we gotta blame Dirk. I get it. When Von was around, Zoo around him, there's a lot of people who are saying he was keeping these killers, these energy around him, that Dirk felt he had to be X, Y, and Z. Okay, got you, giving you all of that. But what is the excuse when Von is dead? It felt like Dirk turned it up once Von died. Not that. That's why when people keep blaming Von, it's like, wait, what? Nigga, it sound like Dirk turned the heat up when Von died, not when he was alive. So again, accountability, I know it's lacking in the black community, but please, Mr. Carlos Miller, I'm pretty sure you're a hilarious comedian, but you know, you should probably just watch this case, and if you have children of your own, instead of talking about the journalists or whoever else is covering it or the media members, you should tell them, hey, listen, you should not walk around with a switch. You should not think your man is going to be loyal to you because you paid $1,000 for his lawyer a decade ago. You should not have all these calls with these people that could be, not because you deleted on your phone, it doesn't mean you really deleted the iCloud because the feds was on you. They got it. These are the things you should teach your kids. And by the way, I hope that there's some lessons in this being learned. Okay, Mr. Carlos? But yeah, there's a lot of people who think like him. Anyway, let's return to this.
Von was not my friend. I said, oh, he's getting more.
Now, this is an important strategy, chat. Von, Jam is saying, Von is not my friend. Okay? That is to attack the point that Steele is going to make, to say, why would Dirk have to compensate you if you were doing a crime or killing someone that you were hurt by? Now, it's going to be harder for Brian Steele to prove this, because on face value, when you say that, like, that's a great defense. Nigga, why would I got to hire my friend to go slide for my other friend? Yeah, if all three of y'all are friends, like if we got a friend group, we're all in the friend group. One person died. Why would I got to pay this guy to go slide for the third person? This is why they're trying to make it clear. Yes, Jam has talked to King Von in the past. Yeah, they're from the same gang. Yeah, they're associated both with Dirk. But he was never included in the back and forth with that beef with Von and Quando Rondo. And it was never a thing where he felt he had to slide. Why? He don't even know Von. So they're doing that. They're setting that point out early that Brian Steele or Drew Friendland can try to create that point later. Like, oh, nah, why would you have to pay him? He's going to be like, nigga, I don't even know the dude. Of course you got to pay me. The other thing where they're trying to hammer home to make sure it's very aware, right? It's very aware by the jury that payment was promised, is that Jam continually says he don't got no money. He keeps saying, remember, that's going to be the tough part for the government, but they're doing it right now. The tough part is, okay, how much was promised? Who got paid? That's the tough part to prove. You need to prove that for murder for hire. You know what Jam is saying? Now, we had that one meeting, and Dirk said, yo, whoever who take care of this, y'all going to be set for life. Now, I'm pretty sure Dirk's team is going to attack that set for life thing. Could be like, hey, how do you know that was even financial compensation or even career opportunity compensation? Maybe he was just saying, yo, you be respected. That's not promising anything. Apparently, when they said that, somebody who was on the call or within that meeting in Atlanta said, yo, we talking about half a ticket, $500,000, right? And then somebody said, nah, it got to be $1 million. That got to be $1 million right there. They say Dirk never agreed on a price. Dirk said, man, all you need to know, I think it's going to be good. Is that seen as an agreement of money, of financial compensation, even if the amount is not clearly defined? Or could Dirk wiggle out of that and say, I say niggas is going to be okay. That don't mean that was going to give them money or even career opportunities. It just means, shit, I just respect them. That's not. So we're trying to see them hammer that home. But that's why they keep mentioning that Jam is broke, meaning that Jam couldn't do these things if it wasn't funded and paid for by these people who had the plan. And because Jam is so broke, one of the main reasons is not to slide for Von, is to slide for compensation. Okay? Jam want that next 50.
More comfortable. He even made the judge laugh because they were asking him how he knew Keith Jones, and he would say he knew Keith Jones from, juvenile hall and, childhood, and they would beat niggas' ass together. And he said, "Ooh, sorry, Judge, I didn't mean to say beat niggas' ass to just wrong." Well, don't worry about that because, you've only just talked about blasting niggas from the ages of 9 to 17 until now, shooting them in the fucking face. So, you just saying you just beat a nigga's ass here and there. I don't think that's a fucking issue. You know what I mean? The judge didn't say that, but in my mind, it's kind of thinking, oh, was that all you did? And you're apologizing for that? After all what about the 100 robberies or the fucking many murders? But anyway. So they're in the Sprinter van and they FaceTime Lil Durk. Didi does. Then you see Didi. He shows to Keith Jones, David Lindsay, Durk on the FaceTime.
Now, and by the way, chat, a little bit of my breakdown today, because what's coming out of court, I'm going to read it verbatim. Obviously, that might even have a little tint of, people's opinions on it. I'll let you know when I'm giving my opinion, or at least storytelling, meaning I'm using my brain and using y'all collective brains as well based on what we heard, kind of like make shit make sense, right? Like, for example, I personally don't think that Didi was ever supposed to be. I know Jam is saying the day before Didi was holding a gun pointed towards the window saying he could kill Quando right now. I don't think Didi was ever gonna do it. I think that was his way of kind of like woofing a bit to make Jam and them feel like, yo, nigga, I'll do it, whatever. But he was in the BMW that was an exotic car, had a tracker on it. Okay, he didn't have a gun. Well, supposedly he passed the gun to Jam saying he's rusty. He didn't have no mask. He didn't have nothing. And here's the thing. Remember, when Dirk first calls, they got 2 different phones because they don't even want to connect the shit. They don't even want to make it seem like Dirk is talking to certain people when the phone records come out. Now Didi calls Dirk to be like, yo, Dirk, you see your shooters? You see a SWAT team back there? The mere fact that Didi is calling Dirk and Dirk answers, but anytime Jam called him, he did not answer. Booty Mo called back. Duty Low call. Nope. Didi could get him on the phone. Vonnie could get him on the phone. Not Jam. It's already predetermined. Them niggas was never going to do the shooting. They were never going to do the shooting. Again, we're doing story mode here. I'm not saying Dirk's guilty. I'm just saying if we're making sense of this. That means if there was a plot, Dirk got to be smart enough to be like, yo, anytime these niggas call me, I'm never talking to them. Because they're going to be doing the hit. Now, I could talk to Didi. Now, I could talk to Vonnie. And it kind of ends like that. Because in the cars, the people he would answer their phone calls in the BMW. The people who phone calls don't get answered is in the Infiniti. Even when they're in the Infiniti and OTF Jam starts seeing these niggas is beating up sweat. These niggas is sweating before the drill. The AC's on blast, they sweating like niggas is fumbling, putting the fucking, cartridge in the gun. Like, yo, these niggas, you can see the heart, like they heart beating through their shirt. Like, he's like, oh, hell nah, man, I'm with the rookie squad, man. Like, yo, you could tell the Jam was like, oh, hell nah, man. They got me with the G League in here, man. Oh, hell nah. He tried to send a text probably to Didi. Yo, bro, let's not do it today. These niggas is scared. Plan was already in motion. Didi ain't respond back. I think Jam started realizing, nigga, you're the crash dummy. You can't stop that car in motion, and nobody gonna talk to you because you're gonna implicate them now. You're gonna implicate these niggas. Because if you get caught and they look at your phone records, who's the last nigga you on the phone with, or the last nigga that texted you back? Now, granted, Vonnie got switched out the phones after that too, but you know the government found all them phones anyway.
And he showed.
Nah, chat. Imagine you a hitman. You just did. Yo, he did 12 years for attempted murder, and one of the first drills they got him back on, he realized he's on the JV squad. The JV squad is going on, bro. Yo, you ever watch JV high school basketball? Niggas is missing layup. Like, you know they do a layup line before the game start? Niggas be missing them shits. You're like, what the fuck? They sent that man with a JV squad.
Oh, yeah, he said, "This is look at the Navy SEALs." They said, "Well, what is the Navy SEALs?"
Look at the JV squad.
He said the Navy SEALs. I guess they go on missions. I don't know. They kill it.
Navy SEALs is like, you know, outside of a few special, you know, forces that's within the military. The Navy SEALs is considered to be pretty much the highest and most specialized group of fighters that the American military has to offer. It was the Navy SEALs, I believe, that went in and executed Bin Laden. Like, they go for like those specialized missions where you need a nigga who could probably detonate a bomb, like kill a man with his bare hands, swim 2 miles, fucking climb a fucking 2-mile tree. Like, yeah, these guys, they go through. If you ever see their training, I don't know if you guys ever look at this. Look, Navy SEALs. They got something called Hell Week. This shit is.
You're wet, sandy, and shivering. Who died of bacterial pneumonia on September 2022. I want you to do hundreds of reps of push-ups, flutter kicks, and running in and out of the surf zone.
Yeah, they got these niggas doing drills. They're firing gunshots. Like, these are trained guys. Here's the problem. Didi calls up Dirk, and he says, "Yo, do you see the Navy SEALs we got here?" These niggas was JV walk-ons, bro. Trust me.
Don't think about it as a wink. It will become easy to feel overwhelmed.
Yeah. Anyway, so Navy SEALs was the wrong title, bro.
Niggas, I mean, they're Army, Navy SEALs. So they was in the car like the Navy SEALs is here. Bitch, we on that. Look at the Navy SEALs.
Dirk tell their ass, go crazy.
In the car. As they're headed to LA. And then he said when he got on the phone with Dirk, he was like, when Dirk was like, "Yeah, what's up? You know, it's gonna go out." He said, "Yeah, I slammed GD. Yeah." He was doing this like, yeah, like a Navy SEAL, like nigga GD. Yeah.
Okay, so apparently he was driving them rigs.
You know, so Dirk is on the phone, the Navy SEALs, and they doing this on the, like, you know, we finna.
So all of them was driving the rigs.
You know, it's
interesting because I think Lil Pop and Quantarana were Crips. Got nothing to do with GDs. Like, what the hell? I think them niggas just, nigga, even if they were. I think if them niggas was gonna kill like a lobster, they would drop GDK, nigga. Like, what the hell?
We're on that. And he said, "Well, where you at?" He said, "Yeah, I'm at the studio." And he said, "Yeah," you know. And so him and Didi went back to talking. Then they said that they went to a mountaintop somewhere before.
Okay, we're gonna get back to that. We got a new tweet by Trap Lil Ross. Yo, they said, oh, here we go, chat. Oh, shit, it's going down. Holy. They said, Jam says, "I know he hates me, but I still got love for Smirky, yo." Oh, shit. He said, "I just don't respect him." Jam claimed he was never offered money for the killing, even though he was present when Dirk told several OTF members, they would be straight. And when someone asks if they could get $500K to $1 million for the hit, when someone asks if they could get that for the hit. Now, that's going to be important. Brian Steele has to kill this nigga on the stand. Brian Steele got to, I ain't gonna lie, he might have to jump over the shit and, yo, Jam is left an opening. Jam is admitting he was never directly offered money. Now, granted, what he's saying is that there was a money offer or a statement that seemed to infer that there was money being offered, and other individuals jumped in and said, damn, like half a mil? They have to basically debunk that and been like, ain't it because you broke, you thought anything you did for the gang or anything you did, you was going to get paid. Isn't that the truth? So Brian Steele, he's going to be a master with this. I can't wait. Said Jam had never made a song before Murder and Pop. He said he was paid 10 bands for his first song ever, Federal Freestyle. Oh, that's why the government claimed they got compensation not only in money, but with career opportunities. They put Federal Freestyle on OTF Loyal Bros 2 group album. By the way, the feds in their superseding indictments, they really do claim that that compilation album was Dirk payment in terms of career opportunities to shooters. So basically, like, the feds look at Dirk really fucked up. And again, I know y'all won't clip me, but this is not how I think. This is how the feds look at Dirk. The feds look at Dirk as, yo, bro, you ain't believing these niggas musically at all. You ain't really want to give them cameos. You ain't want to give them verses. You really ain't want to put them on. But you realize that they all wanted your life. They wanted to be rich and famous like you. And you used the money as a way to control them. Whether you was putting a 1,000 on the books of Jam like years before when he was broke in jail with nothing, to giving his mama a little bit of money. As soon as he got out, you ain't put him in the studio when he first got out. You put him in the streets to do a drill. So what were you really paying him for? Now, after you did the drills, then you put him in the studio because it was another way to pay instead of giving money. It was another way to pay. So that's how the feds are describing how Dirk views his guys. Like, instead of like with paying them with cash for either murders or drills or doing some gangster, he would, we got a compilation album, and he would just take songs and be like, yeah, y'all could be featured alongside me and y'all could possibly break. Obviously, Dirk is going to contend that and be like, no, they're my friends. People sign their friends, and people put out music and group albums with their friends. Nothing had to do with incentive for murder. Anyway, so he got paid $10K for his first song. Okay? Now, I'm not sure if the feds are going to pinpoint into that and be like, is it normal that you get paid for these songs? Did you have a record contract? We'll see. So Dirk allegedly finessed all the hitmen. They thought they was getting $500,000 to $1 million. Jam got nothing, and the two shooters hung around Vonnie after asking for money. But Vonnie put Dirk on the FaceTime and say, I got him. They gonna be straight. But they left with nothing. Chat, this is a story as old as time. Straight drop. He killed Dolph. Him and the other goofy. They're like, I bet. Cornelius is his name. Nigga, your name is Cornelius. You should not even have a gun in your hand, man. You should have like a stethoscope, brother. What are you doing? Cornelius. So anyway, y'all killed Dolph. Now after you killed Dolph, man, niggas is like, you see the thing with killers, they start spending the money before they get it. They start spending the money before they pull the trigger, bro. Straight drop. He only gets like 20K or something. Did he even get money? No, I think, no, nigga, he got like less than that, like 1,500. Like, it was nothing that he was promised. Robert Allen with X. Oh, I bet. Yo, we robbed X for 50K. I bet. Yo, split up the bread. Nigga, they gave that nigga 1,000 too. Like, every time we're seeing these situations, we see how niggas are not paid in full. Niggas are not paid in full. And that's what I'm saying this about snitching. Is like, bro, if a nigga will snitch on you, well, I guess we got to start from here. A nigga's going to think that if you have him take a life risk to go kill somebody and you won't live up to your end of the bargain by paying him, why the fuck should he stay loyal to you to not snitch on you? And that might... It's like a flash flood around here. Did y'all see that flash flood in Nepal? Oh, my God. Condolences to those people. Anyway. Yeah, they got some flash flood when they go crazy, huh? So, chat. And I could understand that. You put your life on the line. You put your freedom on the line. A nigga tell you he wants somebody killed. You go kill that person. And then the person's finessing you, scams you, doesn't pay you. He's giving you the runaround. Nah, I got you, man. Nigga, I told you be good, bro. Just chill. You hot right now. You hot right now, bro. I got you, though. Nigga, I got you, though. Meanwhile, you watching them buy India purses, bags, Chanel bags. Got her on vacation. You watching them do this, then that. The other guy's just getting a new Trackhawk, Hellcat. Everybody getting shit with you. And you thinking you like, damn, this nigga, I put my life on the line for him. He treated me like I'm an option. Anyway. So they said Jam got none. Two other shooters was hanging around Vonnie asking for money. But Vonnie put Dirk on FaceTime and said, I got him. They're going to be straight. They left with nothing. So nobody got paid that time in Cali. Jam said they was going to kill Quando in the Babe store. But they were scared security would lock the doors and trap them inside after the hit. Damn. Niggas is going to run inside the Babe store and kill a dude, bro? Jam said he snitched because he wanted to get it off all his chest because it was weighing on him. Said he felt Pop was innocent and Dirk was selfish to send him on the hit with people he ain't know. Didn't I tell you? He say he ain't know the niggas he went on the hit with, bro. I told you, nigga. Nigga, he knew Keith Jones. Like, I forgot how he know Keith Jones, but he just got Keith Jones, bro. But, like, he don't know why that's what he's claiming. Obviously, he could be lying, right? Like, he's trying to get out of jail. So, like, he's saying whatever to make the government look good. Specifically, he said that Vonnie was, nigga, didn't I tell you, nigga, Vonnie was a goofy? Didn't I say it? Yo, Dirk won't answer the phone. You have a nigga, well-reputed killer that a lot of people felt like Dirk was starting to gravitate to niggas with a name. Every gangster from Chicago who got on here, have they not said, yo, I ain't gonna lie, that nigga Jam, his name ring bells. From the streets to the penitentiary. Dirk is next to all of the niggas with a name. They bring out Jam to LA, and Jam is taking orders from goofies. Jam can't even get Dirk on the phone. He got a goofy putting a gun in his hand. That's how he's looking at it. It's like, all right, imagine you in a gang with Pooh Shiesty. You know how Pooh Shiesty give it up. Whatever. Pooh Shiesty say, yo, bro, come do this. You show up, and all of a sudden, you know who meet you at the spot? It's Academics. I give you a gloves. I said, all right, 2 for you. Okay, you need a face mask? You want the Nike one or you want the Adidas? I give you one of those, and then I'm like looking down the receipt of the thing, and I'm like, okay, and you get this here, and then I'm like, okay, and here's this gun. Nigga, would you be confident? And you're like, bruh, yo, let me talk to Shiesty real quick. Hold on, just, bruh, Jam wasn't feeling it. He felt like Dirk put the goof troop in charge. Dirk put the goof troop in charge. Vonnie bought the shit. He's folding up the receipts in case he need to show Dirk what he spent the credit card with. Yo, Dirk, now I told you I used the card. Yeah, no, I bought exactly what you said. I bought 3 masks. See, 1, 2, 3. They didn't have any more than Nike, so I had to go with the Under Armour. And then remember the ski mask? Yeah, I bought 4, but did this nigga save a receipt from a goddamn criminal conspiracy? You know who Vonnie was? This is Vonnie right here. This is Vonnie right here, bro. This is Vonnie right here, bro. Look.
Porno.
Right.
Nigga, is you taking notes on a criminal fucking conspiracy? What the fuck is you thinking, man?
Yeah, that's Vonnie. They talking about the plan. He taking notes. He got notes. Yeah, so Jam peeped it. Jam is like, yo, he not answering the phone. I'm with the goofies. They're talking about let's do it here. I'm like, I could tell these, yo, this is a JV team. They never did nothing.
Is you taking notes on a criminal fucking conspiracy? What the fuck is you thinking, man?
Chat, it's a fact. Somebody said that's how you could tell Vonnie's dad was telling the truth. I ain't gonna lie, man. You might be motherfucking right with that one, brother. You might be motherfucking right with that one. He said Vonnie was a goofy. Goofy. That's one of the reasons he snitched. Now, this is from his words directly. He said he snitched. I don't believe him with his going to get his shit off his chest. He just wanted, he signed an immunity deal or like the shit where like everything he pleads guilty to now cannot come back. That's why. Now he said Pab was innocent. I don't think he feel bad for Pab at all. This nigga's a murderer. We could go look at, by the way, I think they found the first murder he ever did. The first murder he ever did, it's on my page. It's on our stream page. You feel me? This is the guy he shot in the head. There's an article about it. This guy right here. Remember, apparently they were doing some money laundering shit. This guy was money laundering for someone in the BDs. And apparently when someone's pops in the BDs who was using him for money laundering, he stole some bread, and that's why the son of the nigga who got finessed by him called Jam and said, yo, let's go rob this nigga. They go rob him. This dude starts tussling. He starts tussling with the son of the nigga he finessed. He tells Jam, nigga, shoot him. Jam pulls it out. Bam! Shoots him. Now he's bleeding. Ah! Then he looks at Jam and says, yo, this nigga knows me. He knows and he's seen my face. Nigga, I'm gonna go to Jam. Nigga, you gotta kill him. And Jam put the gun to his head and ends him. So Jam is a ruthless individual. I'm not believing Jam for a second on some, he felt bad because Pab was innocent. I'm not believing that. I'm not believing that. Now, what I do believe is this part. He do believe Dirk is selfish. I'm telling you, them niggas is watching Dirk live a $1 billion lifestyle, and these niggas is probably thinking like, yo, bro, like, nigga, I'm killing niggas for you, bro. Nigga, I'm killing niggas for you. Trust me, when a nigga's envious, and I ain't gonna lie, Jam was probably envious too. When a nigga's envious, he watch every aspect of your life. Nigga, I know certain people, let me tell you this. I be careful of everybody in my life. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. There's certain people in my life, they'll be like, man, yo, you know I needed this money right here, and I just seen you cash out on another car. Like, nigga, what the fuck that got to do with you? It's like they looking at everything. I could imagine he bought India some shit, and Jam and them was probably looking at like, man, you could buy your bitch shit, but you can't. Niggas like that, they gonna turn on you. Facts. They watching your shit too heavy. They watching your shit too heavy. You get what I'm saying? So he's probably watching Dirk like, man, I just put a nigga down for you. Damn, everything Dirk bought. Dirk go to the jewelry store, be like, damn, nigga, like, nigga, you could have not got that last tennis bracelet, nigga. You could have gave me that fucking 40K right there, nigga. I need that right now. A nigga like that is gonna tell. Because you know what it is? He's not looking at his situation. He's pretty much pocket watching, but pocket watching on a different level. Trust me. So anyway, listen. So he says Vonnie was a goofy. And he ain't want to be involved with him. He was mad to be involved with him. I'm telling you, when that nigga Jam got to LA, remember Booney Mo called Jam. Yo, Smirk needs you out there. Yo, Smirk needs you in LA. These niggas would drop. Bro, that nigga probably ain't wash his ass. That nigga ran to Chicago O'Hare Airport. Ran there, nigga. Nigga, they say he was on the way there when he got the flight. Got the ticket. He's telling his other man, yo, you need to get to the airport. Send me your shit. The nigga said, I don't got my ID. Damn. I need one more. He's texting everybody. Yo, come to LA with me. The niggas show up to TSA, no bags. Drawer still stinking. Holes in his socks. Bad breath. All type of shit wrong with this nigga. He gets to LA. And this is where he thought Smirk was going. Smirk ain't talking to him. He get there and basically Smirk put him with the goofy. Booney Mo tell him, yo, just get at Vonnie when you get there. He got y'all niggas. So what's up? We getting up with Smirk. Yo, Vonnie got y'all niggas. You could tell this nigga's jam is a little bit stupid because until Duty Low get on the phone later to say, nigga, I don't know if you think you're here to record music. Nigga, you here for a murder, nigga. He literally says it was Duty Low who broke the news to him. Nigga, you're here to kill something. Maybe he thought he was going on vacation. Maybe he thought he was going to go sightseeing. Walk the Hollywood stars or some shit like that. But he ain't talked to Dirk since he got there. First of all, you know how he knew he was goofy? They say, yo, you can't fly into LAX. You got to fly into San Diego. It's about an hour, hour and a half away, depending on traffic chat. The nigga gets there. They're trying to be low-key. Nigga, they get a party bus Sprinter, nigga, loud. Party bus Sprinter. A party. And you know who got it? Vonnie the Goofy. Vonnie the Goofy was spending Dirk's money on some fly shit. They're about to go stalk Quan that'll kill him. He go gets a BMW from the exotic rental car company while they got a stolen car. That's how you do it, the stolen car. Not when the Goofy's around. You know, Big Ack is going, you know, I'm gonna get the Maybach. So I'm over here in the Maybach, you know what I mean? Fine. We all getting caught. We all getting caught. That's why we also got to blame Didi. Because Didi done let Vonnie put too much input on this shit, and this shit was goofy from the get-go. Remember, Didi's involved in this too. So, according to Jam, he snitched because Vonnie was a goofy, and he was upset that he even had to be involved with him. It said Jam wrote a handwritten note to the FBI saying, I know about murders. I don't want to talk on camera, but I know a lot, nigga. Holy shit. Pumbo Clyde.
Man, I fell down to my knees when the law came.
Yo, I know y'all give that nigga Trenches News a little flack. But we gotta think about this. Dirk never paid the guys. Dirk get on an interview with me saying, yo, 6ix9ine, I'll box you. Yo, chat, let me tell you, that burns niggas' souls. Yo, 6ix9ine, I'll box you for $50 million. I'll box you for $50 million, nigga. My money. You're on the same interview saying, you know this niggas can't say Sly Favon no more, right? Maybe something in the water. Then 2 seconds later, man, tell 6ix9ine I put up $50 million of my own money. You know the shooters who done slid? You know they're probably watching that interview like, you got $50 million to fight a rat, but you don't got $50,000 to pay the guys? Oh, man. What's the FBI number, bro? What's the FBI number, bro? Send me the FBI number, bro. Chat, we got to keep it a bean. We got to keep it a bean. I tell you, niggas like that gonna be watching you. Nigga, especially when a nigga's thinking, damn, he told me he was gonna take care of me. You ain't take care of me yet. Now I'm seeing you on an interview, nigga. You on an interview talking about you put up $50 million of your own money. You kind of talking like you having it. But you couldn't even throw me the 50 pack. You know, nigga, I'm living with my bitch. And that's why I'm saying Trenches News also got this part. I think he kind of right with this. Now, obviously, I'm not co-signing no additional murder. If Dirk was going to finesse these niggas, he should have just killed them. He should have got some other niggas to kill them. Let's be honest. If you're going to tell niggas, yo, I got $1 million for y'all. Because you know what I be thinking? If you don't feed your wolves eventually going to attack you. Nigga, they're not about to just sit here while you just like make billions and they're like, yo, this nigga really just owe me like 80 bands. Yo, I see him in the club with Meek Mill. They just spent $300K. Trust me, your shooters is definitely watching every time you spend money after that. So if you're going to finesse him, you might as well just try to wipe him out. So Jam said they were going to go kill Quan Rondo in the Babe store, but they were too scared security would allow to do it. Jam snitched. Okay, we read that already. He wrote the letter or the note to FBI. Man, I know about murders, nigga. I don't want to talk on camera though. Okay, by the way, this is gonna help. This is gonna help the prosecution. Remember, Brian Steele keeps saying, why isn't this recorded? Why isn't this recorded? Why isn't this recorded? FBI is gonna be like, it's not recorded because he wanted to talk he wanted to talk off camera. Now here's the thing: unless there's a signed statement, you're not gonna see transcripts from the off-camera conversations. They're actually not gonna use it. They're gonna use the recorded ones. But in Brian Steele or anyone saying, damn, why did y'all meet with him so many times not recorded? Now they have a reason to say, in his note to meet with us, he literally said he doesn't want to be on camera. Okay? Said Jam says Lil Pav hit was Dirk's selfish bullshit. He said, I didn't know Vaughn. I was mad at Dirk for putting him in that situation. I ain't gonna lie, chat. He is frying right now. Yo, man, he's frying right now. He sound no Vaughn like that. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is impactful testimony. You know why? The government already put it in the air. Dirk was consumed by hatred, by the need for revenge. Now you have the hitman saying, yeah, I'm a killer. I've done shit. But even I wanted to call this shit off. I ain't had no motive to do it. But he put me on. But really, I got tight because he put me with a JV team. He got a goofy handing me gloves and masks and guns and shit like that. I ain't like it. And I ain't get paid either. It's kind of, as much as we might think he's lying to save his own ass, which he is, or not lying, but he's trying to save his own ass. The reasons he's given is becoming valid reasons. I call it the 6ix9ine reasons. You know how 6ix9ine is like, I snitched, and obviously once you snitch, they're going to have you up there and say, bro, you don't got no fucking reason to snitch. You know what 6ix9ine's going to say? Well, they fucked my bitch. Okay. Well, they kidnapped me. All right, I kind of get it. Nigga, you ain't hear the wiretap? They said it was going to shoot me. All right, bet. That makes sense. By the time he says those 3 reasons, if you're on the jury, you're going to be like, okay, it makes sense. Jam is saying the reasons. Dirk lied to me, didn't pay me. Dirk put me in a situation to ride for his selfish beef. It wasn't some gang shit that we're all in. Or at least me, because I was locked up. And he put me with a bunch of people I know. It's crazy, chat. This shit crazy, huh? Okay, we got a little update. Let's hear it. Before morning break, Jamie the Bull testified that he was not offered payment. When returning from the break, he testified money was offered, presumably for his part in killing Sylvia Robinson. And Jamie testified that he was paid to be in a music video for the song Federal Freestyle. He was given $10,000. See, that's interesting. How are you getting paid to be in a music video for your own song? Now, I don't know if I'm Dirk's team, I'm not touching that. The fans should be like, hey, is it customary that if you make a song, you have to get paid to be in the music video of your own song? The feds haven't done that yet, but they could do hey, that was a way of trying to initiate payment, right? Obviously a lot of this is how you interpret it, right? He stated he did not believe he would be a part of the video if he did not participate in the killing of Robinson. Now, this is where Brian Steele got to turn up, because there was no ultimatum given to him from what we know. He's never said, Dirk told me, if you don't do this, you're not going to be in the video. He just felt he wouldn't be in the video. So that might be him. Before court broke for lunch, a note was showed that Hester wrote in prison. The note said, I know about murders. I don't want to talk on camera, but I know a lot. Hester testified to feeling guilty for Robinson's death, explaining he had nothing to do with him and he didn't know King Von well. He called Robinson innocent. He also testified he would... Listen, this innocent thing, Brian still got to drop 30 on it. What about the man you killed in race? What about the man you killed in Racine, Wisconsin? You said you killed him in 2010. No, 2013. No, 2010. You killed him in 2010. You were incarcerated for 12 years. It's now been 16 years. You don't feel any burden of guilt for his death as opposed to Lil Pop? Why didn't you come forward with that? Why did you wait till 2023 to come forward with that? You killed him in 2010. You killed Lil Pop in 2022, and 4 years later, you say you're overcome with remorse. But you killed a man in 2010. And 4 years later, you didn't have no remorse. Matter of fact, 10 years later, you had zero remorse. Actually, it wasn't until about 15 years later that you admitted to it, but you admitted to it as part of a deal that the FBI was working out with you. You didn't admit it to his family. You didn't admit it to anyone that, wasn't in a beneficial place to give you a deal that could absolve you of your crimes. Wasn't he innocent? He was 41 years old. He had a family. You shot him and then executed him. Brian Steele got to go crazy with this. Yo, send this to Brian Steele. Brian Steele, I need this. This got to be an exhibit. Throw this up on the screen. All right? Okay. Here we go. Testimony began where it left off on Wednesday. Hester, or Jamie, described the Infinity white BMW following Quandawando's black Escalade around Los Angeles, including, okay, we read that. He repeated did we read this before? I think we did. Yeah, he didn't like the plan. He did not like the plan. Is Seti Nash tweeting or nah? We should get a video from Trap Lord in a second, right? Trap Lord is working, brother. I can't even lie. Jam the reason everybody in the feds. He got caught with a gun and wrote a note. Well, I like what Seti Nash says, but we got to be clear. He got caught with a gun and wrote a note. Well, there's a way to look at it. That's what I'm saying. This is a 6ix9ine explanation. You could start it at, he got caught with a gun and wrote the note, and he's the reason everybody in the feds. Or you could be like, well, if I got caught with a gun, had enough money for a lawyer, I wouldn't write a note. I didn't have enough money for a lawyer because I didn't get paid for the fucking murders I did for that nigga. So again, the thing with snitching is that once someone has mentally committed to snitching, the buck gets passed. You see, this idea that niggas are real street niggas in perpetuity stops, right? It stops. They say, two friends could fight or this, whatever. They'll allow certain things, but when it gets to snitching, it's a hard line, right? But the line moves for everybody. Well, you fuck my bitch. Time to tell on you go to jail for life. Well, you try to shoot this person that I'm cool with, knowing that you were trying to shoot that person they were cool with. So usually the person who's a cooperant draws a line and only sees it from their side rather than just being honest saying, I don't want to go to jail. There's kind of no reason. The only choice in reality is that you pick crime. The moment you pick crime, there is no more excuses. Okay? Once you pick to be a gang member in crime, and honest, like if we really want to be honest, that's the only choice you get. After that, whatever the person who's telling, whatever excuse they give us, is just the excuse they want to stand on. But there's always a million excuses. There is never not an excuse to tell. Yo, he left me for dead in jail. He ain't pay my lawyer fee. He could have paid my bail for me to get out. He didn't slide for my baby mama. He fucked my baby mama. He tried to kidnap. There's always a million things. In the streets, there's nothing that's civil. There's nothing that's civil in the streets. So I watch everybody with their excuses. Like, Jam's excuse is going to be, yo, this is why you pay your shooters. This is why you pay your shooters. If Jam had gotten paid, you know what the primary reason would be? Yo, I was loyal to Dirk, thinking we all in it for the same reason, and Dirk turned into this crash out, drunk off power and money He was just ordering random hits. He sent us off. He's selfish. There's always going to be a reason. Dirk stopped being about the guys. He was all about himself. He would tell us to go do shit like, damn, why you going to tell us to go kill a nigga in LA? Why you don't tell us to do it in Savannah? You thought we were crash outs. Bro, there's always a reason. You make the reason up. That's the reality. Somebody in the chat say, yo, I'm definitely not taking no drill order from lames. Hey, yo, chat. Yo, chat. Lil Durk fly you out to LA. You like, what up, blood? What up, Smirk? Yo, I'm here. You can't get Smirk on the phone, but somebody hits you and be like, yo, the nigga gonna be out front at baggage claim with the Sprinter. He gonna have everything you need, like he gonna tell you what's good. You see the Sprinter pulling up, nigga, it's Trap Lil Ross that walk out of the Sprinter, nigga. The nigga got a notepad, bifocals, he flipping the shit up and down. Nigga, he wearing one of these glasses. You feel what I'm saying? He got one of these glasses, flipping it up and down. He going to his nose. All right, so we remapped the route that Quando Rondo was doing. So we saw him on a scooter last night, and he like took a 3-mile radius block around the thing. I think we could kill him. Matter of fact, we have a gun for you here. Chat. If you going on a drill, and this is the coach they give you, he took notes. All of a sudden he says, oh, and you, Mr. Jam. Yeah, I got it in my notes here. You're a size 2X. I got you a shirt right here. I got it from Marshall's. That's the guy you want to see before you go on a drill? Then you hear him say some goofy shit like this. No, just don't take the tag off the shirt. Just tuck it in because I might have to return that one, okay? I got the receipt here. You know, Durkee won't like it if we're just wasting money. Just tuck the tag in. It's a goofy. Chat, that's exactly what Jam said he rolled into. What the fuck? Nigga said he about to return the shirt, tuck the tag in. He got the receipt. He taking notes. What the fuck? Yo, Vonnie, pull like this. Chat, we should have been new this chat. Dirk, what's it called? Dirk Icebox.
Dirk, I have 100,000.
It's not Dirk in Icebox. We gotta do Vaughn in Icebox.
Oh yeah, let me get it.
Yo, bruh. If you think Jam didn't feel disrespected, Jam is older than this nigga. Jam is older than this nigga by like 6 years. Like, you know how it go and niggas grow up in the same community. Niggas grow up in the same community. They know like you not even in the same classes with these niggas. You not even hanging in the same crowd. You hang with little mans in them, and you don't even hang with the active little mans. Nigga, that was me. Yo, you the nigga who wear the big book bag to school. That's me. I got the big, yo, you know you high school, you got that like, cause I'm carrying all my books. I got the big book bag. I'm walking to school. That's for sure. Yo, the bell ring, nigga. If I'm, well, we live like 5 minutes from the school, nigga. I'm home in 7 minutes, nigga. And the extra 2 minutes was me going to my locker, nigga. I got nothing going on. I'm as square as they come. Nigga, that's funny. Nigga, that's what he could tell. Like, wait, is this goofy over here passing out guns, telling us where it's going down? Oh, hell nah. Anyway, here we go. Is this all right, here we go.
So
So I'm here outside the courthouse. Not too many Free Dirk fans out here. I don't know. Maybe they was sleeping in today. No Free Dirk fans that I can see. But basically, there was a very crazy update. And what ended up happening was basically OTF Jam was back on the stand for the whole first half of the day. He ended up saying some pretty crazy comments, especially at the end. So I'm going to start at the end and work backwards. But they basically asked Jam. They said, "Why did you choose to cooperate? What was your motivation for this? Why did you turn on Lil Durk?" And he basically said, "I was mad at Lil Durk for putting me in that situation, and I'm still mad at him now." He said that Vonnie seemed like a goofy to me. I did something that I know I shouldn't have done, and the last time I did something with people that I didn't know, I did 12 years for it. I was doing this.
Yo, I think that's one of the reasons he don't really fuck with Durk and Diddy and them. Bro, didn't I tell you they put him on a drill with TTE, Lil Ted, bro? The nigga crying coming out the car. Now they got the goofy Vonnie like he in charge of the drill. He's the drill captain. How is Vonnie the drill captain, chat? Yo, chat, Vonnie's the drill captain of a drill in L.A. downtown? Nigga, it's not even like a drill in like East Bumblefuck, Idaho or Ohio or something, nigga. This is L.A. downtown. Nigga, that's like a fucking rookie telling you how he about to do a crime in front of the White House, and you like, nigga, you've never even caught a spin ticket. Get your Bruford ass one out of here, nigga. The drill captain is goddamn Vonnie.
For Durk's selfish reasons, maybe Cuz and Didi had a reason to do it. I didn't have no relationship with Von. I basically didn't know a whole bunch of these people that were sent on the hit. He basically said, I feel like Durk sent me on selfish bullshit. He said, I can't forget all the support that Durk gave me, especially when I was locked up. I can never forget that. I still got love for him. But he says, look, I know how it looks now, but I still got for him. Blood was there for me. I can't forget that, and I feel bad for telling, but at the same time, I still love him, but I don't respect him. He said that he could be killed for his testimony for cooperating, and then he also kind of pointed out a couple of things that really just motivated him, that why in this occasion did he decide to tell? He explained there were multiple reasons. He said he felt like the hit was done sloppy. It was done with people who shouldn't have been there. Obviously, he said that he thought Vonnie was a goofy, and he said there's a big difference between doing something to somebody that you don't like, but he said in this case, he felt like Lil Pab ain't have nothing to do with it. He said he felt like an innocent man got killed, and it weighed heavily on him. He wanted to get it off his chest. He said he didn't think it was guaranteed that he would get caught, but he thought about it. He thought it was hot. He said, why do we go and do this in LA with all them rich people and actors around?
Chat, didn't I just say that, bro? Chat, didn't I just say that? I think we getting into his mindset now. You got the goofy as the drill captain. You got a crash dummy mission. A nigga who tells you, yo, let's catch our op in front of the White House, or let's catch him in front of the police station. That's some shit. That's crash. Like, fuck if we come back. It's one of those where like it's a torpedo, kamikaze shit. Let's go get the nigga. Fuck it if we get caught. So everything is not going well. Got the goofy as the drill captain in LA. Nobody knows LA. It's downtown LA.
And he said that was a bad place to do a hit. So the prosecutors actually asked him, they said, look, you testified and you pled guilty for your role in the LA shooting as well as 2 other murders. You know, what are you hoping for from this? He said, well, I'm hoping for a reduction in my sentence.
Okay, so that's important to know. So, now granted, usually with these deals, they want your involvement in any murder you've ever done. We're not sure if he confessed to all the murders, but in his plea deal, and this is how we know, there are charges that reflect him committing 2 other murders other than Pab, and that's why they're lumping everything together, that after he snitches, he will get the plea that will resolve all those cases. I'm thinking he probably wants like 5 to 10 years, and that'll be that. But a part of the plea, when you're doing these pleas, you either want to tell all the murders or whatever you're going to confess to. They might throw charges up there, or they might hit you with the immunity for. You know, the immunity is the queen for the day. They'll have you write down or say whatever you've done in your life, and then they're like, okay, you're immune from this. But the fact that some of these are open cases, and the fact that there's bodies, I think they just lump those charges into his charges to make sure those things get resolved on the record.
But he made it clear there's been no promises made. He's not getting out. I'm not going to lie to you. Jam having 3 bodies, he probably shouldn't be out here walking around straight after this. But he basically said he pled guilty with the 2 other murders. And, you know, he just basically wanted to get it all off his chest. And he said it was weighing heavily on me what happened to Lil Pav, and he saw an opportunity and he took it. So it was some pretty crazy testimony. That last part when they kind of broke, you know, he said it straight out of his mouth. He said, I still got love for Dirk and I can't forget what he did for me, but he put me in a bad situation with some goofies. It was selfish and I'm not rocking with it. So that was pretty crazy, but there was a whole lot of other crazy testimony that Jam put across, and I'm going to tell you all about it in different videos. So stay tuned. I'll keep you guys updated on everything. And yeah, it's going to be a crazy day. I think he's going to be up there all day, maybe even into tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely in tomorrow, I believe. Definitely tomorrow. Here we go.
So we just got some crazy new information about how it went down when Jam got arrested and decided to start cooperating with the FBI. So apparently he was arrested in 2023 for something completely unrelated. He was pulled over in a car that apparently had a gun in it while he was still on parole from that attempted murder case that he just got out after serving 12 years on. And he basically said that at that point he decided to talk to the FBI. He wanted to get it off of his chest. The Lil Pav murder was weighing on him. He felt like Pav was an innocent man and that he'd been sent on a dummy mission with some goofies by Dirk for selfish reasons. And he said he saw an opportunity to get out of the situation. What was very interesting is when he got arrested, he basically wrote a handwritten note to the FBI. So what he claimed is that he said that he was allowed to make a phone call. He said the official phone wasn't there, or it wasn't working. So they said, look, we'll let you make a supervised recorded call on your cell phone, but like, that's what we're going to have to do. We'll allow you that. So he made a call, and then he told the cops, hey, can I have a bit of paper to write down a phone number? They said, sure, but he didn't write down a phone number. He wrote down a handwritten note which said this exactly. It just said, I know about murders. I don't want to talk on camera. I know a lot. So he gave that handwritten note to an arresting officer. That basically was then, you know, worked its way up the chain to the FBI, and the prosecutors asked him, they said, why didn't you want to be on camera? Obviously, this is going to be a big controversial thing when it comes to Brian Steele. Obviously, he was absolutely clapping back. I believe it was yesterday, talking about...
That is kind of crazy. Now, damn. The nigga caught a gun charge, bro. He caught a gun charge, but, bro, he just couldn't take it no more, man. He caught a gun charge and gave up bodies. Holy shit.
Why weren't all of these interviews recorded? You spoke to Jam 30, 40 times. You barely recorded any of those interviews. Well, this is kind of a slap in the face to Brian Steele, because Jam said specifically, I don't want to be on no camera. And they said, why didn't you want to be on no camera? Now, this is crazy, all right? He said, well, I didn't want to be on camera because a lot of people have been getting exposed on their body cams doing embarrassing shit. You know, they be getting exposed on social media for telling on the body cam, snitching, crying, which is obviously a reference to a very infamous Chicago video where, you know, one of the shorties from over there was kind of apparently caught on a case and he was balling out.
TTE, Lil Ted, nigga, him and Lil Ted supposedly did stuff together too.
Crying to the cops, and there's been a lot of rumors about whether that case was connected to the Jam case, whether that kid that was crying in the body cam footage might have had a dirty gun that Jam had used in a different murder. So Jam made direct reference to that. As I would have said in my previous video, Jam made it clear. He said, look, he was mad at Lil Durk for putting him in that situation. Even though Durk did a lot for him, he basically said he's still mad at him. He put me in a situation with goofies. He didn't trust Bonnie. He didn't know why he'd been put in that situation with him. And basically, that's why he decided to make that decision and speak to the FBI. Who knows what sort of time he's going to get? I mean, allegedly, not even allegedly, he has admitted to 3 murders. And, you know, allegedly there's more. So he definitely getting some serious years. I can't imagine them just letting him go. But they made it very clear. He's not been offered a deal. They've not promised him no time. He's not getting out of everything. He basically is leaving it in God's hands and cooperating. And he didn't say, I cooperated to get out of time. He said, I felt bad about this. It was weighing on my heart, and Pav was an innocent man.
I mean, he essentially agreed to a deal. The thing with the deal is you don't know what's your end of the deal. The deal is that you cooperate. The deal is that you're the bitch for the government. The deal is that you plead guilty to all crimes. And by the way, no, there's 100% deal. That's going to be what's called a proffer. So the proffer is usually what they also call queen for a day. When they sit down and depose him, the mere fact that he's bringing up a murder that's not included in this case, that's the deal. The deal is that in admitting that crime, it could never be prosecuted. Now you could say there's double jeopardy because he's already pleading guilty, but I guarantee there's other acts he's admitted on the proffer that they haven't even put into charges. But it'll just kind of look like an immunity. It'll kind of look like an immunity of sorts. So he has a deal. It's just that the prosecutor can't give you a deal of sentencing, right? The deal of sentencing is you'll get a 5K1 letter, which that's the deal. You do your job and you tell on the niggas you need to tell on, you'll get a 5K1 letter. From there, that's the judge. It's only the judge that could give you time.
So we just got some crazy new information about how it went down when Jam got arrested and decided to start cooperating with the FBI. So
okay. Got some more videos. Holy.
all the Dirk fans have been saying there's no evidence, no one was ever paid, there's nothing, but it turns out apparently Dirk might have actually finessed all of the hitmen, allegedly, out of any money. So we heard yesterday that there was a conversation in a studio.
Now, I don't think Dirk finessed him. You know, I'm starting to think, bro, I'm going to keep it a bean with you, bro. Listen, I'm going to say some shit. Again, I got the free Dirk t-shirt. You know, I love Dirk. But it's not even a Dirk thing. It's just one of them. Yo, Dirk power over these dirty-ass niggas is that they're fucking broke. Them type of niggas you give breadcrumbs to. You never give the whole loaf of bread. Remember that. You give breadcrumbs to. You never give them the whole loaf of bread. You know why you give them breadcrumbs? Because them niggas is go to the fucking mall and spend it and blow it, and then be right back up onto you willing to do any and everything to get a little bit more breadcrumbs. He ain't giving none of these dirty-ass niggas no $500,000, no $1 million. You think a nigga's gonna get $1 million and still doing bruh, them niggas not gonna move their family out to the rack. Fuck out of here. I think that 10,000, you got 10, listen, that's not in the music industry. You don't get paid to be in a music video, bro. He got that 10 bands, that's your payment, gang. I think Dirk was probably on some shit like, nigga, I'm gonna throw you some breadcrumbs through the music and shit like that where I can hide it, but nigga, that $500,000 y'all was talking about, first of all, Dirk never agreed to no $500,000. Bro, Pooh Shiesty gave his shooters $5,000. You think Dirk was giving these dirty niggas like, yo, Dirk is not giving these dirty, yo, a dirty nigga like OTF Jam nigga? You think he giving him $500,000, bro? You know what he was gonna do? All right, let's say even give that nigga $100K. Here's 10 here. I bet we go to Miami. Yo, here's 5 here. We about to go to the club. I bet. Yo, I sent you 2,500. Your baby mama complain. Nigga, you gonna get that over time, gang. You getting that shit over time. That's why he said, I'm gonna, like, you good for life. Like, nigga, I'm not giving you one lump sum of $500,000. Come on, bro. Nigga, them niggas went and go kill Stephon Mack. Dirk brought $1 million and put it on the table, nigga, for $1 million worth of game. They thought they was getting $90,000, bro. They left with $20,000, allegedly. The nigga had $1 million on the table. He could have easily paid y'all niggas off. Yo, here's that 90, man. Yo, pay you another nigga. Get the fuck on out of here, nigga. Get that nigga 20. Yo, these shooters are delusional. Ain't nobody giving you $1 million. You gonna end up looking like the dummy. Look. Dirk $1 million worth of game. When you look in this video chat, you gotta look at the podcast. Let me play the podcast. When you play this podcast chat, all these niggas in Shiesty behind them, no disrespect to them. Half of these dirty niggas, bro, these niggas don't got nothing but the lint in their pocket, bro. No disrespect to them, bro. Don't try to kill me. Dirk not here no more. Please don't do it. Nigga, I ain't gonna lie to you. And again, I got my free Dirk t-shirt. So this is my shield. And I just paid $1,000 for free Dirk t-shirts for the niggas outside the courtroom. I got y'all. But I gotta be honest. The difference with Dirk and Von would have passed this bitch out to every nigga in here. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's the difference with Dirk and Von. Yo, that nigga Dirk brought $1 million, let them all look at it, and get him nigga 20 bands and said, nigga, it's time to get up on out of here, nigga. Like, it's time to get up on out of here. Like, yo, India. It's time to get up on out of here. Let's go. It's time to go, nigga. Nigga, that's why, everybody keep blaming King Von. But nigga, King Von was a shooter who lucked up and got rich, nigga. He's still moving like a shooter. That's why he just handing money out. Like, King Von was the exact opposite. The nigga brought his money to the hood. Most niggas get the money and leave the hood. Like, put it like this. Yo, Dirk brought the $1 million to the hood nigga and gave him 20 bands, bro. All right, something. I'm out of here, man. I'm gonna catch you niggas later. Yo, I'm gonna catch you niggas at the show, bro. I'm out of here, man. I'm out of here. Yo, Von would have had a video where he's icing niggas out, paying for everything for everybody. And to a certain extent, I'm gonna keep it a beam. That's why I think that when niggas, I'm not saying Dirk was imitating Von. If you gonna go down that type of route of wanting to kill us with you, you gotta be on some Von shit. It just is what it is. Yo, them niggas is looking at that $1 million, bro. $1 million is here chilling, nigga. Podcast and yo, security, come get this money real quick. Yo, put it back in the Brinks truck. All right, yo, I'm gonna catch y'all niggas later. Yo, let's take a picture. Let's take that Tay-Town picture real quick. Yo, get the money off the table, nigga. Like the fuck, let's go. All right. Yo, yeah, oh yeah.
Where Dirk basically said to.
Yo, I just want to say this one last thing. I know some people not gonna like it. If you are a potential murderer and you think somebody gonna pay you $500,000, man, you are delusional. You know what I was thinking? Nick, Dirk probably look at it, nigga, I'm gonna back you just like I back Von, nigga. Nigga, that's your payoff, nigga, a career. But give you $500,000 cash, you must be smoking crack.
To a bunch of alleged OTF members, like, look, anybody that kills Quando or Lil Tim.
And you know why? The reason why you don't get him a $500,000, chat, my bad, I know I'm ranting a little bit. The reason why you don't give him $500,000 is for the exact reason of what happened with even in the Gucci situation, right? Niggas start flexing online with the jewelry they took from Gucci. Imagine if Shiesty had gave these niggas $100K a piece. Nigga, there would have been money phones out the ass. Money phones, I'm sleeping on the money, my mind's on the money, money on my mind. Oh, can't fit no more in my pockets, got money on their head. Bro, these niggas is goofs. If Lil Durk had gave these niggas $500K, trust me, nigga, you would have seen that on the gram. These niggas would have been acting like they're Elon Musk, nigga. You know how niggas are, bro. Niggas flex their baby mama's rent money. Nigga, what do you think they're going to do with $500,000 after they kill somebody? Nigga, they would have just alerted the feds. How the hell this nigga is flexing $500K? He's never had a job.
You're gonna be straight. And somebody said, are we talking like half a ticket or $1 million? And Dirk just said, hey, you're gonna be straight. You ain't gonna have to worry about nothing. So basically, apparently all these hitters that got involved in this hit went and did their thing. It sounds like nobody ever got paid. OTF Jam said he never got paid anything by Dirk, even though he was definitely expecting something. As far as the murder, he says he was never paid anything. But what is interesting is that he said, all right, because Brian Steele was licking his lips thinking, oh, he didn't get paid, this is going to be lit. But then the feds basically said, but you were expecting something, right? Because that conversation in the studio, people talking about meal tickets and Dirk saying you ain't going to have to worry about nothing. He was like, yeah. And then they said, Jam basically said, look, I was never a rapper. I'd never dropped a verse in my life. And then within a few months of the murder, I was recording my first song, The Federal Freestyle. I got paid $10K for that, and it was on the OTF Loyal Bros album, okay? I think it was Loyal Bros 2. Obviously, I've said before that this album is like the ultimate self-snitching album. It's basically got back-to-back confessions. Booney Mo got a song on there called They Know That We Did It, all right? So that's what was going on, okay? He got his 10K, but apparently everyone was getting finessed. Apparently, two of the other shooters that were there, they were basically on Vonnie's ass talking about when we're going to get paid at the In-N-Out. And apparently, Vonnie gave him the slip. He basically put him on the phone with Dirk and said, basically, they was asking, yo, Vonnie, are you going to straighten out the money? They got Dirk on a FaceTime, and he said, I got them. They're going to be straight. And then they left. So I don't know if Dirk ever paid him.
See, that's another thing, too. Imagine how, hey, listen, chat. You ever felt finessed by a goofy? So the two shooters, they stay around. They keep hitting Vonnie because now Dirk definitely don't want to talk to them, right? Dirk is like playing the silent game. Don't call my phone, nigga. Do not call my phone. You just murdered somebody. Don't call my phone. So now you got to talk to the goofy. Chat. When you feel finessed by a goofy, it hurts 20 times more. Vonnie keeps telling him, nah, man, no, we got you, bro, trust, it's hot right now, he got you, nigga, like, he got you, yo, listen, I haven't even been around Smirk like that, chill, like, he got you, nigga, yo, Vonnie, what's good with this, yo, trust me, he gonna sort it out, then, you know, the ultimate one, I bet, I'm gonna call him right now, look, he gonna tell you, yo, Smirk, nigga, I'm with the killer right here, like, yo, he just wanna know what's popping, whatever, you know what Dirk told that nigga, nah, tell me good, yo, I got him. That make the killer feel a little bit better. All right, better. Okay, cool. All right. Now he get on Vonnie's ass. Eventually, he don't get paid at all. He start thinking, man, I let this nigga Vonnie spin me like a gig, nigga. The fuck? You got finessed by a goofy.
Anything after that, it sounds like Dirk might have inferred that people was going to get $500,000 to $1 million for killing Quando, and then basically he just didn't give nobody nothing afterwards. Maybe he thought that was going to be slick, and like, oh, if I promise hitmen something and don't pay them, then are they going to be able to get me? I'm not sure that's really going to fly, but I'm sure if anybody is going to make that point well, it's going to be Brian Steele. But that was pretty interesting. I'm not going to lie, Jam getting 10K to appear on that project definitely was interesting. I thought they were going to play the Federal Freestyle. They didn't play it. They just showed it. They showed the cover art for Loyal Bros 2. And I ain't going to lie, the Loyal Bros 2 cover art was looking sus too. It's just 5 hooded, masked individuals. And you thinking, wait a minute, isn't that exactly what was sent to go and kill Lil Pab? So that wasn't really a great look either. I'm not sure if too many people picked up on that. But yeah, you know, this whole thing of the hitmen being paid, and obviously it wasn't mentioned, but even there was a lyric that was shown earlier. You know, Brian Steele lied and said it was Quando when it wasn't. It was another Savannah rapper. But that song where they said, oh, shout out Lil Tim, I mean King Tim, it wasn't Quando. Brian was wrong. But what they didn't draw attention to is elsewhere. He basically said, oh, I heard there's a meal ticket. And obviously the rumor was it was going around pretty much within weeks of Von's death that there was $1 million bounty on Quando's head. So arguably that's been proven to be true, but not many people have pointed that out yet. But anyway, that's my opinion. I'll be back with some more updates for you guys soon.
The funny thing about these niggas being hitman for hire, they don't realize 80% of the time the hitman don't get paid. This is why there's no successful Yelp reviews on hitmen, okay? You're a fucking hitman, okay? Here's rule of thumb. If we think the police onto you, nigga, you ain't getting no transaction from my bank account to yours. You ain't getting no meeting, nigga. You better be able to wait maybe 24 months before you could collect. Secondly, nigga, you don't got to get paid if you're not alive. There's a lot of reasons why the hitman, I've never seen a hitman like, yeah, I got paid in full. Yeah, I got the front end and the back end. Yeah, I got it. Nah, nigga. Half of this is the reason why the nigga is paying you is because he don't want to get caught. So after you do the crime, he's kind of looking at it like, is this dumb, stupid nigga who agreed to do a murder for money, is he going to get caught? Now, if he gets caught, I can't have no association with this bitch ass nigga. He got to go down for my crime. That's how it goes. You know, niggas hire a hitman for the hitman to basically go to jail for him. So that's why the Dirk wasn't focused on the payment. Nigga, he was focusing on not talking to y'all ass in case he got charged with your stupid ass. Yo, nigga, don't put me in no fucking three-way with that nigga. Call me on a separate phone and then put both FaceTimes together, nigga. I'll talk to the other phone. Yo, why this nigga Jam call me? Yo, Booty Mo, call that nigga. Tell him to stop calling me, man. Yo, can I talk to Smirk? We gonna pull up on Smirk? We gonna hit the studio? Studio? Man, holla at Vonnie, man.
So a lot of the Dirk fans have been saying there's no evidence, no one was...
Here we go.
Oh my gosh, so I just heard something crazy in the courthouse about Dirk. So Jam, he's on the stand, he's going crazy up there. When Dirk allegedly was on FaceTime with him before the hit, Dirk told Jam, hey, go crazy. Well, I guess he wasn't expecting him to go this crazy, but allegedly, Jam was pissed off about what was going on, you know, with the hit. He felt like Pab was an innocent man. He felt like he had been sent on a dummy crash-out mission. He didn't know Von like that. He wasn't part of the beef. He was frustrated, and he felt, you know, low-key pissed off with Dirk that he had sent him on the hit. He actually allegedly FaceTimed Dirk to confront him about this, and he said that Dirk answered, and he was at his crib with OTF C3, all right, and he said, I asked Blood. He said, I said to Dirk, like, out of 1 million people you could have sent on this mission, he said, I just did 12 years. Why do you have to send me on that dummy mission with a bunch of people I didn't know? And apparently Dirk cut Jam off. He didn't even let him finish. And apparently Dirk just responded with,
Man, you on some police shit. That's a street nigga favorite way of dodging accountability. Man, you on some police shit right now. Man, you on some police shit. That's a legit question. Why did you send me on a dummy mission with the JV team to go murder someone in one of the most known cities in the hottest area on the planet? Why would you send me and bro, you on some police shit right now. I don't know what you talking about. You on some police shit. Click.
with a smile, he said, I love you, Jam. He said, y'all didn't hit Quando, but you hit Pab. Pab counts. He was on the internet saying he was smoking on Von. And he can't say that no more. And he was just smiling. He said Pab had been disrespectful about Von's death and that basically it counts. That's apparently what he said. And Dirk was smiling at him on FaceTime while that was going on. And what's crazy is Pab later said the reason why he told is because he felt like this whole thing was weighing on his conscience. They killed an innocent man. Pab ain't have nothing to do with nothing, but Lil Durk allegedly didn't see it that way. Now look, if you've seen the long 4-hour documentary I did probably like 2-3 years ago now, I've known about this case for a very long time. I did a documentary called Demon Slayers, all about King Von and Lil Tim and all of the things that have been going down in Savannah, Georgia before this happened. If you've seen that, you'll know that no disrespect to Lil Pab or his family, but you know, he was on a Clubhouse call with OTF members dissing them. He put up a few tweets that were kind of making fun of King Von.
Oh, y'all remember this? What the fuck? What's happening? Oh. Lil Pab. Yeah, Lil Pab was on Clubhouse with some. Here we go. And he was trolling OTF a bit.
Man, you always telling about somebody your motherfucking boy. He
That
was
my
JOG, so he ain't your motherfucking boy.
That's
that's my man.
Okay, so they got Varney up there. You know, Varney's OTF. He's on the OTF side.
Quan, I thought you just said if a nigga ain't NBA 1600.
Man, cuz.
So they trolling OTF by letting Varney come up, and basically, you know, Pop is like, man, who the fuck is this nigga? And he's like, I thought if it's not these niggas, it's not your nigga. He's like, man, let him up here, man.
Hey, I know we are.
Yeah, let's play a game. Who said that? Who said Sean? Sing it.
I wanna tell the world about.
Entrepreneur.
They start playing music.
Cause y'all.
No.
Baby, you
What's
said.
the word, 6-0?
All right, Varney starts speaking now.
That green. My mic tripping.
He said, these bitches are annoying. He says, "What's the word 6-0?" Apparently, Quando was a 60 Crip.
I just be cool and hut, so you know what's going on. Just be laid back, cool. We gonna link real soon though.
For sure.
Now, this happened a few times where, like, you would see two people. It happened in Jacksonville a lot on Clubhouse, where Jacksonville rival rappers happened with Fulio's niggas and what's the name niggas? Young and Ace niggas. They would be on there just arguing though.
On this shit, cause there ain't nothing to do.
Lord.
The mall closed.
Niggas done been on fucking Clubhouse all fucking.
Hey, we gotta bring the gang up.
Hey,
man.
that nigga
Bring
love
Chris
Bernie.
Bench up.
That nigga
Yeah,
love
give me a
Bernie.
bean,
Got a
Nick.
missing teeth though.
Yeah, I got shot in my mouth.
Bob, what you say, Bob? Swear to God.
Yeah, I do. I got shot in my mouth.
Hey,
You did? You got what?
I got shot
that
in my
nigga
mouth.
hit a, that nigga, he don't even need a
Damn.
He don't even need a bill Clubhouse talking reckless. He already
My
got
nigga-
his lesson.
Man, chill, bro.
You see, that was Pop. That's Pop trolling Varney.
Sent the message.
Damn, look like a nigga son your ass one back.
No, I just sent him out.
I'm saying though, I wish that nigga ain't missed your mouth.
Yeah, he shouldn't have. That's what cost.
That nigga shit fucked up.
Hey, dope.
Hey, one thing about us though, we don't do no missing.
Smell like
I ain't gonna lie, man. Dirk must have heard this shit. You had Quando in here. One thing about us, we don't do no missing. This was 2021. Starting from here, OTF done sent 100 shots at Quando after this fucking clubhouse shit, bro. I ain't gonna cap with you, bro.
Hey, shit, boy.
We don't,
shit fucked up.
we don't do no
Hey,
mixing.
you look like shit.
Who, me?
No, your sidekick.
Oh, actually, never mind. This is after they shot up his show. Damn, why was Quando talking like that? This is after they shot up the gas station where his show was at.
To say I am the shit, boy. You know me.
They shot up Blackshear in this was December 6th, 2021. They shot up Blackshear, Georgia in May 3rd. So a couple months before, nigga, they was sending shots at and Quando couldn't do no shows.
Hey, love Bernie.
What's the word, 6-0?
Shit, I'm about to go to my partner house, and after that, I'm gonna go to my other partner house. After that, I'm gonna call my other partner, and then my other partner and shit like that. You know, all us can still pick up the phone.
You petty as hell.
You know how that go.
Oh, he trolling Vaughn right there.
I know how a lot of shit go.
Anybody else getting crazy?
Hey, don't bring a
again?
nigga. Hey, don't bring a nigga some Russian cream backwoods, man.
You need some Russian creams, hood.
Somebody just
roll
rolling like
some
y'all
Russian creams
fanned
over
out.
Hey, I just roll me up. I'm like, damn, my bang on. These bitches don't want it.
Yeah, it's that
Same song.
And that's the fact them niggas mad because the main
gone. And that's the fact these niggas mad because they main's gone.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think we realized that Dirk was given so much belt that we feel bad for Lil Pop, but Lil Pop was talking like he was like that. Like, I hate to say it. Nah, there was trolling. Yo, Dirk looked so much like the demon now. Like, he looks so much like he's a bully, this and third, because, of course, he got all the charges in court. But, nigga, they was talking hot to them niggas like, yo, we got your mans is dead. Aha.
I this bitch and spray this bitch without no aim on. I'd rather roll the oppa purple, baby, smoke like Zaza.
Damn, love Bernie, y'all can't stop the rain.
Oh, shit.
Now we gotta be honest though. You know what came from that? Nigga, Dirk applied so much belt that flags got dropped, man. I ain't gonna lie. There was a lot of laughing on that clubhouse still. There was a lot of laughing on that clubhouse. I forgot that Quando was trolling because once Quando got on his shit like, man, big bro, I'm dropping my flag, big bro. I forgot that he was kind of with the bullshit too. Y'all remember this? This was when like he couldn't do shows. Like he was popping it. Look.
Show, dog.
Look.
Hey, y'all boys come cancel the show, dog. Hey, y'all boys come right here. Man, no bitch ass nigga need to stop posting so we can do a show. Fuck that bitch ass. Come out that whole ass police shit, cuz. For real, nigga, we ain't fucking no smoke. Man, that shit got me blown, cuz. On the crump, cuz.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie, man. All I'm gonna say is that I think we look at Dirk in a different league at this point, man. I think we thought Dirk was like doing some bullshit. I think we thought Dirk was just doing some bullshit. I think Dirk wanted Tommy.
Oh shit, no. Man, I'm Lamar around this motherfucker, nigga.
Hey,
look at you sounding like the Mr. Temptation.
Well, I'm telling you,
Crazy
boy.
ass motherfucker.
Boy, this the biggest mob in America, boy.
33rd baby mom.
Nah, that's crazy. Anyway.
And he was standing on business with the Rolling 60s in Savannah, Georgia. He had his own RICO case that he was going to be facing. If Pab was still alive, he might have been facing these RICO charges to do with a car theft ring. That's no disrespect. That's not to say that he deserved it. He wasn't there when Von got killed. And this didn't sit right with Jam. Apparently, basically, Jam kind of thought, like, this isn't what I called about. He was surprised that Dirk was talking so hot on that phone. He said, I called to ask why he put me in a situation with goofy dudes that I didn't know. And then he just starts talking about, yeah, I love you. Like, you didn't hit Quando, you hit Pab, it counts. He was on the internet saying...
Yeah, that's another thing, too. Apparently, Dirk Dirk started berating these niggas a bit, like, yo, man, y'all stop calling my phone on some bullshit. Y'all ain't even hit the nigga I wanted, nigga. Didn't he have a song? He said, I want the one that I paid for, nigga. That's like Dirk started popping it at his guys. Yeah. Which song was that again, chat? What's the song? Was it Rumors? Yeah, it's Rumors. Yeah. Dirk Rumors lyrics. No, it's not this song. What the fuck? Is it Rumors? It is Rumors, right? Wait, why can't I find it? Oh no, it's the one with Gucci Man. My bad. Dirk Gucci Rumors. Yeah, Dirk Gucci Rumors, or Gucci Rumors featuring Dirk. Them niggas get on your ass. Let's see. Them niggas get on y'all ass. Y'all play with me like I ain't worse. Trying to gossip up to these blogs like y'all ain't say my name first. He a junkie. He ain't shot his gun yet. He blaming perks. Shot a video and had a shootout in the same shirt. What you know about popping out and they trying to hit their face first. They like smirk your ass be tripping. Better put your case first. Choking who? Now you talking about Reese now. I heard them rumors. Nigga better play slow. I don't want the nigga who you caught. Nigga, I want the one that I paid for. So yeah, Dirk was popping it. Nigga, the fuck? Dirk was popping it. Remember, they shot at Quando. Well, actually, I'm gonna be honest though. That was before Pop died though. That was before Pop died. But this was his demeanor though. So again, I don't want to confuse timelines because it said the release date of the song was January 2022. Pop ain't died till like August. Pop died in like August. Feel me? 2022. But he dropped this song and you heard what he was saying. Yo, nigga, I don't want the one you caught, nigga. I want the one I paid for. So you can imagine Jam calling him like, yo, bro, why you send me on this hit with these Brufers, nigga? Like, what's up? First of all, Dirk is probably like, yo, this killer just called me on his hot ass phone. Yo, I love you, brother. I love you, man. I'm gonna talk to you later. Click.
And he smoked. So he was just like, what the hell? Like, I didn't understand. He said, I wasn't close enough to Flocka to be doing that with him. He sent me out there with goofies that I didn't know. He said,
Flocka is the other dude. So we got,
just wasn't feeling it. He said that he basically kind of just went along with it. He said, yeah, he agreed with what Dirk said about Pab and got off the phone. And that was it. And he said, I didn't get no payment for this. I just thought, what the hell? Like, this is just nonsense. So yeah, I think Lil Durk was obviously happy about what went down, but the way Pab saw it, he'd been wrong.
So that's all I was saying. Remember I say he didn't really know these niggas? So when he's saying, remember he trying to bring Malcolm or whatever that nigga name is. So Jam was supposed to bring a nigga with him. He tried to bring like a nigga that was his cousin. The nigga say he don't got no ID. So they told him, nigga, bring somebody, nigga. Like, yo, bring somebody from around the way. He bring Keith Jones. That's Flocka. By the way, Flocka is snitching, nigga. Like, Flocka's snitching too. But I guess this is what Jam is saying. Nigga, if y'all told me I'm coming to Beverly Hills to go murder somebody, I'm not bringing this guy. I'm thinking we're just going to LA, we mobbing. Like, I ain't think you're calling me for a murder. He claims, even though you could say he's probably lying, he claims he only knows that he's there to kill somebody when Duty Low tells him when he's already in LA. And I guess this goes to his point of saying, I wouldn't have brought Flocka. And now Flocka is a government witness too.
Roped into killing an innocent man, and obviously he didn't even know he was there to kill Quando until he'd arrived in California. So he said that he no longer respects Dirk. Oh my gosh, so I just...
Okay. We got one more update, then we're going to City Nash.
All right, so I just see Kanye for the first time. I just see Ye in the courthouse, okay? And basically, it was pretty crazy to see Ye in the flesh. He kind of walked in late. He wasn't there for the very start, but it seems like they low-key be treating the celebrities like VIPs in court, because Machine Gun Kelly was able to cut past all of the media a couple of days ago. Ye managed to get in, even though there was a giant line and he was late. You know what I'm saying? They was making it work for Ye. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. Ye stared me down. He looked over to me and just stared me down for an extended period. He looked at me for longer than Dirk did when Dirk stared me down. I'm not going to lie. I was a little bit like, I'm really in the courthouse getting pressed and intimidated by Kanye West right now. This is straight mind games, okay? Now, what was interesting is he looked down for a lot of the testimony. OTF Jam was literally on the stand. We got Dirk, Jam, Ye, me, all in the same room at the same time. It was surreal. Now, one thing I will say, and I'm going to criticize Ye for this, okay? Every time the jury enters and leaves the room, you have to stand. You have to rise for the jury and the judge. When the judge comes in on his own, you have to rise for the judge. And the judge made it very clear that the jury is actually above him when it comes to justice. It's the jury that are making the decision. So the judge, as well as everybody else, rises for the jury to show respect for the importance of the jury's role. You know who didn't rise for the jury? Kanye West. He didn't rise for the jury. He wasn't respecting the jury. He wasn't respecting the justice process. And I'll be honest, I don't respect that. I thought that was very disrespectful. I thought that was just not proper.
I love you, Trap, but anybody give a damn about that, man. Shout out to Big Ye in the building, man. Ye show up to the building, it's Ye, nigga. I'm sorry to tell you. That's Ye. I'm sorry. Yo, I fuck with you, Trap, but that's Ye, nigga. That's Ye.
And I don't really like how these celebrities are getting this VIP treatment, but then they're not respecting the jury. This is supposed to be a free society, free press, free speech, but you're supposed to respect the jury. You're supposed to respect the judge. Ye wasn't really respecting any of what goes on. Obviously, he sees himself as a god, right? But at the end of the day, this case is in God's hands and it's in the jury's hands. So we're going to find out what happens. No disrespect. But I personally thought that Ye not rising for the jury was disrespectful and it didn't respect the justice process. As much as everybody wants to say free Dirk, it's in the jury's hands and it's up to the jury to decide whether or not they believe beyond a reasonable doubt that Dirk did this based on the evidence that's presented to them fair and square. So, yeah, I would suggest that everybody in the courtroom respect the jury. There's no indication that they're biased. There's a very diverse jury, all right? I'm not going to comment too much on the jury, but, there's all this talk about, are there any black jurors? There are black jurors. There's jurors from all different races. I don't know nationalities. I've not spoken to any of them, and I don't plan to. But anyway, it looks like there's something going on in these streets now. There's some crazy ambulance pulling up. But I will see you guys next video.
Okay. Seti Nash got a bunch of updates. Here we go. Seti Nash. All right, Seti popping out.
To go viral, bro. This shit about to go viral. So you got Jim, who basically told the whole entire thing. They basically got away with it, bro. They literally basically got away with it. Jim got pulled over, had a gun on him, and basically wrote a note. The note literally reads, I know about murders. I don't want to talk on camera. I know a lot. Then we ended.
Did they really get away with it, though? It felt like the feds kind of knew. It's just that they needed people to flip, like, for sure. And we don't know if Jam is the first person to flip.
Before lunch with the damn lawyer saying, do you still got love for Lil Durk? He gonna say, yeah, I love Lil Durk. But, what Lil Durk did was selfish. What Lil Durk did was basically put me in a situation with people I don't know. With cats I don't even know. When we went and slid for Vaughn, I didn't even know Vaughn. If it had been like Booney Mo, then it wouldn't have been no problem and all that. And then he said he had no reason to do this. And he said he still got love for Durk. He was there for me. And I feel bad, and I know he hate me, but I still got love for Durk. Bruh, how you love me and all that shit, but you just trying to throw me up under there. And here's what's crazy. He said he feels bad for sliding on Quando Rondo and all them, but it's some more shit to get into. To go viral, bro. This shit about to go viral. So you got Jim, who basically told the whole entire thing. They basically got away with it, bro. They literally basically got away with it. Jim got pulled over, had a gun on him, and basically wrote a note. The note literally.
Okay.
Money Duke and goddamn Lil Durk get into it about them not sliding for Vaughn. And Money Duke basically like, man, y'all ain't sliding for Vaughn. Y'all ain't did shit for Vaughn. All of this shit. And then Money Duke basically was talking hella shit. And he got on group chat, texted everybody talking hella shit. So,
popping up on my shit right now.
Shout out. So anyways, goddamn Money Duke and them, they get on group chat with DD and what's cuz name? With DD and Jam and Durk, and they all talking shit. And Jam like, nigga, we gonna go to war with the audience. Fuck them. Nigga, hey, bro, y'all ain't slide for Vaughn. The Money Duke like, nigga, y'all didn't slide for Vaughn. Y'all didn't do shit for Vaughn, bro. So, nigga, fuck y'all. And so it just go off like that, bro. So you mean to tell me O-Block and Lamron was basically gonna go to war for not sliding for Vaughn, bro. Crazy shit. Keeps tuning in. I'm about to update the shit out y'all.
Here we go.
We found out that Braids, the Braids motherfucker, he lied in his testimony. I done pieced the shit out of him if I'm Brian Steele, because Braids lied about the cameras and said that, hey, bro, we didn't have cameras and all this shit. No, literally, they could have audio recorded it because Jam the one who said no video cameras. That's the reason why. So if you was such a head honcho and all this shit, how you didn't read the note about the person who said, I...
No, this is, I think Seti Nash is wrong here. I'm going to tell you why. The 30 times was not with detectives. The 30 times, the majority of times, was with the AUSA. The way how cases work, the detective or the agent starts the investigation, gathers probable cause. In this situation, a U.S. attorney, because it's feds, they have to sign off on it. But once it's there, it's in the feds' hand. The feds always have to be prepared to go to trial. That's why they sign off on cases. The state, they got to take any case, even if it's bullshit. The feds pick their cases. So after they pick their cases, they're gonna work. Yo, come meet with us. They're not detectives. They're lawyers. Okay? They're lawyers. So the 30 meetings is a mix between FBI agents and AUSA. The AUSA also is gonna have mock crosses where they're gonna simulate them being in the courtroom. That's what that is. It doesn't even make sense for them to meet with a detective 30 times. The detective got the story already. The detective wrote it up already. They met with the AUSAs, the lawyers, okay? Probably more than 20. It's the same thing with Cassie. Cassie didn't meet with a detective. You know, they said Cassie met like 20 times. She didn't meet 20 times with a detective. She met 20 times with Maureen Comey. She was up in that, just like 6ix9ine. After 6ix9ine shit goes through, he's meeting with when he decided to testify, he said he slept in the prosecutor's office, not detective's office. You are working with their lawyers to prepare for their case. That's it. Okay? So while preparing for their case, they're not going to record that. So that's where I think Seti Nash has it wrong. Now, you have to note that you met with the person. It has to be noted. In discovery, you have to say, we met with this witness that we plan to call this amount of times. But as long as they don't use a quote that emanates from one of those times that there's no recorded or documentation, there isn't procedurally, they're not doing nothing wrong. Now, could you bring it up in trial and say, yo, Cassie met with the lawyer 20 times. This person met with the prosecutor 20 times. But yeah, that's the thing. It's not, I think Seti is having the misunderstanding that Jam met with the detectives or the FBI agent 20 times. No. He probably met with them like 3 times. They already got the story. They passed it on to the U.S. attorney. The U.S. attorney's now working on a case. The U.S. attorney is also going to work on an indictment. So that's why they're going to be like, yo, we need you to come meet. Those are not going to be recorded.
Hey, bro, I'm finna come snitch. Just don't bring no video. If he would have said, bro, hey, man, I'm not going to snitch if y'all bring cameras, that's one thing. But he said they didn't bring them for a whole entire different reason. Say to him, we got way more coming out because, man, this shit is crazy. They talking about, hey, bro, Lil Durk was buying hot cars for everybody, but there's a bombshell that happened, too. They say, Jam say, niggas didn't get paid for sliding for Vaughn. For sliding for Vaughn outside of L.A. So they really destroying the murder for hire part because they basically come out and say,
that's not true again. Love you said it, but it's not true. You don't have to pay the person for it to be murder for hire. It needs to be a verbal, it needs to be a contract. The payment does not have to be delivered. There doesn't even have to be an attempt to pay. If I tell you commit this crime for $1 zillion, I don't even have to have the money. As long as the reason why you're doing the crime is understood between me and you that you're doing it for the hopes of compensation, that's murder for hire. You do not got to get paid. Okay? So I need you guys to understand as we cover this trial. Payment is not a requirement for a conviction. Murder for hire is basically a conspiracy charge. And when you're proving conspiracy, you always got to prove that there is an agreement. So the agreement of compensation. And compensation doesn't only have to be money. I know it says murder for hire, but promising career advancements, promising, oh, you know what, you could further along these other endeavors. That's still murder for hire. If the incentive to do murder is associated with any type of compensation. Yo, if you kill this nigga, I'll give you my old car. That's murder for hire. Yo, if you kill this nigga, I'll sign you to my record deal or my record label. That's murder for hire. If you kill this nigga, I'll give you $1 million. And I don't have $1 million. Murder for hire, still. The murder for hire, the first thing is the murder. The second thing, the murder is undisputable. At least in this case. The second thing is the agreement, the conspiracy part. And then the rest of it is the follow through. In the feds, if someone dies, there is no wiggle room. You either beat the case or you get automatic life. If someone gets shot with the use of a deadly weapon, you get at least 25 or 20, I think. If you try to go kill the person and you agreed to do the murder for hire, and even if you didn't harm a hair on their head, you get 10. So if the person is not harmed, 10. The person gets harmed but doesn't die, it's like, I think it's either 15 or 20. And if you use a deadly weapon, it's 25. That's all if the person don't die. So murder for hire, the only way you don't get life is if the person you were hired to kill didn't die. Now, you might be like, well, there's a technicality. They were hired to kill Quando. Well, anyone who dies in the commission of a murder for hire. That's how it's looked at. So in this case, there is no wiggle room. And I just, obviously Brian Steele and, what's his name? Drew Fillin's going to fight this idea that this was not necessarily a murder for hire, but you might not realize it. The government is putting on their case to prove that it is. Why do you think Jam is making it known? Why do you think Jam is specifically saying it? Dirk, you were selfish. This murder was just for you. Because they know Dirk is going to say, or his team is going to say, why would Dirk got to pay his friends to slide for one of his other friends? They're making it known. We didn't know Vaughn like that. This was selfish. This was for you. You enticed us with basically saying if we did this, we'd be straight for life, which was assumed. Even though people might be like, well, he never promised a certain dollar amount. The context is what's going to carry it. Remember, this is conspiracy. You can't use black and white shit on conspiracy. It's all about interpretation. Who got the most believable story? The point is, the jury is going to be like, nigga, you're clearly offering something. If people are shouting out in the room, it got to be half a ticket. Nah, $1 million. You were offering some compensation. That's murder for hire in some interpretation. Now, some other interpretation might be like, no, he was definitely not offering that. He was just saying, yo, you rise up in the ranks in the gang. That's not murder for hire. That's down the line of violent crimes in aid of racketeer, or not racketeering, in aid of whatever for a gang. And possibly could go up to a RICO, but that's not murder for hire. Murder for hire is very distinct.
Lil Durk was putting money in the street for people because motherfuckers kept on begging. They was asking for houses and cars and all this shit. And then Lamron versus OTF war damn near started. We found out that Braids,
Okay.
So Lamron almost get into a war with Richo Lamron and everybody versus OTF because of some shit that happened with Booney Mo. So Booney Mo get into it with some cash from Lamron, and they got locations. Richo Lamron is on house arrest, but nobody go slide on his car. Jam like, yeah, my baby mama, she from Lamron, she could have got the low. So they was planning to all go meet up and go fight or shoot it out and all this shit on some real socials versus greasers. If you remember the Outsiders, bro, that shit was crazy as hell. They talking about, yeah. So Richo Lamron.
Hey, chat. This is another rabbit hole we could probably go down when we got a downtime and we don't have Jam on the stand. But there's a rabbit hole we could go down, which is the beef between Lamron and pretty much Tay-Town. It's pretty much a Dirk beef, right? It's pretty much Dirk has picked a different side of guys he's hanging with, guys he's funding, guys he's preferring. He has his own reasons. He feels these guys done X, Y, and Z, or they're not standing on business like X, Y, and Z. And it's very convoluted. But, you know, it does get to a point where Dirk had like an unreleased track where he was supposedly like dissing them. I think this is not AI too. But there was an unreleased track where he was like dissing or like, you know, dissing the Lamron. One thing the feds will appreciate, Dirk was as honest. Him, Pooh Shiesty, and Vaughn, they're honest in their music. You know what I mean? Like, you could tell them niggas never went into the studio and be like, man, what should I rap about today? Like, what cap could I do? They would rap about pretty much exactly how they felt.
Proud to be a member, this the trenches, they can't tell me shit. And I've been in my bag 2020, you can tell we rich. I seen girls act like they send weed, they can't mail me shit. They mama slick, can't get through they line, I hate a petty bitch. Bitch, you
Wait, is this it? No, there's an unreleased joint. It's way more aggressive. Nah, this ain't it. Check, y'all know what I'm talking about? Nah, there's a fuck. Cause he calls out names on it too. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Lil Durk, Survivor. It's an unreleased joint. Oh, let me see.
I'm talking about the niggas I used to call my brothers, like niggas I used to send money to, I ain't even cap, I used to let them niggas sit in the back seat, you hear me? Right behind my motherfucking chair, nigga, that's how much I used to trust your bitch ass, man.
You'll notice about the song, he's super upset. Very upset.
Used to love your ass, man. And I'ma have a little baby threaten them dust your ass, nigga.
Wait, you gonna have Baby Threat do what? Oh, hell no. That's probably the wrong shooter to call out, man.
And I'ma have a little baby threaten them dust your ass, nigga. Nigga, please, I gave you 100, they ain't give a sleeve. Jesse, please, act like you so solid, but you bit the cheese. Richo, please, I'm the one who sent money, nigga, go check receipts. Me and Boone so deaf, ain't tryna talk, they tryna get to Steve. Must don't know what happened, you run your mouth too much, you FED. Same ops used to make you change blocks, made you play Mr. Freeze. Talk about me through the city like I ain't smirk, I ain't saying that I'm a chief. Went to war with the whole world, asked Murder Man, he was out to sea. Could've been shot in my back, but they was so scared, cause Lil Rob shot for me. Hang with wolves, I just don't speak on y'all, you niggas laid back sheeps. Nigga, I'm a provider, you did an interview, just show receipts. Yeah, I'm a rapper, I damn forgot who I was when Lil V lost his knee. Won't subscribers fuck me up, 2 killers told me click the link. Hit the group chat and I show my brothers, they don't know what to think.
Yeah, that's when niggas started doing interviews and shit like that. He said, you want subscribers? And fuck me up. 2 killers told me to click the link.
They don't know what to do. They don't know what to shoot. They don't know what to do. They don't know what I'm a survivor. I will not give up. They cannot stop us. Ride with my chopper. I'm a survivor. Thought you were my partner. He ain't even shot none. I still gave his props up. I'm a survivor. Did it without.
And then he got yeah, Dirk was really still beefing with his hood, my nigga. Like, shit was crazy.
Hey, this shit like video, you hear me?
this ain't the one. I think it's Survivor. I think it's Survivor and shit. Anyway. But yeah, there was a whole beef.
And them and hella Lamron members was up there dissing the shit out of Lil Durk and everybody saying they ain't did this and they ain't do that and all this shit, bro. And basically, cats was hot. They was pissed the hell off. So they like, Jam told Durk, hey, nigga, don't respond to these niggas no more on social media. Nigga, we finna war. We finna thug it up. Fuck these niggas, bro. Hey, nigga, give me the car and I'll go do this shit myself. Nigga, I'll go slide on the motherfuckers my goddamn self. So Lamron almost get into a war with Rich. So the Quando Rondo shooting ends up happening like this. They basically get Quando Rondo's location. They pull up. DD presses the gun to the goddamn window, say, I can smoke these niggas right now. They goofy as shit. They ultimately don't do it because it's a lot of people. They pull back up in the early morning again. They don't bust them because it's a lot of people. They thought about basically getting out there and getting in the paint. So they follow them to a weed shop. The weed shop staying there for a minute. Then they send Brown Eyes in there. He go disrobe, take all his shit, go up in there. He like, we can't go inside it because, bruh, it's armed security. It's all of this shit in there. So they follow him to the vape store. These fools stop for a moment about running in the vape store and shooting the fuck out of Quando Rondo. But they was worried that the damn door would lock. So they like, nah, we ain't finna go do that. So they keep on following. And then when they pull up to the gas station, they see Quando and them get out. That's when they go make that turn and they decide, man, fuck this. We ain't finna go do it. But they say, I can't remember. Flocka basically fucking shot first. His gun jammed, and then he said that Flocka had the Beretta and that he shot his shit like 4 times. And Flocka had shot the shit over Brown Eyes' head, so they start arguing and shit about this. Why they shooting the fucking gun and shit? Like, nigga, you almost fucking blew my head off. All this shit. So they get back in there and they get rid of the goddamn stolen car. They park the
Chat, it's the rookie team. Didn't I tell you? The shooters is Brown Eyes, Flocka, and Jam. First things first. Brown Eyes is the first nigga out the car. He's fast. He starts shooting too quick. They didn't get a chance to run down on them closer. Jam is like, fuck, I wanted to walk him down or at least get closer. But now this nigga find bullets from there. I can't go in front of the bullets. So I got to shoot from here. Then the other dude, Flocka, he come out. He don't know how to use the gun, kind of. The shit Jam. Oh, shit. He fired 1 bullet. Almost even shot the other nigga. He trying to work the gun. What the fuck? I got to, let's get back in the car, man. Let's get back in the car. Let's get back in the car. These guys is the rookie squad. One having a gun, a malfunction. He hitting the gun. What the fuck? What the hell? He almost shot his man. The other guy, he got the switch just going crazy. The gun leading him. And he 20 miles away from the people he's shooting. You see why OTF Jam is like, man, I got sent with some rookies.
Stole a car somewhere in LA and they basically hop all in the car. So everybody in the car, nigga, we talking niggas 6'5", fat ass fucking Jam, all of these people and all that. They all in the cars basically doing that shit. Then they get into the car. They go to In-N-Out. But when they go to In-N-Out, they see 2 cops there. And fucking Jam damn near freeze up like, man, fuck. Maybe they see me because of my shoes and all this shit. So that ain't what end up happening. They get food from In-N-Out. Then they get a Sprinter back to San Diego. And they get the hell out of there. But they throw away they shit as far as the guns. I mean, basically, long story short, they do that shit. So when they did all this, they say that Durk was on the phone with them in the car, but he couldn't see Durk on the phone because he's laid over. Jam fat ass is laid over 3 dudes in the back of this car. And they driving basically to In-N-Out. They get a driver to take them from In-N-Out basically to San Diego. But here's the crazy part. All that bullshit about, they met up with Durk or any of that in L.A., they never met up with Durk in L.A. That didn't even happen. So that's a big-ass lie. I'm finna go back in this motherfucker. But, hey, Seti Nash, make sure you follow. So
Okay. Ain't nothing up with Durk. What happened to Taylor? Is she not doing videos? Come on, oh, she is. Oh, there you go, Taylor.
Hi, I'm Taylor Priest, Los Angeles Magazine, and we are back at Lil Durk's murder for hire trial, where we picked back up where we left off yesterday with Casey Hester, or OTF Jam's testimony. So we kind of went back, got a little more information about what happened leading up to the murder of Savia Robinson. Hester and Banks, though, I wanted to note, before court started, they stared at each other from across the room. It was quite a good amount of time. I couldn't
Yo, Dirk, mean mugging niggas? Oh, shit. Smirky, yo!
see Dirk's face, but Hester's face was very serious. When he looked away, he just kind of stared at the ground after. And it was also interesting that the defense noted before court started that they couldn't see Hester's face. They wanted to make sure they had a clear view of Hester's face. They had to move the monitor. And from my recollection, that monitor was there yesterday. So I don't know if this is a new thing that they decided they wanted in court today. So again, we got back to Hester's testimony where he testified. They went back to the Level Hotel where Quando Rondo and his crew were staying. And they parked that Infiniti and that BMW that was rented right outside the Level Hotel again. He testified that there was too many people outside the hotel, which is kind of similar to why they decided not to, he testified, kill Quando Rondo the night before. So they decided that was not the location. There were too many people driving around. So he discussed the BMW and the Infiniti. He was in the Infiniti with Keith Jones and Lindsay and Asa Houston.
Asa's name is, so that's Boogie. His case was severed. So Boogie's case was severed. Keith Jones is Jam's homie from Chirac. He got recruited by Jam. Ironically, his gun jams he shot one time. His name is Flocka. Brown Eyes, that's Dee Dee's man. He's standing tall, but supposedly he might be the reason why Quando alive. Because he shot pretty far away while Jam wanted to run down. But yeah, that car had 4 people. Asa Houston never got out the car. So Boogie never got out the car. He was sitting in the car waiting. Flocka hopped out. Brown Eyes hopped out first. I think Jam was second. And essentially, with Flocka, not only did his gun jam, he shot over the head of, I think, his Jam or Lindsay. And they got upset over that. Like, nigga, the fuck, you trying to shoot me?
Were all in the Infiniti together, and then DeAndre Wilson and Grant were in the rented BMW. He testified to them following the black Escalade that Quando Rondo and Savia Robinson were in to a weed dispensary called Litco. He said that they were looking around for a, quote, quick getaway. He then he said they were on the phone the entire time, the Infiniti and the BMW.
Yeah, I figured that. I figured they were either on the phone or they dropped a pin or they were sharing location. Because remember, chat, you ever watch these movies when they're like following a car? You ever think to yourself like, nigga, ain't no car could follow me and make 2 or 3 consecutive turns and I don't see them. Apparently, to be honest, they were doing like this a little bit, not saying complex because it was kind of some stupid niggas in these cars. But the BMW would get closer to the vehicle more often. So the BMW would get closer to the vehicle, to the Escalade, right? And their job was just to communicate the location of where it was driving to the other car. Okay?
In constant contact is what he said, discussing when the right time was. At one point, Hester testified that Lindsay went into the dispensary to get a look to see where Quando Rondo was. He had said Quando Rondo was towards the back and they didn't feel like that was the right place.
Yeah, so in the dispensary, I guess Quando Rondo and them knows the guy, or they probably recognize Quando. So they bring Quando to a back room area that he could look at some extra. They got more products. They trying to, also they probably like, yeah, do a little promo video for us. We will bless you. We'll hook you up. You know, businesses do that when a rapper comes in or something like that. So he's in the back. And he's not just out, like, just in the area of the store where everybody would be. So they're like, fuck, we don't want to do it here. Okay?
So they then followed the black Escalade to a clothing store in Beverly Hills, and there Hester testified that they were on the phone talking about how they were worried that door of the clothing store had an automatic lock on it and they didn't want to be stuck, but they allegedly considered going inside and shooting Quando Rondo there. He states multiple times that he does not know Los Angeles. He doesn't know the area, so he can't speak to where they're at most of the time, but he said
Now, another reason why, to give you more context, why they couldn't do it at the dispensary, okay? Another reason they couldn't do it at the dispensary is that dispensaries in Los Angeles, if they're legal, they're required to have security personnel. Do dispensaries in Los Angeles have security? Yes, licensed dispensaries in Los Angeles must have security on site. On site. So usually you'll see an armed person there. And I think they were realizing if we going in to go shoot a nigga, we want to make sure there's not somebody there that could shoot one of us. So they don't go there. Okay?
A weed dispensary called Litco, asking when the right time was.
Then they think about going to vape.
At one point, Hester testified that Lindsay went into the dispensary to get a look to see where Quando Rondo was. He had said,
"Oh, somebody is mentioning in the chat, Cali Cuh, what up, man?" He says, they not only got security, they got auto lock doors. So if you're thinking about venue or place to go kill somebody, you don't want to go there because if they hit the auto lock doors, you're probably fucked. Somebody said, "Bro, let her speak for herself." No, I'm giving context to some of these things. Again, you guys, at a certain point, you start hearing the same info more and more. It's for us to try to decode it, to figure out damn, why didn't they do it in that spot? Okay, now you get the more info. That's what we're trying to do here, okay?
Said Quando Rondo was towards the back and they didn't feel like that was the right place. So they then followed the black Escalade to a clothing store in Beverly Hills, and there Hester testified that they were on the phone talking about how they were worried that door of the clothing store had an automatic lock on it and they didn't want to be stuck, but they allegedly considered going inside and shooting Quando Rondo there. He states multiple times that he does not know Los Angeles. He doesn't know the area, so he can't speak to where they're at most of the time, but he said he remembers the hotel, he remembers the weed dispensary, he remembers the clothing store, and the next thing he remembers was getting to that gas station adjacent from the Beverly Hills, the Beverly Center. He even says at one point he doesn't even know what the Beverly Center is until his attorney tells him what it is. So he explains this even in the getaway that he doesn't know the area. So once they get to the gas station, he testifies that they drove next to the Escalade. He even says that a tall person got out of the black Escalade and saw their car. And then they drive around Houston. Asa Houston was driving the Infiniti. He said he knew the BMW. He didn't know where, but he knew they were in the area. And that the white Infiniti drove around the gas station. And that is when he described Lindsay jumping out of the car, moving very quickly. So him and Keith Jones were following after. And he said he's used to, this is a quote, he's used to walking on people. And so he was expecting, he testified, to get closer to Quando Rondo before they committed this shooting. But he said he was surprised. He didn't expect Lindsay to start shooting so quickly and so far away. So Lindsay, he said, threw him off, and then they all began shooting at this black Escalade. And the prosecutor asked him, were you worried about shooting at gas pumps? Were you worried about an explosion? And he very quickly was like, no, they were not concerned about that. He even kind of imitated what he heard when the shooting was occurring. He was like, dum, dum, dum. Like he imitated the gunshots happening, like he could hear it in his mind. And he also testified to it just being a very chaotic scene. He said at one point he felt like Lindsay may have fallen over. Lindsay was shouting at Jones for shooting too close to his head, which is something that the gun expert had also mentioned, that it looked like someone had gotten shocked by the blast of the gun next to his head. Then he talks about getting back into the Infinity, driving around. He's on the phone. He testifies to DeAndre Wilson being on the phone with Banks, who he calls Blood, and he says he heard Blood's voice. Wilson was asking the group questions about who shot who, where they were at, wanting details from what happened, and he testified that Dirk was also asking these questions to Wilson, who was asking them, relaying the information back. And so he did testify that he heard Blood's or Dirk's voice on that phone call. He then also, I thought it was interesting that they then make a car switch to the black Escalade, which we knew there was a switch in cars. We hadn't heard that before. The Infinity gets dropped off or abandoned. They get in the BMW, he says, a lot of guys squeezing this small car, and then they somehow transition to the black Escalade. Hester testified he didn't quite know how.
That sounds crazy. So we have Vonnie and Dee Dee. Yeah, we have Vonnie and Dee Dee who are in the BMW. Who was in the white BMW? I know it's Vonnie and Dee Dee. I'm gonna tell you who. Let me see. I thought there was a third person in there. Well, okay, Vonnie and Dee Dee, but regardless, it's a BMW. The amount of people that was in the other car is 4 people. Asa Houston, Lindsay, Flocka, Keith Jones, and OTF Jam. All 4 of them, if they left the hot car, which is they left the fucking what do you call it again?
Appreciate the phone.
The Infinity, and they jumped into the BMW. All of them had to fit in the back seat, so it looked like Jam's fat ass just like start laying on his niggas type shit, you know?
They got there, but they get in that car, and the prosecutor was very specific. Was there a partition? Could the driver hear you? And he said there was not a partition. And this is something he asked before, so I wonder if there's a driver testifying. I wonder if they're setting it up for the conversation.
Now, they supposedly get in a Escalade, so they called it like a Uber. Okay. She's asking, why is the Uber driver not testifying? Keep in mind, the feds didn't crack this case, or law enforcement didn't crack this case for a while, so that, a Uber driver might have several hundred rides in a week. So if they didn't immediately hit up that Uber driver might be struggling to be like, hey, you remember that one ride during this time? Did they say anything crazy? It might not,
And the Escalade could be heard. This is also the same Escalade that ended up driving them to the San Diego airport that night to fly back to Chicago. He then talks about how he testifies to once he got back home, he left San Diego, he felt very mad. He felt like the shooting had nothing to do with him. He called it, quote, sloppy. He said, in my eyes, this guy was innocent, and he didn't know at that point, he testified, that it was Robinson who was hit. But he said even Quando Rondo, like, he had nothing to do with this beef. He didn't know King Von very well. He didn't know Quando Rondo. He didn't feel involved, and that came up a lot. He said he had a lot of negative feelings towards that. He also said he felt Dirk was, quote, selfish in asking him to be a part of this, or having him be a part of this, allegedly. And then he also has this quote where he said it's his first time being a free father to my son. And he testifies about how he just didn't feel good about what happened afterwards. Before we broke for the morning break, he testified, his last testimony was that he was never offered payment before committing the shooting. That was like a big deal in the courtroom. That was a very dramatic note to end on. When we were brought back, he did say he he said there was payment, it was afterwards, and he testified there was discussion about payment after the murder was committed. He also testified to being in a music video called Federal Freestyle, where he was paid $10,000 to be in that music video.
His
And
song,
he had
though.
never been in a music video, never been on an album before. And the prosecution asked him, do you think you would have been able to be in that video if you weren't a part of this shooting? And he said no, and he even testified he didn't think he would have ever been around. He would have been alive, essentially. But back to the music video, it seemed to be implied that this music video may have been the payment, the way of paying him for the shooting. The alleged murder to hire is coming into play. Next, the prosecution asks some questions about, it kind of goes back about Dirk and how he was feeling about King Von's death. And we've heard a lot in the courtroom that Hester has testified Dirk didn't like being made fun of or ridiculed for letting the shooting of King Von fly, to let that just get away with that. And so one quote that Hester said, Dirk said, was, the whole world saw them run. Them being O-Block, the crew, they ran when King Von was shot, and that was very embarrassing. That wasn't, they lost a lot of respect from that. And then they go into some beef with Rancho Lamron, his beef with the group, OTF. They were beefing with Booney Mo, or Lamron was beefing with Booney Mo, and they all picked Booney Mo's side. And that beef seemed to indicate, I think they were just trying to prove that Dirk is a leader in all of this, because there is a voice conversation played, and the prosecution, the judge made it very clear to the jury this has nothing to do with Lindsay. His attorney wanted that to be made clear, that this was not evidence against Lindsay. But there's this whole voice message played.
Yeah, because remember, Lindsay, who his name is Brown Eyes, is not connected to any of the gang narrative. There's a gang narrative. Remember, Lindsay's going to be interesting because, yes, he's part of the conspiracy of murder, but the conspiracy that contains evidence of gang feuds that kind of contributed to it, no. He didn't know niggas like that. Okay? He knew Didi.
Where they say, Blood wanted to make sure that things didn't go awry on this alleged plot against Lamron. Finally, what was played was, we went all the way, we went to the moment where Hester decided he wanted to be a snitch. He wanted to come forward. He discussed a somewhat guilty conscience because he didn't feel like the murder was justified. He wasn't involved. He called him again. He said he was innocent. He said, this is a quote, "It was weighing on me and I saw the opportunity." He was arrested in 2023 on a completely unrelated charge. He was on probation for that 12-year stint he had in jail, and he was pulled over with a gun in his car, violated his probation, went back to jail, and that is when he passed along a note that was shown in court that said, "I know about murders. I don't want to talk on camera. I know a lot." So essentially, that is how we are told he is connected then to this case, to being a cooperator. And right before we broke for lunch, the prosecution asked him, how do you feel about Dirk? What are your feelings like towards Dirk Banks? And he says, this may be hard to believe because of what I'm doing, but he says he has a lot of love for Dirk. He said that he knows this shit won't go away, but he still has a lot of love for him, and he just doesn't have any respect for him. So I don't believe the prosecution is done. We're going to hear more from Hester and from the prosecution after our lunch break, and then hopefully we will hear from Brian Steele in cross as well and see how he questions Hester on what we've heard.
And we get a little bit more context here, chat. Here's a little bit more context on what Dirk said. This is important. This is important right here, chat. They said, at least Michael Blackshire here is talking about how the confrontation happened between Jam and Dirk. He said, I FaceTime Blood. I asked Blood. Man, there was a million people you could have called, man. Yo, this was the first time I could have been a free man to my son. Now, so he's basically saying, man, why you call me for that stupid ass hit, man? Why you put me on that dummy mission, Dirk? He said, you could have called a million people. Why you call me for that dumb ass shit, bro? The prosecutor said, what'd he say? He told me he loved me. He told me you didn't get Quando, but Pop does count. They be on the internet talking about smoking Vaughn. Jeez, man. All right, let me read his shit. Here we go. Prosecutor said, you got love for Dirk still? Man, I still got a lot of love for him, man. What he did for me, he gave to me. I got love for him, but I just don't respect him. Do you place blame? Yeah. Because he seemed like a goofy. I'm doing something for people I don't know. So how come you made a decision to talk to FBI? I wrote a note. What you write on the note? No, the prosecutor just read a note. I know about murders. I know a lot. So did you talk to someone? Yeah. So you didn't want to talk on cameras or body cams? A lot of people's getting exposed on social media. I don't want to do that. As a BD, that's breaking all laws. You can snitch on an op and get fucked up. After Jim talks about what could happen to a snitch, prosecutor says, could you be murdered or killed? Yeah, of course. Even now? Of course. So what made you talk to FBI? Man, I had to get that shit off my chest, man. I just seen the opportunity. Why would this be off your chest? Man, I felt it was dumb, man, and a sloppy matter. People who shouldn't have been there was there. A bunch of goofies. Did you think y'all were going to get caught? Man, I know we're going to get caught. LA is rich people, actors. Man, I don't feel like that's no place to do no damn crime. You pled guilty to your role in the murder. Yeah. Are you hoping for a reduction in your sentence? Yeah. Has the government said what reduction you will get at your sentence? Nah. Were you uncomfortable with what happened? I thought it was sloppy, man. I don't know, dude. I don't know, Lil Pop. In my eyes, he was innocent. I just said I ain't had no beef with him. I'm not on that level. All that rap shit, NBA Youngboy shit, Quando Rondo shit. Nigga, if this shit was about Booney Mo, this should be different. Man, I don't know King Von like that. That nigga was not my homie. Man, I FaceTime Blood. I asked Blood, I said, Blood, yeah, there was a million people you could have called. This was my first time being a free man to my son. What Dirk say? Man, he told me he loved me, man. He said, you ain't get Quando, but Pop do count, though. They be on the internet talking about they smoking Vaughn. Jam says, yo, he said they be on the internet talking about smoking Vaughn. He can't say that no more. Prosecutor said smoking Vaughn. I mean being disrespectful. Was he pleased? At least on the FaceTime? Yeah, Blood was smiling. Jam says, man, I was calling him saying, why you put me in that situations with niggas I don't know? You don't know what people are capable of. I did dirt with someone and he told on me and I went to jail. So will you ever offer payment for this? Nah, man. Said, prosecutor says, when a gang kills a rival, is that person's death mocked? Man, Chirac made it popular to say you smoking on somebody. Like, it's like when we say smoking on Tuka. Like, Tuka's a person, but you're dead up. Prosecutor says, like smoking on his ashes? Yeah. Another word is like smoked. Like, he got smoked. Prosecutor says, in the red shoes, that's you? Yeah, that's me. Said Jam is seen wearing the same red shoes on the surveillance footage in the drive-by by In-N-Out. Footage of the drive-by and that In-N-Out. Jam says, man, Boogie was driving fast as hell. Remember, Boogie's Asa Houston. I told Boogie, slow down, gang. Slow down. Be cool. He was on the phone with Didi. So what'd he say? Did y'all hit something? Who y'all shot? Who shot what? Who did what? Said Didi was trying to figure it out. So how many times y'all niggas shoot? Jam said 4 times I heard that switch go off. So you could tell that The nigga who exited first had the switch, and that shit went off. And he shot so far away, that shit just shit everything. You feel me? So did you know you were in Beverly Hills? Man, no. Nigga, I don't even know what the Beverly Center is. He said, man, I ain't gonna lie, man. Lindsay got mad at Flock for shooting over his head, man. So do you ever think that you could have shot a pump and blew the whole shit up? Man, I don't know nothing about that. Man, what happened when y'all went to In-N-Out? Man, I seen a police officer. He kind of sized me up, man. I ain't know if my nerves got the best of me, but he made me nervous. Why did you want to get out of L.A.? Man, I ain't want to be there no more. I don't want to be there no more. Damn. Bro, so, all right, I ain't gonna lie. He did try to confront Dirk. He did try to confront Dirk. I think at that point, Dirk probably realized, oh, this is not good. But even how he said Dirk responded on that call, he said, he asked Dirk, I ain't gonna lie, he asked Dirk in a federal way. If a nigga call your phone and be like, yo, bro, why you pay me to go kill them niggas over there? Damn, that sound mad federal. That's why Dirk was like, I love you, bro. I love you. You see how Dirk ain't stupid. Dirk ain't stupid. Then Dirk threw it right back on him. Pause. That's why Dirk was like, man, at least you got Pop. At least he threw it back on him like, nigga, you know you did that, right? You know you got Pop. Nigga, at least you got Pop. He was saying fuck Von anyway. Fuck that nigga. Low key, I think Dirk thought that was a setup call. That was the feds trying to get the wire. Yo, a nigga call your phone and be like, man, yo, blood, why you send me on that goddamn drill, man? Man, I just, for the first time in 12 years, I gotta be a father to my son. Why you send me on that goofy ass drill, man? You know Dirk ain't say, my bad. He ain't take no responsibility. What'd he say? Man, I love you, man. I love you. He ain't answer the question at all. Dirk not dumb. Dirk not dumb. That's some incriminating ass question. Why you send me on a drill? Why you send me on a drill, Smirkio? That was a goofy ass drill. Smirk said, I love you, man. And then he keeps going, and Dirk was like, man, the nigga you got. So Dirk never takes no accountability for sending it. What he takes kind of accountability of is knowing that nigga killed him. But it doesn't say he set it up or nothing. And then he hung up and he got up off the phone. I think Dirk back then was like, yo, this nigga's on some police shit. Dirk must have been thinking, yo, this nigga's on some police shit. This nigga on that police shit, man. This nigga on that police shit. What you mean you gonna call my phone and tell my Dirk, why you send me on the drill, bro? Why you send me on that drill, Dirk? That was some police shit right there. All right, what's the word out here? Okay, my man going off. And they got Ye. Look at Ye in there. Day 6. Shout to Denot. Yeah, look at Ye. Ye walking through that building, man. This is the courthouse. Damn, how they record inside that bitch, though? How they record inside that bitch? Yo, look at the security guard. He on timing. Nah, stop that. Yeah, I cut that out. Yeah, I cut that out. I'll cut that out. All right. Chat, who else could I look at for some updates? Man, he really called Dirk. I want to know the timeline on that. He really called Dirk and be like, why you send me on that goofy ass hit, Dirk? Yo, Smirk, why you do that to me, nigga? That's kind of also crazy. Like, he literally told Dirk, like, yo, bro, if that's true, I ain't gonna lie. It look crazy on Dirk. If a killer actually say, bro, why you send me on that goofy ass mission, nigga? Nigga, that was the first time I had a chance to be a father to my kid, nigga. I ain't gonna lie, that looked bad. That looked bad. Adam 22 out there? He's streaming or something? Tell him go live. How y'all know he there? We got a few more people. Here we never mind. We don't got no quicker update. Hey yo. Hey, all y'all record labels, I know y'all because when I used to come out to LA early on when we was working, y'all all used to put niggas like pawns in the same hotels. Hey yo, the Level Hotel in downtown LA. Hey, all y'all record labels stop booking niggas in, man. Y'all niggas don't know what's going on. Y'all got the rappers out there ready to die. Y'all can't book no niggas over here no more, man. Especially when they trying to fly out artists. They'll fly out artists when they trying to sign them too, and they'll put them over there. That's a dub. They got some shit in West Hollywood too. And I ain't been to LA really. I feel like in years, but no, actually I was there last year, right? Yo, LA is the worst, man. LA is the worst. But y'all record label stop booking that Level Hotel, man. There's mad hotels. The thing is, y'all be having a relationship with a hotel chain. Like, say Atlantic got a relationship with a hotel chain. They put all their artists there because they get a company rate. Here's the thing. Y'all sign niggas who beef with each other. So they know the 2-3 hotels y'all all use. And then niggas be in LA for different reasons. So sometimes you got 2 ops staying at the same hotels. That's why niggas start using Airbnbs. And then when niggas start realizing that the rappers went to Airbnbs, they had the gangster niggas start robbing them and extorting them. It's part of the reason LA kind of dead, man. They ran all the rappers out of LA, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. They ran all of them out. Them niggas used to eat at Bossa Nova. They try to rob them at Bossa Nova. They want to walk down Rodeo Drive. They popping out with guns on them in Rodeo Drive. They find out they staring at Airbnb. They run in the crib at midnight, bro. I ain't gonna lie. You staying down. You staying what you call it again? You staying at one of these basic ass hotels that they put every artist at. You running into your op. You gonna have to kill your op out there. You don't run into your op no time in your own city. You go to LA, you run into that nigga in the lobby. I'm telling you. You go to the airport, you getting chased by Whack 100. This is a bad deal going out to LA, gang. You in LA, just be careful. You go to the Marathon Burger, there's a shootout. Like, it's just crazy. LA is not a safe place, bro. You go to Roscoe's trying to get you some fried chicken and waffles, a nigga trying to take your chain, bro. This shit is bananas. LA is on some other shit. Are they saying, is it are they crossing at this point? Let's see. I think it might be time to cross, right? Let's see what Brian Steele gonna bring to the table. Steele's on the job. Nah, this is Steele's case, nigga. Yo, we haven't heard Finland once. Nigga, this is Steele's case. Oh, Brian Steele is on there. Nah, Brian Steele finna drop 50, man. Brian Steele finna drop 50 on him. I can't believe we haven't heard from Drew Finland. He ain't do the opening. He ain't do nothing. Brian Steele is on the job. This is the showdown we all wanted to see. It's like the best pitcher versus the best home run hitter. It's like the best pitcher versus the best home run hitter. Brian Steele is on the job, y'all. Let me see. I'm about to post this to the Instagram real quick. Because everybody, you know that's a showdown everybody want. If Brian Steele can't break this nigga, GG's in the chat. If Brian Steele can't break this nigga, it's GG's in the chat, nigga. We know. We gonna catch Dirk on appeal. Them 30 times that you seen that they met with that nigga Jam, it's to prepare for Brian fucking Steele, nigga. All right. I posted to the gram. Jammy the Bull. Man, that nigga really said to Dirk, man, there's a million niggas you could have called for this hit, man. I just came home being a father, bro. I don't know. Maybe Jam is sick and tired of being sick and tired. Honestly, Chad. I'm not gonna lie. Hearing, you know, we keep hearing about how he's this demon or whatever. I'm not saying he's not. He's not a good guy. But like, a nigga did 12 years, bro. He just got busted for a gun. He folds after getting busted for a gun. Maybe he's a nigga that's sick and tired of being sick and tired, bro. He said this was his first time to be a father to his son. That means he must have had that son before he went in jail. That means his son, he did 12 years, nigga. That means his son is 12 years older than when he last seen his son in the free world. Maybe he just got sick and tired of that street shit. Maybe Dirk going off of, yo, everybody in the hood say this nigga was shooting shit up, robbing niggas. He's like that. Dirk thinking he's still on that same kid mindset, like, yeah, I kill a nigga right now. And maybe when he did come out, Dirk gives him the money. He's like, all right, fuck it, I'm gonna slide for you. He go do one thing. Then he realized, man, Dirk treated him like a crash dummy. Dirk just like sent him on any mission, the dumbest missions. Like, yo, kill that nigga in front of the Hollywood sign. We don't care. Yo, bro, word? Nigga, you know they gonna catch me. Nigga, fuck it. Fuck it. Yo, what they say that nigga's in the police station? Nigga, go shoot up the police station. Nigga, get that nigga. Fuck it. I think there's a possibility in me that thinks that this dude got sick and tired of that street life. Spent 12 years of his, like, with all due respect, Smirk been free, fucking the baddest bitches in the world, money out the ass, jet setting, private, doing what he want. This nigga has never really lived life. The niggas hopped off the porch at 9 years old. They put a gun in his hand to shoot at a car at 12. I'm not feeling bad for him. I'm just saying that this nigga never lived no regular life. That's what I'm saying. These are some dirty niggas. 9, they put him in a gang. 12, he's shooting a gun. He robbed over 100 niggas, shot or did 15 shootings by the time he hits 18. Gets arrested at 18. Nigga can't even legally drink. Obviously gonna do stuff, but he can't. Nigga probably really ain't getting no real pussy yet. He go to jail at 18 or prison. He come out at 30. He must have got some pussy because he has a kid, I think. And the first thing when he come home, after Dirk put some money in his hand, Dirk get a goofy to put a gun in his hand and say, nigga, you out here to kill Quando, nigga. He on the drill, and it's the goofiest drill of all time. The only thing that didn't go wrong on that drill is if is them running out of gas or some shit like that. Like, yo, like they trying to get away and they run out of gas right next to the gas station. Whoop-de-doo. That's the only thing that ain't go wrong, man. The goofiest drill of all time. One nigga gun jam, he almost shot the other nigga in the head. The other nigga got the switch, but he if you got the switch, why you that far knowing that you probably won't hit nothing? They hop back in the car. These two goofies arguing. Nigga, why the fuck you shoot on my head, nigga? You almost shot me. Yo, Jam is like, I'm with the rookies here, bruv. The rookies. Somebody say I'm acting like everything is saying true. I'm not saying it's true. I'm trying to give you a perspective of what someone's mindset should be. We got to take everything with a grain of salt. This is the government's case right now, right? I think if you want me to score it right now, I think Brian Steele did a good job with them FBI agents. Did a good job with them, a really good job. They didn't counter anything with the medical examiner. There's nothing to counter. Nigga died. What you gonna say? Oh, he didn't die. Oh, there was 4 guns, not 3. But that's the thing. Like, you know what I mean? There was 4 calibers. Be like, y'all said there was 3 shooters. There's 4 calibers of bullets that hit him or hit the vehicle. So who's the other shooter? You guys don't have all the. They didn't counter none of that. It is what it is. Like, that's shit is set in stone. What they're countering is the FBI investigation, them connecting the dots, and now the snitches. I think they did a decent job with the FBI. Actually, pretty good job, actually. Now, these snitches, I can't see how you're going to do a good job with them. Okay? All right. Here we go. Steele said, this was Steele and Jams talking now. You're a scary person, huh? Jam says, some may say that. Steele says, objectively? Jam says, man, you know I'm stupid as fuck, nigga. I don't even know what objectively means. Steele says, you're a dangerous person even now, right? Jam says, nah, I'm chilling. Steele says, do you realize how much time you spent tracking down and hunting your prey? You come here and go right to killing, didn't you? Yeah. If you looked at your to-do list that day, wasn't it clear it was to kill? So Steele is trying to really put it like, nigga, you're a machine. This is what you do. You're just an evil guy. You feel what I'm saying? Man, oh man. This is crazy. All right. Who else? I forgot. Who else? I forgot the trolling that was happening with Lil Pop and them.
Mafia.
Bandwagon season.
Know how that go.
Hood, you will knock me off. I do some funk shit, ain't it?
Gotta go. Gotta go, boss man.
I'm sick, though.
Hey y'all.
Who that is?
Dying.
Hey y'all.
What up?
Good. Hey, Bernie, why y'all niggas don't like me?
Earlier. What'd you say?
I love y'all niggas.
You wanna fight me?
Hey, Bernie, tell your boss to go buy that shit off the shelf next time. You heard me, Bernie?
He got up out this hoe.
That nigga named Barney, not Bernie.
Barney.
Yeah, they were clowning him. Y69 sent me a video. Did he post it on his page? Oh my God, look at this. He said, nobody say nothing when it was me. Nobody said chill. Nobody said no breaks. You're going to feel this shit. I want rent free. What? Let me hear this.
Before you get into all that, what the fuck you got on?
This right here, this the 1 foot in, 1 foot out, YN Muslim, alhamdulillah, special model 3.
Oh, yeah. Hold on, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
this shit attached?
Yeah,
Oh,
this
yeah.
shit attached. No,
That's the
look.
drill special.
Yeah, this the drill special. This for all the Muslims that wanna.
Nigga
you
said
know,
no mask needed.
Nah, this the YN. Look, you could do this. You could do this and go on your drills. Yo, look, this thing about to get life off, just off of my freedom of speech.
Talking about it. And he got to talking about what the rapper 6ix9ine doing, trolling stuff.
The question is, okay, tell us about that conversation. OTF Jam 9 says, I don't know who, I can't remember who initially brought up the trolling stuff, but Blood got talking about it, and he got to talking about what the rapper 6ix9ine doing. This is on this fat ass, musty, black, fucking gorilla ass nigga, Seti Nash. This the bias shit he saying, but if you don't like this, let's bring it over here. This thing about to do life off an Instagram comment. Go to the fucking legend right here.
Dirk talks about 6ix9ine trolling him
So wherever you want to watch it, wherever you want to get your news from, just go buy one of these, the Dirk Model 3000s, alhamdulillah.
Dirk Mom
Yeah,
3000 is crazy.
I'm gonna do the big Dirk. Alhamdulillah, shukr, nigga, they don't even know what the fuck you saying, nigga. Fuck out of here. Quick disclaimer. For the people who be like, bro, nobody was worried about you. He was gonna slide anyway. Go tell Brian Steele that then. Because if it's not one thing, no, he not worried about you. He was gonna slide anyway. So he's guilty, right?
Before you get into all that, what the fuck you got?
God, this guy. Yes, 6ix9ine is definitely Mr. I Told You So, huh? Mr. I Told You So. Mr. I Told You So, huh? Boy. Okay. Yeah, but this was the trolling that was happening before. Or actually during.
Mr. T that boy. That nigga missing the whole side of his mouth.
That man still
Why he
on
ain't got
here.
no
He did
veneers
not
yet?
leave. That man still on here.
Why he ain't got some BBs in his shit? With all them fucking diamonds on his wrist and shit, he ain't got
His
no
big
veneers.
homie spending all that money on that punk. His big homie spending all that money on that.
Oh, little Tim joined the group chat, huh? Okay, Attorney Jasmine sent me something. Maybe she has a breakdown of what's going on. Let me see. Here we go. Is it this? Here we go.
So Dirk's a snitch, huh? Allow me to educate you. Did you know that in a trial, a defendant has the ability to control certain things like whether to testify, whether to plead guilty, whether to waive a jury trial, and, have a judge decide everything, whether to appeal, and whether to maintain innocence. But trial strategy is purely a lawyer's job. That means the attorney gets to decide how to defend the case, what witnesses to attack, what evidence to emphasize, what theory to argue. And yeah, sometimes that means arguing that the cooperating witnesses are not reliable, are not credible. They're blaming my client to save themselves, and they are the ones with the motive to lie. That's not the same thing as the defendant getting on the stand and telling on somebody. That's not the same thing as the defendant talking with the FBI or the prosecutors and having a recorded or written statement telling on people. That's a lawyer doing what a lawyer's supposed to do, which is create reasonable doubt. And honestly, if the lawyer ignores the best defense, out of fear that the internet might call the client a snitch, the reality is that attorney could be deemed ineffective counsel later. Because in court, the lawyer's duty is not to protect street politics or even be concerned with them. The lawyer's duty is to defend the client. So before we label people snitches, we must first ask whether the defendant cooperated with the government or did the defense attorney just attack a cooperating witness? Because those are not the same thing. Don't believe me? McCoy versus Louisiana, Rock versus Arkansas, Strickland versus Washington, especially Jones versus Barnes, and Taylor versus Illinois. Thank me later.
Okay, so she's an attorney who is given the perspective from the legal side. Some people are saying now what Dirk is doing and his trial strategy is cooperation. That's telling. That's snitching. If his opening statements by his lawyers is saying, hey, the evidence matches that these guys did it and these guys said they did it. Why the hell you got my guy charged? That's cooperation. She's given the legal, breakdown of why. Number one, it's upon your legal representation and counsel to pick the best strategy and also effectuate the best strategy, not to try to please the internet. Also, that is not cooperation. So she's kind of hammering home. I think everybody's kind of backed off that point, right? I think everybody's backed off that point. Brian Steele is on the stand. I can't wait to hear what people say about his all of his stuff, because I do feel like there's a little bit D-rodding for Brian Steele. I think we've seen him, and by the way, maybe for good cause, because we've seen him do a really good job, not only in the case in YSL with the Diddy case that he was also a part of. He did a really good job. So there's not much negative things to say about him, but I think that Jam gave a strong opening. I think Jam as a cooperator, yes, you're always gonna have the fact that he is a murderer that you could use against him, the fact that he's testifying for a hope to reduce the sentence. But I feel like Jam gave a cohesive story. You know? Why are you telling on your man now? Man, my man was sending me off on some goofy shit. He start devaluing me as a person when I thought he valued me a lot. How do we know you're not just saying this to save your own ass? Well, I confronted him. He changed the subject. Well, why would you get paid to go kill somebody for somebody who was a BD? I ain't no Vaughn like that. I was never out in the field with him. Okay, we got a couple more tweets. Here we go. Brian Steele says, man, you're one of the highest ranking members of the Black Disciples, aren't you? You're a minister, right? Ain't that dangerous? Jam says, nah, not every minister is dangerous. But Steele says, but you are dangerous, though. You're a dangerous man as a minister. Now, you know what I like about Brian Steele's technique? He'll kind of poach around, and then he always attacks. When he attacks, you're usually backpedaling, you're off balance, and he goes for the kill until the prosecutor does a bunch of sidebars or the prosecution fucking tries to objection, or the judge steps in. Like, he's completely there to obliterate. He has a pit bull style a bit. He does have that pit bull style where when he sees blood, he's just waiting for blood to be in that water. He's going to attack. And you got to realize this is a different case than a sex case that was with Diddy, where, you know, he had to kind of be a little bit cautious. He doesn't want to be like, bitch, stop acting like you wasn't with sucking that nigga dick. Like, you see, that would be sound insensitive. Got to tiptoe a bit, but here it's straight murder. He could get to it a little bit quicker. Jam says, I'm not banking on Dirk to get a life sentence. Steele says, so you want to go home? No, he says, you want to go home, sir, right? Jam says, yeah, I do want a number. Number meaning that he wants a number in a sentence rather than life in prison. Okay, so life in prison, you'll never get out. If they tell him 20, they tell him 10, they tell him 5, they tell him 30, at least there's a date on the calendar you would get out. Steele says, you have a part. He said, you in part have accused Dirk of these crimes, right? Jam says, I just told the truth about him. Steele says, the truth is decided by others, right? Right. Steele, I gotta see how Steele's gonna try to crack this one. Pause, you know? Jam met with that, you know, he's a dumb nigga, but he met with the prosecutors 30 times. They got him trained. That's a strong line. They said, you have accused Dirk of a crime. He could have said yes. You know what he said? I told the truth about that man. Shit like that hits. You know, you could have just said yes. But him deciding to say, no, I told the truth. I think that will hit a little bit harder than just saying yes. We'll see. I still think Brian Steele is going to do his thing. Will he completely... I would imagine he's going to take 2 hours, 2-3 hours. Will he completely, by the end of his time, make us feel like, oh, yeah, this is a garbage witness? Because that's what he made us feel like when he was examining people in the other cases. He literally took Woody and, well, obviously Woody was also helping the cause as well, but Woody was a non-factor after that. Woody was a non-factor. I don't know if you guys seen, Woody has made a couple of videos kind of chiming in on this. He's kind of chimed in on this. Here we go. Where is it? Woody speaks on Dirk. Where is it at? Is it here?
Who that was that just took that plea? Somebody just took a plea
and told their lawyer, hey.
All right. I think he was on TikTok. I think I got a better clip on my Instagram. Here we go. Okay, here we go.
Go. Brian Steele, Drew Finney, all them, they gonna attack the credibility of OTF Jam. They gonna ask him, why is he cooperating against Dirk? What is his plea deal? So, do he gang anything for what he's doing? Yes, he does. So the jury get to hear that due to the fact that Jam is on the stand saying what he's saying, he have motive to say what he have to say. Now, it's up to the defense the way that they attack. Now, this is where we see how good these lawyers is. If Brian Steele the man, this is where he get up there and show his master plan. Brian Steele, don't let the people down. Drew Finley, don't let the people down. Y'all the best two lawyers in the world right now. Get up, Craig, because that boy got Dirk down bad. It's up to y'all two lawyers to get Dirk out of this jam. This shit just got real. I believe in him. I believe Dirk a changed man. I ain't say he innocent or guilty. So let me tell y'all how this.
Now, Woody, this is where I got to be honest with you, though. I think niggas is saying that they feel that Jam's a changed man. You get what I'm saying? They think Jam's a changed man. You know, you can't have it, you know, they say what make you laugh a lot of times will make you cry. The idea that Dirk's a changed man, them jurors might look at it like, yeah, Jam's a killer, but he a changed man too. He started talking to Dirk about family. Remember that? Dirk got 9 kids. I don't know, maybe there do exist messages. You know, obviously they did say Dirk pulled this nigga to the side. I got to see the timeline on that. Because it sounds like he's telling Dirk, like, yo, bro, why you got me crashing out here? Now, I got to imagine that's the counter. Remember the point that they were trying to say? Well, actually, no, the government made that point. The government made that point that Dirk at one point had pulled OTF Jam to the side and say, yo, bro, yo, these murders are getting it hot. That seems incompatible with, yo, if Dirk tells Jam or confronts him like, yo, bro, your murders are making it hot, why would Jam have to confront Dirk about why you sending me on dummy missions? That's a little bit incompatible. We got to find out more info. The government got to talk about that a little bit more. I don't know. You get what I'm saying, right? In opening statements or like the first couple days, we found out that supposedly Dirk pulled Jam in a bathroom and say, yo, bro, yo, you got to stop with these murders, nigga. You making this shit hot out here, nigga. Right? And then Jam is now testifying. By the way, he don't even testify to that. We haven't heard it yet. He ain't mentioned it on direct. I would think we would have heard about it on direct. Yo, Jam, so what happened when Dirk pulled you in the bathroom? What happened? Now, maybe, well, not even maybe. I think Steele gonna bring that up. Steele gonna bring that shit up. Like, you said that you were asking Dirk about why he's sending you blah, blah, blah. Let's say that's even a possibility. Did Dirk ever pull you to the side and say, could you stop doing crime? You are making things uncomfortable. I think Brian Steele is going to do that. If I think, well, I know Brian Steele is as good as I think he is, so anyway.
Go. Brian Steele, Drew Finney, all them, they going to attack the credit.
Yeah, because those 2 points are incompatible, chat. Dirk pulls you in the bathroom, tells you to stop doing murders. You're getting the block hot. You claim you FaceTime Dirk, confronting him about, man, why you send me on these missions? I finally got a chance to be a father to my son. Now, one could think if we're going on with those 2 train of thoughts and say, oh, no, both could exist. Maybe when he first came out, you know, he did A, B, and C, right? And Dirk was like, chill. But then he not mad that Dirk was sending him on drills. He mad that Dirk was sending him on dummy missions because that drill was a stupid mission. It was almost a mission to say, nigga, you might not even come back. So maybe he was saying, nah, nigga, you send me on a dummy mission with a bunch of goofies. Like, that's crazy. So maybe both could exist. But I do think that Brian Steele is going to ask about it. I absolutely think both Brian Steele will ask about that. Okay, we are waiting for some more tweets. They're in the middle of the back and forth right now. Anytime you don't get an update too quickly, that means some really good shit's going on in court. Some really good shit. Now, I got some older videos to kind of figure out what the hell was going on back then. There was a lot of stuff that, sometimes Dirk was on live with these guys and he would do some subtle shit. Little Dirk. And who else? Especially when he was on there with Didi a lot. IG Live. It's a lot of self-snitching. I can't even lie to you. It's a lot of self-snitching when that was happening. Remember, see, Varney was on this live right here. Then I remember this one. And Dirk and other OTF members, they were playing cards in Tay-Town.
Do y'all think Booney not play cards, man? Let me know now. Hey, say it again. Okay.
Did he just say Karen, you was with the way Didi playing? Niggas crazy.
Wait, what you got to say about that?
They said Dirk was on live. Oh, they said this was the day that FBG Cash died. Oh, they said. Now, a lot of people use this video to be like, yo, OTF Jam was always looking mad uncomfortable, like he was wearing a wire. Well, let's think about something else. Maybe he's not looking uncomfortable like he's wearing a wire. Maybe he's looking uncomfortable like maybe he just did a murder.
Yeah. Folks be on it too. What's that? 30,000 views. Yeah, man, she dropped when he grabbed on her. This nigga crazy. Before my nigga hit me off the bike, bud, the nigga tell me, I ain't do that. I said, y'all gonna call your mom, bro. I said, hey, come get his ass here. He flipped me over that bitch. I roll over, arm mark.
Oh, dang, he called me with a cast.
I lift my shit up. I'm like, man, this nigga booming, man. He laughed. I ain't do that. I said,
slow
and Keisha.
He did.
Tell him. Free shiesty. Hey, bro, where you at, folks? You out here? Hey, bro, what say you bogus, folks? Come pull up and lose some of that money, nigga. I ain't gonna lie, bro, you sweet as hell on the dice. Never. What? I'm my boy. Bro, sweet as hell. I'm my boy. He ain't never.
I know you got it on the cards.
I ain't saying that.
That's it.
You got the most live. What you mean? Ask what? On what? On the cards or dice?
Now, apparently, let me see. Okay, so apparently, let me see. OTF Jam basically, like, his story's like, man, I didn't really know Von like that. Now, he did admit that he talked to him once or twice on the jail phone. He said he said he didn't really know Von, but he did talk to him once in jail. Okay, hold on. Apparently, he did an interview where he said different.
Did you have a relationship with Von?
I knew him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I knew him. And when I was in jail, you know what I'm saying? A couple of times, me and Bubba, one of them was from the town that's locked up, my boy. We done been on the phone with Von. Von and send motherfuckers pictures. He was a real nigga, you know what I'm saying? So you ain't have to necessarily have an everyday relationship with him, you know what I'm saying?
Nah, I don't think this contradicts what he says. He never said he didn't know Von. He just said Von wasn't his man's. He said that they spoke. He testified that he spoke to Von while in jail, on the phone. He said Von actually requested to talk to him. Obviously, he doing an interview. He trying to get hot. He gonna act like he probably knew him even a little bit more than just that. But chat, we're not gonna argue semantics. He clearly knew Von or knew of Von. Here's the thing. Do y'all have any videos of them hanging out? No, they ain't like, I don't think he used to hang out with. That's the thing about Chicago. There's niggas that know of each other, and the niggas who are, because it's all clicked up. You know who hang with who.
You must know. Gave a party, all diamond outfit.
You know what's still blowing my mind? It's a Trenches News interview I did. Or no, Trenches News, yeah. And he says, here we go. Trenches News. It's Trenches News saying that Dirk supposedly was in the car. To me, that's insane. Dirk was in the car at the shooting at the gas station. And he said that song, is it Risky? Hold on, I'm trying to. Somebody say he was? How do we know that, though? Obviously, I'm not down with Trenches. It just, that sounds ridiculous to me. Like a rapper of his stature? Here we go. Give me a second. Oh, here we go. Wait, even Trap Lord, I ain't gonna lie, Trap Lord be knowing a lot of shit. I think that's why he talks like that to Straw.
It seemed at this point, having faced virtually no consequences personally for the killing of King Von, Quando Rondo was getting more and more confident insulting Von and Dirk in his music and capitalizing on the situation. However, all of this was going on whilst his main shooter and protector, the man who had taken Von's life to protect Quando in the first place, Lil Tim, was still behind bars. After being arrested the morning after the Von killing, Tim spent months locked up waiting for an update on his case. And during this period, Lil Tim would call him from jail, seemingly in good spirits, and asking to be sent money.
Problem child. Hey, Tim.
Hey, I talked to my brother yesterday. He told me you have 1 minute left. Yeah, I'm about to call back, but he said, bro, when you call home, this not Ray, this my other brother. He told me, you call home, little bro, tell them folks you want honey.
And while Lil Tim is locked up, Quando would post support for Tim online, saying that he would rather say free Tim than RIP, indicating that he's still facing legal consequences for the shooting of Von. As the months went by, pictures of Tim in jail would circulate online. A January 2021 image showed Lil Tim using a jail phone and smiling with his diamond grille shining. Eventually, Lil Tim would be released on bail, with Jump Out Gang Black and Lil Pab celebrating the release of their 33rd Street brother on Instagram and Twitter. Then, on March the 27th, 2021, Lil Tim's name would begin trending on Twitter as news of his release on bail spreads, with Quando even posting on Instagram, "God is home." Then later posting a clip of them celebrating by throwing a bunch of cash in the air. However, Tim and Quando's rivals would still be watching their every move, as Lil Durk and Mimo600 would like the picture along with NBA Youngboy's biggest enemy, Fredo Bang. However, this pressure didn't stop Tim from showing his face. Soon after the release, Tim would go live on Instagram, but not saying much. But as time goes by,
I'll definitely say Tim is fearless.
He would get more and more confident and find subtle ways to disrespect his enemies. For example, the month before King Von was killed, in October 2020, King Von's ex-girlfriend Asian Doll would tweet publicly saying that she only dates killers with 3 bodies or more. Perhaps this was a reference to the fact that when she split up with Von, she allegedly spent time getting close to NBA Youngboy, who just like Von, has a reputation synonymous with killing. And since we all know that Asian Doll loves to date killers, after being released, Lil Tim would hop on social media and shoot his shot, saying openly, "Somebody tell Asian Doll I want her. I heard she only likes killers." The following month, on April the 12th, 2021, Quando posts on Instagram that he has bought matching iced out Cartier watches for him and Tim. This is perhaps a reference to earlier lyrics and tweets where Quando raps that he will give a Rolex to anybody who kills an op, with Lil Tim tweeting back saying that he wants to find out if this is true. But anyway, despite all of the apparent disrespect coming out of 33rd Street, eventually Quando Rondo would break his silence about his involvement in the situation that claimed Von Von's life. In an extended interview with Angela Yee speaking on the situation, Quando would break down the events in a much more respectful tone than his earlier song, with Quando saying that before the fight broke out, he thought King Von's entourage were a group of regular people, and saying that he was just trying to let them walk past casually, being surprised when he was suddenly sucker punched by Von.
Like, I'm thinking it's some regular individuals. If I would have just tried to walk through them, next thing you know, it hit me.
Quando would say that the whole incident felt like an out-of-body experience.
Like, it's like I had an out-of-body experience.
Durk would later troll these comments by Quando in his own interview, where he told Ebro that he wanted his concert to be like an out-of-body experience.
It's gonna be like an out-of-body experience.
Quando would also claim that the moment that Von came over and started the fight,
Dirk
he felt like the devil was coming to get him.
bro.
Like, it's like the devil was coming to get me, like.
Quando would also reiterate that Lil Tim was his day one homie that would protect him from anything.
One thing about it, he gonna protect me with anything, which anybody should do.
Right.
He would also say that he prayed when those gunshots were going off.
Lord, please let me make it home. It's like everything went back normal. I look up and I see my partner on the ground. You feel me? Shot up.
And Quando was adamant that he didn't even know that it was King Von he'd been fighting with until the next day.
This is on neighborhood crip, man. I did not know that was him till the next day. I'm like, I don't want to say, because I know dude just dropped the tape. Like, was they trying to do something to me? Like, just boost him up? Or like, what? I don't know.
You just don't know where. You just don't know where it came from. You have no idea.
Despite this attempt at a diplomatic interview, it would seem that the damage had already been done. Having spent months mocking King Von after his death and making light of a supposed $1 million bounty on his head, Quando Rondo would remain in danger. And from here, he would have to defend him.
Wait, how did Quando know about the $1 million bounty? We ever thought about that? Was there a back door for Durk? Or was it just shit going on in the streets at that point? How did he know that Durk... Now, Durk didn't offer $1 million, at least from the conversation we hear about that was in Atlanta, but looked like niggas was taking that to mean, oh, your blood's down to pay $1 million. Or did Durk rap that he had $1 million on somebody's head? Did he rap that?
Himself against a wave of attempts on his life, as those people who loved King Von would seemingly be on the hunt, state to state, with just one objective.
Yo, shout out to whoever who's gifting subs, man. All my sub gifters, man. We love you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Help out the community.
Mind, slide for Von.
All right, here we go.
It was close to half a year since that fateful night when King Von lost his life trying to fight Quando Rondo. The moment Quando's close friend Lil Tim pulled the trigger, he set into motion a chain of events that would change their lives forever, with King Von being one of Chicago drill's most feared killers, as well as a popular rapper. This meant that Quando Rondo, Lil Tim, and everyone around them would have to defend against wave after wave of assassination attempts, all seemingly connected to the slain Chicago rapper. On April the 16th, 2021, Quando Rondo denied being shot at and told the world that he rides in a bulletproof truck. That same month, Quando's latest concert is announced on May the 1st, 2021 in Waycross, Georgia. After having his previous shows that were scheduled just weeks after Von's death cancelled, Quando was eager to show his fans, ops, and the world at large that he could travel the country and perform without incident. However, unfortunately for Quando, that simply wasn't true. On May the 1st, 2021, Quando Rondo plays the very show that he was booked to perform at in Waycross, Georgia. And here he's seen playing to an empty venue, complaining to the crowd that his shows are usually bigger than this, with Quando addressing the fans and still thanking them for coming out despite the low turnout.
I ain't gonna lie. Man, my shows really do, you feel me?
Deeper than this, but I know I got a lot of shit going on. You feel me? But I still appreciate everybody who came out. I'm gonna rock this bitch out like it's 10,000 people in here. Come on, shit.
When these images and clips surfaced, Chicago affiliates of Von and Durk, like Mimo 600, would mock Quando, saying that he must have made a loss on that show. But as the night went on, that show's turnout would be the least of Quando's worries, as him and his entourage would leave the venue after performing, driving to a Circle K gas station just 11 minutes away in the next town of Blackshear. At around 3:20 AM after that show, Quando and his team would be in the parking lot of a gas station convenience store in Blackshear, Georgia. Soon after arriving, somebody began to open fire from across the road, with one man allegedly being hit in the hand and ending up in the hospital. Quando Rondo would flee the scene before authorities arrived. According to one report, over 100 bullets were fired at Quando's entourage during this incident. However, members of the public would arrive to the crime scene beginning to film and posting the footage on social media, with the woman filming telling viewers that she was on the scene of the Quando shooting and saying that people had heard the gunshots from all the way down the street. And she would even walk right up to bullet markers where the shell casings had apparently been fired from all the way up the street.
Oh my God, it is Quando, y'all. It's got to be. They talking about it was the rapper that performed at the Vibe, at the club. They talking about it was Quando. They heard it was, somebody had a bounty on him. I'm like, damn, how the f you know? Look at all them bullets. Yeah, they got down picking up bullets.
It was unclear who exactly was responsible for the shooting. Quando's ops from Savannah, the gang S8K, or the Section 8 kids, would post seemingly referencing the incident, with a caption saying Get Back Gang, which, if you didn't know, is actually another name for King Von's gang. Along
They posted our Dirk song, though.
with audio from Lil Durk's song Hellcats and Trackhawks, that earlier song where Durk says that he's looking to catch somebody lacking at their show. Now, it's unclear whether S8K members were taking direct responsibility for the incident or simply celebrating a hit sent from Lil Durk or Von's crew, Get Back Gang. However, a black disciple from Georgia seemingly claimed responsibility for this hit on social media, leading people to believe once again that this was a hit affiliated with Lil Durk. Naturally, due to his extensive affiliations with the Black Disciple Street Gang, of which King Von was indeed a prominent member. Lil Pab also tweeted after this incident, brushing off the shooting and telling his ops to enjoy life and not let one person stress them out so much, and going on to post a picture of himself alive and well the following day. Quando would seemingly address the threats against his life in a later interview, also brushing off the danger and saying that he doesn't care about death threats because he's always armed.
Death threat all you want to, bro. That's just some words, man. Do be an action.
Right.
You feel me? I'm going home to my daughter.
Right.
And if I didn't, God called me.
Right.
But I'm going home to my daughter, bro. I'm not even the type of person to move without a firearm.
Rumors would later circulate that Lil Tim was also injured in this shooting. Now, whether or not that's true, it was clear that Lil Tim suffered a serious injury, being shot numerous times during the altercation with King Von. A couple of months after that shooting at the gas station, in August 2021, Lil Tim would post a sobering picture to Instagram, revealing that due to his gunshot wounds, he's having to use a colostomy bag, but still giving thanks for the fact he's still alive. It's unclear whether or not this injury was from the Waycross shooting, the shootout with King Von, or even a previous shootout in Savannah. But regardless, it was clear that Quando and Lil Tim were continuing to pay the price for this beef with King Von. But that didn't stop Quando from continuing to push his career forward. On May the 7th, 2021, Quando releases his 6th mixtape, Still Taking Risks, his first full-length release since the killing of King Von. And this project would be laced with references to the incident, as well as the consequences. Quando would rap about having a $1 million bounty on his head in the opening track Blue Man. He would also mock King Von on tracks like Red Eye, saying that he's smoking a dead guy and catching homicides with Timmy. There's also a line on that track where he says that he's signed to NBA and rapping, if he loves that girl, make sure he never sees her again. Seemingly a reference to King Von essentially dying as a result of his girlfriend Asian Doll, creating a love triangle between Von and Youngboy, with Quando going on to disrespect King Von's crew Get Back Gang, saying there ain't no get backs. Quando also says that he has shooters doing murders for only $1,500, and that he wants to kill all of his ops one by one until he gets to the top dog. Perhaps another reference to a desire to take out Lil Durk, as he depicted in his music video for the song Soul Reaper. And Quando even ends this song by mocking Lil Durk for linking up with Youngboy's enemies like Fredo Bang, as well as saying that Lil Tim got out of jail and got straight back to shooting, even mocking Von, saying that Timmy busted Von's head because he got caught without his gun. There's also the song Drop Some, where Quando reiterates that he didn't even realize that it was a beef with Von the night he got shot, and saying that he has bullets for a wrestler, another reference to Von trying to fight the night he got killed. Quando also raps saying that his young'un is quick to make a rapper bleed. Elsewhere on the track Devil on My Shoulder, he shouts out Timmy, saying he will shoot for him. But perhaps most notably was the track Purple Baby, the song where Quando extensively disses his dead enemies from Savannah, repeating a chorus that had lyrics saying that he's smoking purple babies, a reference to the gang's 1100 block and VBS, the Villa Boy Soldiers, who rep purple, of Chicago gang, split open after being shot. On the track Still Doing Wrong, and Quando wasn't the only one.
Oh, man, I'm about to start smoking motherfucking black babies around this bitch.
Going to drop a mixtape together, sounding Lil T fame off of the back.
You want to support me?
Go to Nene. Thanks for everyone who subscribed to the channel. If you ain't subbed to my channel, make sure you do. Make sure you join the membership. Shout out to all my mods. And that's why they fled back to Chicago.
Here we go.
First story we talking about is THF Bezu. He was being investigated for the...
By the way, this is 5 months ago.
Stalking of Quando Rondo, the first one. And that's why they fled back to Chicago. The GBI and the feds was on them already back then. We got to talk about that. And we talking about Famous Richard, man. Update. Make sure y'all smash that like button so this video, people got arrested for guns and you know, THF Bezu was involved in that. The GBI and all them was saying that he was driving a car that was supposed to, that they were supposed to did the drive-by out of because it was a drive-by. They didn't walk up, hop out, or none of that. They drove past and shot, you know, and they were saying that they was investigating him. They didn't know if it was really Zoo, but they was investigating him, and then somebody else had told that Zoo was driving the car, the getaway car. So Zoo was being investigated for his before he got killed, and then he got killed. But Zoo always told us that, you know, I ain't dodging nothing but the feds, you know, and the feds was watching him so much, man, that the man, he couldn't even drive his own cars and shit. He started taking Ubers, you know, because they was on to him, man. You know, they own the Dirk them, they own the OTF, they own all them. And the witness who saying that that they stalked, and he connecting the stalking to the Quando Rondo case, because that's what the feds put in the paperwork, that the witness gonna confirm that the stalking that happened to Quando Rondo is connected to this one. It was the end result. That was the first saying you did it, man.
Okay, I got another video that might be a little more concise. So THF Bezu confirmed as co-conspirator 6 in paperwork. Now, if you guys don't know, this is not police shit. I know you're like, this is police shit act. This is not police shit. What happened is that it was basically announced through court filings that Bezu was a co-conspirator, but he died. And because he died, Dirk's team wanted to get certain things out of the case because they're saying, if we can't have the opportunity to put this person on the stand to show that these things aren't true, we can't put this in the case, okay? Oh, somebody said Mickey Truth clarifies the narrative. Anyway, let me I think Traplo Ross said it started that narrative. Here we go.
Came out saying Lil Durk and individual number 6, co-conspirator 6, all right, and Grant, which is OTF Vonnie, says that those are the guys that organized the hit on Quando Rondo on May 21st, 2021 after he played his first show in Blackshear, Georgia. I've been telling...
Okay, so they're saying that Dirk and Vonnie sent the hit, or they orchestrated niggas trying to kill Quando after his show. Now, this is going to be important, y'all, when Vonnie takes the stand to try to prove. Remember, Dirk's defense is, nigga, Vonnie, you the kingpin, nigga. You the one that was orchestrating everything. We're going to have to hear Vonnie explain, nah, Dirk did this more than once. Dirk told me to go try to kill him in after his show in Georgia. So we're going to probably find out more details. They're fighting to keep this out of court because supposedly one of the people that was involved in this attempted murder, that's a drive-by shooting we just seen, was Bezu. And because he's dead, they're saying we shouldn't bring it in. Now, I think that's where people get this idea that Dirk was in the car and that maybe he was shooting a Draco out the window. And I'm just sorry. Like, I know Drake is, I know Dirk is a bad man, but I don't know if he's like Pooh Shiesty bad man. Like, yo, Pooh Shiesty shoot niggas. Is Dirk gonna be in Atlanta, not Atlanta, but Georgia, shooting out the window at Quando Rondo after a show? Multi-million-dollar super famous rapper just did a song with Drake, got all the biggest songs at that time. Now, I know some of y'all are saying, yes, I'm going to show the paperwork. The paperwork, and I have it here a little bit bigger, pause. The paperwork actually says, on or about May 21st, 2021, defendant Banks and Vonnie and co-conspirator 6, which, okay, that's, yeah, co-conspirators, co-conspirator 6 is Bezu, or was. They superseded that indictment, by the way. So I think they took him out. Or did they keep him? But anyway, co-conspirator 6 and others known and unknown conspired to kill Taekwon Bowman. Now, here's the thing. Not because they said Durk conspired to kill mean Durk was in the vehicle. It could just mean Durk paid for the hot car. It could mean Durk paid for the flights. Just like how we're seeing in the situation where did Durk hop in a car, try to kill Pop? No. Was Durk on the scene? No. But I'm trying to figure out, because there's a narrative growing that Durk was actually shooting. And I'm like, what?
Telling you for a couple of years now that Lil Durk was responsible for that shooting. But co-conspirator number 6, people wondering who that is THF Bezu. Some people saying there's no proof. I'm going to show you the proof. 100% co-conspirator 6 is THF Bezu, and this is why. Because in addition to the attempt on Kwando's life in 2021, they also added this 2019 February 5th situation. This was where King Von and Lil Durk caught their attempted murder charges in Atlanta. There were only 4 people there that day. Lil Durk, Banks, you see Banks, King Von, Davon Bennett, they got DB there. Co-conspirator 6, who I think is THF Bezu, but people are saying, how can you be sure that's him? Well, the only other person who was there that day was a guy called AAB Hella Bands, right? This happened in 2019. Okay, the paperwork just came out.
Okay, so you was right with that, but...
And then they tried to kill Kwando in 2021, and they saying co-conspirator 6 was in on that. Well, AAB Hella Bands, he...
Okay, so yes. By the way, this deduction that Trap Lord Ross makes is actually right. But I'm still not sold on, even though Trenches New said it, TSF Bezu, Durk, shoot at Kwando. Let's see if... That's the Atlanta footage. Okay, the headlines are reading correct. Lil Durk and Bezu tried to, and Vonnie, by the way, tried to kill Kwando after his show, but nothing says Lil Durk was a shooter. Okay? None of that says he was a shooter. Somebody said Chirac humor or new tweets. Wait, what are you talking about, Chirac humor? Okay, here we go. Let's go to Blackshire. All right. Okay. Steele played an audio message of Jamie the Bull talking to the FBI and LAPD in 2023. Jam, I guess this is the audio, says, they killed Slutty though. Slutty popped up on Lil Tim. Security told me he had to freeze and shot him in the back of the head. They had Tim there and Slutty got killed. So this is audio, and looked like this was one of the recorded conversations. Looked like it was probably one of the first times he talked to the feds in 2023, but he was talking to the LAPD and the FBI. Okay? So he looked like he is explaining the background of the beef that probably caused the murder to happen. Huh. Brian Steele is going hard on Jam. He played a recording about him being interviewed, saying he was never told by Durk there was a bounty on Kwando and Tim. Asked why he lied, and Jam said, "There's more to it than that." Steele clapped back, "Nigga, there's always more to it with you, nigga. What the fuck?" Nah, Brian Steele on bad timing, nigga. Nigga, shut the fuck up. It's always more to the story. It's always more to the story when it comes to that, huh? Jacking for updates again. Taylor. Quick update. Here we go. They're on a quick break, or they was. OTF Jam is being cross-examined by Brian Steele. The room was immediately tense. Steele's demeanor has changed from respectful to intense. I told you, he's a pit bull. He asked Jam repeatedly about his family and where his family had to support him. Then asked if he's true if he doesn't speak to people of his family. This is objected. The counsel is called to the bench 3 times. So they keep objecting. All right, I told you. Brian Steele is going to push the envelope until the AUSA basically says, yo, judge, step in. It's going to be objection. Because Brian Steele, he knows. He got to break this guy. All right? Jam appeared to be laughing and shaking his head every time the counsel was called to the bench. So Jam looked like Jam is smiling, and I got to think he's smiling because when he met with the AUSA and agents combined over 30 times, he was being prepared for this exact thing. So exactly what they prepared him for, that's what's happening. Now, granted, it's still Brian Steele. You know what I mean? Every time somebody played Michael Jordan, they prepared for the fadeaway. You know what Michael Jordan did every time? Hit him with the fadeaway. Every single time. Every time niggas played Shaquille O'Neal back in the day, they know Shaq was going to do this, hit him with a drop step, dunk over them. But it's never the same until you're going one-on-one with Shaq. Jam was also previously testified about meeting in a Georgia studio where someone in the group mentioned a payout of $500,000 or more, or $1 million to target Quando. Dirk was allegedly in the room. Jam said he replied, whatever. Jam said and replied, whatever, I guess to Steele. Right before break, Steele played a clip for the court in which Jam told authorities in an interview that he never spoke about Rondo or Lil Tim with Dirk before August 18th, 2022, a trip to Los Angeles. Steele points out that the Georgia meeting is never mentioned, and that's when the judge called the jury for a break. So basically, Steele is starting to lock in with the, hey, we do have audio of you talking to the agents when you first link with them, and your story left out some important parts. Your story left out promise of you getting paid. Also, you never mentioned a meeting where earlier y'all are claiming that Dirk said, yo, if y'all kill this nigga, y'all will be good, and somebody shouted out $500,000 and somebody else shouted out $1 million. So he's going into it by saying, your story about what happened ever since your first interview with the feds, you have trumped it up. It's now increased, it's escalated. Okay? The judge called for a jury break. Why Trap ain't going live and dropping videos? Shit. Is it Kanye on his ass out there? No, I'm playing. A recording? Okay, yeah. Okay. So there's always more to it with you. Is that contrary to what you told the jury? It says yes. Okay, so slight point here for Smirk. Brian Steele has gotten OTF Jam to admit that basically Brian Steele has gotten OTF Jam to admit that the first time he talked to the feds and they audio recorded him, he ain't say none of that about no bounty. He ain't say none of that about knowing that he was gonna go kill Quando and Tim. So they're kind of attacking that the crux of this case, which is this conspiracy, even exists. The conspiracy would be that, you know, these people were all in the know. And even if they can't prove that, they could prove it in a way by saying, so you would have no idea of the conspiracy then, because you said you didn't know, right? So how could you testify about a conspiracy that you don't know about? Even if it did exist. Jamie the Bull. Jamie the Bull trying to survive on that stand. Vonnie's somewhere watching this stream, trust me. Vonnie's somewhere in a prosecution or AUSA's office watching this stream, and Vonnie trying to take some notes. Vonnie is hoping to get 7 years. Vonnie is hoping that when he gets on there, he doesn't trip up. The government gives him a gold star and a beautiful 5K1 letter that he could get the years that he wants. Yeah, I think we just got a break now, so Trap Lore should be like updating. Oh, we haven't gone to Lore for Workers, have we? No. Has he done an update today? Let's see what Lore for Workers is saying. Okay, here we go. All right, here we go.
Dirk, day 4, Jacob Hester, known as Jam, takes the stand. Now, we're going to go over everything Jam said and what Brian Steele will cross-examine him on, but before we do that, I got to set the stage for you, because the moment Jam, you have to understand, when you walk into that courtroom for a couple of days as a juror, you got the judge, you got top-level feds, you got Drew Findling, Brian Steele, they're presenting all this evidence, testimony, none of it is like crystal clear, it's all different shades of gray, you're trying to figure out things, then this guy comes in wearing the orange jumpsuit, takes the stand, they say, "How are you, sir?" He nods his head, "What up?" And then he starts admitting to the murder, and he says, "Yeah, I did these crimes that you guys are all here hearing all this evidence on." And it gets real intense. Jam is black and white. The first question they ask him, what have you pled guilty to? And Jam didn't exactly know what crimes he had pled guilty to. He was like conspiracy for murder, conspiracy to kidnap resulting in death. It wasn't kidnap, it was stalk. Then he talked about murder, robbery. There was no murder involved. And he never actually mentioned murder for hire. Interesting. So Jam couldn't even really define the crimes that he was trying to plead guilty to, or that he has pled guilty to. What he was able to do quite clearly was point out the defendant when they asked him, "Hey, do you see anybody in the courtroom who you did this murder with and who helped you plan it?" He said, cold, low, dead tone, Dirk. Who else? He identified the other defendants. Throughout the rest of his testimony, he would go on to put his head down. He'd just be shaking like this. And when he brought his head up, you could see the look of disbelief in his eye at the reality that was around him. Then he went into, this testimony started with his childhood and this gang that he was in and the rites of passage, but that stuff we can get into. The key points that I want to talk about is what he said about Dirk, including the bounty. The centerpiece of this testimony, no doubt, was Jam testifying that about a month after he got out of prison, he's at this Atlanta studio, and Dirk's there, and Dee Dee's there, Will, Duty Low, and he said maybe this guy Twin. Now, according to Jam, Dirk starts talking about people are trolling Sly Vervon, and Dirk basically let everybody in the studio know that if anybody catches Quando or Tim, they're going to be good. Prosecutor's like, "Hey, what do you mean by catch?" Jam, kill. Prosecutor, "What do you mean by good?" Jam, money-wise. Prosecutor's like, "Okay, so that means that they would be rewarded?" And Jam's like, "Yeah, they'd be rewarded." What was the amount that they would be rewarded? Jam does not know, but he did say that when Dirk was like, "Hey, somebody got to catch him," another guy said, "Man, that's like half a ticket or $1 million." Who said half a ticket or $1 million? Jam doesn't testify to that. Jam does say that when somebody said half a ticket to $1 million, Dirk said, "Man, the person who catches them won't have to worry about nothing. He going to be straight." Was Jam ever paid? Jam has not testified to being paid. That's the only thing they've said about the bounty. Then the other stuff that got into Dirk was there's a Sprinter van. On the Sprinter van, this is when they're in Los Angeles and they're traveling around to do this murder, and Dee Dee takes out his phone and he spans it. Allegedly, Jam says Dirk was on FaceTime with Dee Dee, and Dee Dee says, pans the phone around to the guys in the Sprinter, "Look, we're the Navy SEALs going on a mission." And where they were on their way to some type of hotel, that Duty Low had told them that Quando Rondo, Little Dirk, day 4, Jacob Hester, known. Yeah, I thought this part was interesting because allegedly what they were told is that there was going to be this weed sale, but the weed dealer's not going to have any money, and the weed dealer's just going to rob him. So they'd kill, the weed dealer would rob. What ended up happening? Well, when they got there, it was too hot. The police were there, and I saw a huge weakness there because, okay, so you didn't take the shot. Well, what about the weed dealer who was going to go rob him? Seems like he would have a problem. Potential cross topic. So they don't do it that night. They go back to the hotel, and then eventually in the morning, they follow around the Escalade and shoot it up at the gas station. What actually touches Dirk there? The only other pieces that got into Dirk, based other than what I just said, Jam says, "I would travel with Dirk, and every city we would go to, Dirk would tell Vonnie, give everybody guns." Why? Jam doesn't know why everybody gets guns. But as for Jam, Dirk wants security and protection, and Dirk knows that Jam is a violent individual who will use the gun. The only other thing that they ever said about Dirk and Jam that gets into this stuff is that one time there was a rapper and Jam saw the rapper with flashy jewelry and he told Dirk, I'm gonna start robbing guys like this who come around us. And Dirk's like, yeah, that's the Jam I've been waiting on. So why did Jam open fire and shoot at Quando Rondo outside the Beverly Center? Well, after coming home from jail for 12 years and having already committed multiple murders, he was at an Atlanta studio where Dirk said, hey, they're saying slide for Vaughn. Anybody who catches him gonna be good. Dirk one time told them that's the Jam I've been waiting on. And the only other part is that he was on a phone call with Boone.
I like how he's putting it together. So these random questions, there's a narrative to it.
And Booney was on FaceTime, and Dirk was allegedly there, and they gave him the order, okay, go and kill Quando. No forensic trail, no link. We're going to have to see if there's like a call or a FaceTime record or somebody to corroborate this concept that Dirk gave the order through Booney on a FaceTime call. That would be significant, but we have seen absolutely no evidence and no corroboration of that. Likewise, we haven't seen any evidence or any corroboration of all the other stuff that Jam testified about that kind of had nothing to do with this murder for hire. He went on and on about weekly gang meetings, and he's in the Black Disciples, and there's subsets, and Dirk is in it, and you got to follow the rules, and if people disrespect your gang, you go back at them, and if somebody gives an order, you follow the order. But this is not a gang case. When the cross starts, they're going to be like, hey, you've admitted to multiple murders, 3, 4, we've lost count. You're facing life, and the only chance you have for a single day of freedom on this earth is putting this on Dirk. You gave 30 plus interviews. Almost all of them are unrecorded. When did this story develop? How did it develop? Where's the corroboration about Booney giving an order while Dirk is in FaceTime? Where's the corroboration about this meeting where allegedly Dirk said anybody's going to be good? And even if so, is that murder for hire? I think definitionally saying everybody's going to be good, never identifying a monetary amount, never paying the bounty. This guy gets on a flight the same day they tell him he gets some order, he never gets paid, but he murder for hire? The defense is going to have an absolute field day on cross-examination. We will see how OTF Jam's story holds up, and then we'll see if there's any corroboration.
Okay.
On the first day of Jam's testimony, Brian Steele was doing Brian Steele things. He didn't get a chance to cross Jam yet, but he dropped the word that Brian Steele tends to drop. Every prosecutor dreads it. Mistrial. Twice in one afternoon. The motion for the mistrial came up. Stay with me. The judge denied the mistrial motion, and that often happens the first time, but he did give a warning to prosecutors that sets the scene going forward. So before the jury walked in the morning, the defense warned the judge out loud on the record that, hey, if one of these cooperating witnesses starts talking about crimes that nobody here is charged with, that's going to be a mistrial. And the judge said, yeah, no gratuitous pot shots. You can't go up there, take the stand, and just start mentioning crimes from years and years and years to get the jury to feel like, oh my God, these are terrible people. Well, later that day, we get OTF Jam on the stand. The jury is sitting there listening. The prosecutor asks Jam, did Dirk encourage you to be aggressive? Give us an example. And this is where Jam brings up this issue in Miami. There's a guy hanging around the crew. Turns out he's one of Tory Lanez artists. And Jam says, I'm going to start robbing these goofies. They got all this jewelry. I ain't got no jewelry. And Dirk's alleged response, according to Jam, that's what I'm talking about. That's the Jam I've been waiting on. So you're in front of the jury. It's a murder for hire trial where nobody is charged with robbing anyone. Jam has already gone out there and started his testimony saying, oh yeah, I'm pleading guilty to robbery. Here's the rule, plain and simple. If the government wants the jury to hear about other bad stuff that Jam did, like a robbery because Dirk told him to, you have to give notice ahead of time in writing so that the defense can be prepared. Ask their client, hey, Dirk, did you tell Jam to do a robbery? We need to be prepared to cross him on this. There was no notice given. They spent months and months and months preparing this case, talking about what the testimony was going to be. And this story about, oh, I was in Miami and I told Dirk I'm going to rob this dude. And he's like, yeah, I've been waiting on it. That's what I'm talking about. Never came up. So the defense never got to ask a single juror about that in their questioning for setting the jury. It never came up in opening statements. Steele goes up there and he tells the judge, look, and they're bringing in stuff about, oh, Dirk is directing a robbery. This case isn't about a robbery. Nobody gave us notice that what we're being charged with is telling Jam to go rob people. This is something that the prosecution knew would inflame the jury, that they wouldn't be allowed to do it, and they did it anyway. The judge said, look, strike the testimony. I'm going to tell the jury, disregard the whole Miami story. These men are on trial for what the charges are, not any type of robbery in Miami. Then he turned to the prosecutors and said, look, you should have told them if you were going to bring up some type of Miami robbery, and this should serve as a warning to you to not do it again. Week 1, government's on warning. you can bet Brian Steele's going to be trying to build that up brick by brick. On the first day of Jam's testimony,
Facts. That's true. We do have some more tweets. We got a few more tweets here, chat. Here we go. So, okay. All right. Cool. All right. So Steele says more. It's always more to it with you, right? He said, is it contrary to what you told the jury? Now, this is about that, Dirk never said he was putting money on Quando, this and that. Anyway, Steele says, are you more important than the people you kill? Jam paused for a minute and said, no, I can't say no. Can't say that, no. Steele says, by August of 2022, you have children, right? Jam says, you have a son. Steele says, that you hardly know. Jam says, I had a relationship with him in prison. Steele says, you had the opportunity to be with your son. Instead, you were holding a gun to someone you didn't know. So Steele is working hard to evaporate this idea of victimhood that is being clearly relied upon. It's clearly being relied upon by Jam, that he could come across truthful. He's already admitted that, hey, I'm taking accountability. I am hoping to get some time reduced, but there's no promises. Yes, I was the killer, but he's framing it in the sense of, this shit was bothering my conscience. I want to now tell the truth. Also, if you guys think I'm a ruthless guy, because just a ruthless guy with no emotions, that's not true. Actually, I pressed Dirk about, why did you send me on that drill? I tried to stop the drill while it was going on. I said, yo, we should probably cancel. These niggas are scared. Interesting, y'all. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't think Law for Workers is out there today. Today's a Thursday. Tomorrow's going to be probably a shorter court date. Usually it is on a Friday. Unless the judge really wants to get through something and he probably just holds everybody till, maybe Jam is off this thing. But Jam is not going to do all day tomorrow. I think Vonnie's going to start tomorrow. And I think what's going to happen, we're going to get through Jam morning tomorrow. We're going to get to Vonnie right after. And then only the government, I think the government is going to drag their case of talking to Vonnie to the end of the day, let the jurors go home for the weekend, sit with what they've their narrative and their story they've already implanted in the jury's mind, and then Brian Steele or Drew Finland could come back and try to, salvage whatever, maybe thoughts that kind of got brewed over the weekend on Monday morning. So I think that's what the schedule is probably going to be. But we haven't gotten a trap video in a second. Yeah, he hasn't given a video since the Kanye thing. Now, I like Brian Steele's approach. He's always very, when he feels that you are stuttering, when he feels like you have inconsistent answers, he doubles down and presses. He presses a lot. Now, here's the thing, too, but, and I think he does have some type of, he knows when to, bring it back in, because he definitely had to do that in the Diddy case. Remember, it's not about, badgering a witness or just, keep asking them questions and, trying to, make them feel flustered or whatever. It's for the jury to believe. And you could feel like you're pressing someone or you're kind of going wherever in terms of your conversation. But if the jury's like, nah, we're not believing this, that's another problem as well, okay?
He gonna show.
Okay. Looking through the shout out to the Chiracology Reddit, man. Shout out to them. looking for some more stuff. What the hell? They said one of Lil Pop's homies, Rich Stepper 23Y, has comment on this. His comment is kind of crazy. Oh, did he delete it? Maybe he did. Oh, never mind. He did. Let's see what he says. Supposedly, this is one of Lil Pop's homie. Niggas come home and don't do shit and make a sad post about they people. Ain't hurt a fly. Y'all worry about the wrong shit. I'll flip in my casket. My blood brother don't get none about me and steady posting me. Boy, fuck that phone. Go whack something. Okay, I think you guys get that. Basically, he's saying, if you're not sliding, he don't respect you. Then he commented on this case going on with Pop. This was what he said. I respect him. This is crazy. He's saying he respects Durk and them for killing his cousin. He says, I respect him for crashing about that business because I am crash first. I am crash first chance I get. Real spill. Long live Lil Pop. God damn. Man, we are fucked as a society, man. We are fucked as a society. We are fucked as a society.
I don't crip, nigga. I been driving with one hand.
Lord
This was the also you gotta remember around that time of 2020 and 2021, there was a lot of beefs playing out on Clubhouse.
Who? I was on that last bumper.
I'm on your
bumper.
bumper.
Man, get what? You done scratched them folks' wheels up.
I'm on
You
your
done scratched them folks'
bumper.
wheels up. That nigga hit the curb. I been on that, cuz. On my mama, I was on his bumper, cuz.
We heard you.
On my mama, I was on his bumper.
I couldn't make you bounce.
Cuz.
Hit the brakes, turn hard, you gonna bounce out, nigga.
Brother, I was punching my shit.
Fuck you talking about?
Cuz you can't tell him nothing,
You
cuz.
tripping. I'm a real roller.
I'm saying though, Hood, how you hit that corner, Hood?
Mr. T that boy.
That nigga missed.
Anyway. Any more relevant updates? I feel like the entire hip hop community is watching this. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that. Did I post VVS Ken and what he said? VVS Ken. VVS Ken, who that's Tory's artist that Jam said he was gonna rob. He said that fat red rat never even thought about playing with a Z on my stomping ground. Be fucking for real, nigga. And then he said, this bitch looks so pussy, be for real. I won't even entertain that topic mud. So he denies that. And by the way, it looked like the jury was instructed to ignore that. Okay? Matter of fact, since where is it at? Let me go down. Tory. My bad. I'm trying to find the story for y'all, all right? Oh, here we go. Okay, so this was from yesterday. Can you explain or give us an example? Okay, all right. Let me go up a little bit. So Steele was objecting about speculation. Okay, let me go up a little bit more. So the question to Jam was, so how did you, or it says, do you know his name to be Kevon Grant? Cuz, say, yeah, I do now. I ain't know it back then. He said, but okay, do you understand going back to Mr. Banks, his nickname is Blood. Yeah, one of them. Question, one of them. What's that term, blood, within OTF to describe Banks? Yeah. Is that what you guys call him? Yeah. All right. Now, getting back to Cuz. Do you know his real name to be Kevon Grant? Kevon Grant? I do now. You do now? Yes. What was his role within OTF that you understood it? Like I said, man, I just see him handling blood money a couple of times. But other than that, it was like him always giving me guns wherever we was at. And he was always giving me hot cars. Okay, so let's unpack those two things. He gave you guns? Yeah. Did you know if those firearms are coming from him or were they coming from someone else? If you don't know, it's okay. I mean, I can't necessarily say where they come from, but I know every time, like, objection. Brian Steele's on it. Overruled. You can continue your answer. Speculation. Court says you could continue. It says you can continue. I'll strike it if it's appropriate to do so, but give us your answer. Man, wherever we go, wherever we at, no matter what state we in, man, Dirk always told Cuz to give me a gun. Get you Jam a gun? Yeah. Were you present for these conversations? Yeah, it'll be my face. Did you ever understand why Mr. Banks, everywhere you went, wanted you to have a gun? Objection. Calls for speculation, okay? That is Dee Dee's attorney, I think. Harbaugh, yeah. Court overruled. Witness says, protection. He know how to use it. You know how to use it, you said? I say protection, and he know I'll use that bitch. He knows you'll use it. Yeah. Did you get the impression that Mr. Banks encouraged you to be aggressive at times? Objection. Court says, let's find out why. Overruled. Asking again. Did you get that impression? Yeah. Court says, answer the question, Jam. Can you explain why or give us an example? Man, well, when we was in Miami, it was a dude around us. He was looking at me. Like, he was like kind of jittery acting. I didn't even know who he was. So I asked him who he was. He told me he was one of Tory Lanez artists. And I basically told Dirk afterwards, having to ask who he was, I'm like, yo, I'm going to start robbing these niggas, man. I'm going to start robbing these goofies coming around us. Like, they got all this jewelry. They ain't even got no jewelry. And Dirk told me, Dirk was like, man, that's what I'm talking about. That's that jam I've been waiting on. That's that jam you've been waiting on? What does that mean? Yeah. Let me unpack that a little bit more. You said you were at a location and, Your Honor, could we approach? Okay, sidebar. Sidebar. Okay. The court says, yes, Mr. Steele. Your Honor, I presume this testimony is about Dirk Banks encouraging this gentleman to commit armed robberies. I never heard Your Honor and the court permit this to be entered. The court says it was. What specific example are you bringing up here? Then the AUSA says the upshot of this is our theory that the case is Banks was keeping and securing the loyalty of Mr. Hester, encouraging him to be violent once he got out of custody. The clerk says, excuse me? And the judge says, some of the jurors need to use the restroom. So, excuse me, Judge. Some of the jurors need to use the restroom. All right. Let's start back again. 255. Cool. All right. Our theory. Okay, so they're kind of arguing sidebar right here. And they said, Your Honor, we just asked because this came out of left field. We need clarity. And then we raised a 404B notice objection. They're continuing to smuggle it in. They have done it from the beginning of this case. They have continued from their exhibit list. This is unacceptable. Again, this adds to the basis of severance that we had sought. Now we are learning mid-trial. So if the government needs to lay it all out now before we are moving for a mistrial because it's unacceptable, it bleeds over to Mr. Wilson. Court says, all right. Is there anything else here, counsel, that could possibly be misconstrued as Rule 404B? By the way, let's look at that. Rule 404B. The Federal Rule of Evidence, 404B, bans the use of past crimes or bad acts to prove a person's character or showed how they acted that way on a specific occasion, but allows it for other specific person. So you can't just be like, yo, you could tell this person was a robber or was encouraging this guy to do robberies So they're trying to use that to say it's prejudicial. Okay. All right. The court says that's not a point, blah, blah. I'm just saying it's not 404B. Okay, it's clearly that I should have been on notice. And, yeah. So if I'm going to make an intelligent, he says, I clearly did not understand that there was going to be talk about some armed robbery. So you really just have to be candid with everyone if I'm going to make an intelligent ruling. Says, yes, Mr. Steele. And so finally, Brian, this is the first time I've seen, not Brian Steele, Drew Finland speak. Be like, it's Mr. Finland. Oh, okay. Be like, yo. So, Your Honor, I just wanted to say, he said, oh, sorry, Mr. Finley. He said, no pun intended with this witness. Stole the words from me. Drew Finley cracking jokes in the court. All right. So the court is going through that. Okay, bet. So I think they just kind of, all right, we are going to strike that. I think that's what they said. For the record, a curative instruction. So Miss O'Connor wanted that. And Your Honor be like, you should know going to, all right, bet. So it said the court, this is the judge saying, okay, I will strike that and I'll tell them not to do it. Okay? So that's a W right there. So that Tory Lanez story got thrown out. That Tory Lanez story got thrown out, Chad. That Tory Lanez story got thrown the hell out. I be getting calls from people that I cannot put on here, Chad. Let's see. All right, I'll give you the update when, what's that? Okay, all right. Taylor with any more updates? No. I wonder if Kanye's hanging around for the whole day or will Kanye leave out at some point? Oh, okay, what about this?
At Lil Durk trial. Right now, Brian Steele is cross-examining OTF Jam. At first, I was not down with Brian Steele bringing up OTF Jam's dysfunctional relationship with his parents, his mother, his siblings. That's a big no-no in the black community. But I see why he did it. He did it to establish that OTF Jam is a sociopath, and at times he even laughed at serious allegations, like about the time when he robbed the convenience store and splattered someone's brain on his blicky and then licked it off. He laughed about that. Very weird. Brian Steele looped it around and pointed out that OTF Jam and Little Durk's son were best friends. That OTF Jam girlfriend and baby mother is also best friends, or was also best friends with India Royale. Then it got very interesting. Brian Steele made it a point to say, hey, you met with the federal prosecutors 31 times. You met with them 4 times in the month of May 2023, prior to your first recorded interview on May 24th, 2023. In that interview, OTF Jam specifically asked if Durk had any conversations with him about sliding for Von, and if Durk had any conversations with him about Quando Rondo and Lou Tim. He said no. So all of a sudden, he come in here and testify that Durk had a conversation about paying someone $500,000 to a meal to slide for Von in a studio in Atlanta, Georgia. That right there creates reasonable doubt to discredit OTF Jam, and right now I think Brian Steele should move to impeach him as a witness.
To not know what? To not when he was asked by the government, he never said I was offered money. He always said no. He said no to the government. He said, but there was a meeting where money was brought up. So what the government is doing is that, yeah, he might not have been offered money directly, or even be like, hey, if you come out here right now and do it, you're getting this. But based on his understanding, remember, when it comes to these conspiracies about an agreement, is it an understanding between two people? Doesn't have to be like a standard verbal agreement. It doesn't have to be a written contract. Was there some type of agreement? Now, the jury could go both ways with this. The jury could be like, well, I see an agreement here. Or, nah, I don't see the agreement.
What's up? It's your boy Denot. Day 6 at Lil Durk trial. Right now, Brian Steele is cross-examining OTF Jam. At first, I was not down with Brian Steele bringing up OTF Jam's dysfunctional relationship with his parents, his mother, his siblings. That's a big no-no in the black community. But I see why he did it. He did it to establish that OTF Jam is a sociopath, and at times he even laughed at serious allegations, like about the time when he robbed a convenience store and splattered someone's brain on his blicky and then licked it off. He laughed about that.
I never heard the lick it off the blicky thing first. I never heard that.
Very weird. Brian Steele looped it around and pointed out that OTF Jam and Little Durk's son were best friends. That OTF Jam girlfriend and baby mother is also best friends, or was also best friends, with India Royale. Then it got very interesting. Brian Steele made it a point to say, hey, you met with the federal prosecutors 31 times. You met with them 4 times in the month of May 2023, prior to your first recorded interview on May 24th, 2023. In that interview, OTF Jam is specifically asked if Durk had any conversations with him about sliding for Von, and if Durk had any conversations with him about Quando Rondo and Lou Tim. He said no. All of a sudden, he coming here.
There's going to be a problem here for Smirk. No, not for Smirk. I mean, for the government. So, sorry. And Denot has a point, but not really. Remember, this is conspiracy. Durk is the lead guy because they're saying he's financing it. He's calling the shots. He's the shot caller. He doesn't have to convey every single thing. Here's the thing. There is a point that Jam is told that you are here to, sorry, allergies, Jesus, to kill Quando Rondo. Here's the thing, and this is why I said there's a problem for the government. He's told by Duty Low, who is not indicted at all. It is said that when he gets to LA, Durk won't talk to him. Didi ain't really saying nothing. Boonie Mo's calling, right? Every time he called Durk, Boonie Mo called, or he called again. He said he talked to Durk, but like really Durk wasn't on the phone. Durk never said do nothing to Von. But who actually said to him, yo, you here to kill Von, according to his own testimony, was Duty Low. Well, here's the thing. According to the conspiracy that y'all have charged for, y'all have charged all the facets of the conspiracy. Duty Low is a unindicted co-conspirator. So how does that, like, he's not even indicted. So the guy who explicitly gave the order, according to Jam's testimony, is not even arrested for this crime. Without that happening, how can you just say Durk made a call? You got to remember, the reason why everybody else is indicted is that they're saying, just like the Vonnie stuff with the gun, Durk had Vonnie give me a gun. So basically everything is like Durk had so-and-so do so-and-so. But here is Durk had someone who is not indicted telling me to do a crime. Nigga, maybe Duty Low wanted you to do that bullshit, nigga. You get what I'm saying?
Hey, yo, it's day 6 at Lil Durk trial. You got TMZ, ABC, NBC, everybody here looking at our content, don't want to share it. And if they do share it, they're not paying us for it. And now they're out here at the Lil Durk trial trying to take over and clout chase when they haven't even been in the court to get no notes, put in no work, no effort. I don't respect that. Nigga, fuck TMZ, fuck Harvey. You live in the Hollywood Hills where they got tunnels underground, where that shit happened to Celeste Rivers. That's why you threw Alley Hope. You and Mark the motherfucking attorney. You niggas is flawed. You niggas is fake. Stop stealing black people shit. Stop talking about black people without promoting black people. You fuck nigga.
Oh shit. Oh shit. My boy's not playing, huh? Ceddy Nash has not been able to get back out to give us any updates. Yeah, I think they were on a break. They're back in court, but we're waiting for an update from somebody. This is Lil Durk's mom leaving the courthouse during the break today. Okay. Maybe she's probably leaving early to avoid the traffic and stuff like that, you know? Is no one streaming outside of that courthouse? Yesterday there was. Okay, the VVS Ken thing. We see already.
It's the whole side. One thing about us, y'all, I ain't gonna lie. See, one thing about this shit, Vernie, get what? I'm to the point where I ain't tripping no more. If I go, y'all gonna see how this shit supposed to go. Yeah, facts. But guess what? You ain't going away. So
Cause I don't do no horse playing. I don't do no motherfucking dime.
Damn, that was Pops saying, nigga, you ain't going nowhere.
Man. Say that again, no horse playing.
I don't do no horse playing. At all.
Baby Joe need to learn how to work this.
Man, I don't think
Somebody said that's my baby Joe.
That is Baby Joe. He just don't talk.
He was talking earlier. He was.
Interesting. Real quick, I want to kind of add some context here. So yesterday we had Trench's News on, and by the way, I do think he's a very reputable guy. He mentioned that when it came to co-conspirator 4, this has been a conversation that, you know what, let me do a little bit more digging right now while we're waiting for tweets. Okay, so there's this whole thing about who's co-conspirator 4. As we've heard in court so far, given the detectives and OTF Jam's testimony yesterday, Traplo Ross and shit, even Remo, they've said it's clear that co-conspirator 4 is Duty Low, okay? Now he's unindicted, but he's co-conspirator 4. A few people believe that's not true, including Trench's News. Trench's News actually said, well, listen, that's not true. It's actually a female, there's a female in the mix, okay? They said there's a female that was important to the story in getting the location and giving the drop, all right? He says the reason why it's not Duty Low is that in the original indictment, so we're going to go to one of the earlier indictment, it is said that co-conspirator 4 is a California resident. Duty Low does not live in California. So that would be incompatible if, even though Jam is testifying like Duty Low is the guy who was dropping the lows, which would kind of make him co-conspirator 4. Well, according to the government, they claimed that co-conspirator 4 lived in LA. And Trench's News said, you know, there was a woman, because according to the indictment, well, the narrative in court is that the Duty Low was using a girl to get the location on Quando. Anyway, long story short, Trench's News did say, you know, he gave a hint and we came up with a name that seemed to maybe he agreed with. He said, there's a girl that be sleeping with a lot of them rapper dudes. She was a part of it, and she helped give up the low. I said, who is this person? He says, well, she might share the same last name as Dirk's girl. Dirk's girl name is India. Now, there's not that many Indias that we kind of know. And I think India Love was the name that was stuck on in saying, damn, well, I think she kind of I don't know where she lives at, number one. But he seemed to agree, or at least not correct us. And I am having a few people who are hitting me up to say, no, she's actually not that person. I've actually had other people try to tell me it's another India, which I'm gonna actually have some caution and not even bring that up. But they said it is in India, just not India Love. Again, whether it's India Love or the other India, I'm gonna be a little bit careful and not trying to make anyone probably get unnecessary hate. Let me go down to some of these superseding indictments. Where are they? Here we go. Okay, second superseding indictment. This is important. Now, when we go here for this superseding indictment, we should be able to type conspirator. Okay. Now, co-conspirator 4, 2 to 5 were members or associates of OTF. Remember, we're looking for who's 4. Remember, 1 is Dirk. 2 is Jam. 3 is Jason, OTF Jason. 4, we're trying to figure out who. And 5 is Booney Mo. Okay? And then we have Keith Jones, Flocka, Brown Eyes. They were of other gangs. Okay? Now, let me see if we could get co-conspirator 4. We want to see that. Co-conspirator 4. Okay, here we go. On August 18th, one or more co-conspirators, including Banks and co-conspirator 4, learned that TB was visiting California. So we want to see. Oh, man, hold on. Here we go. Following the killing of DB, Banks used coded language, told Wilson, co-conspirators 2, that's Jam, told Jam, 4, and Booney Mo that he would pay a bounty to take care of them. Trying to see who co-conspirator 4 is. Banks told Jason, don't book none under my name. But it makes sense. Jason has a company card under his name. Jason booked flights under his name. That's the thing. Under his name, but it's an OTF card. So, see? This is why they say OTF card 2. OTF card 2. There is multiple cards in use. So Vonnie has a card, and also Vonnie has a card, and also Jason has a card. Where can I see co-conspirator 4? See, co-conspirator 4 is where they say that person is a resident of California. I remember seeing it in a California. Here we go. Hold on, trying to find. California. Yes, so OTF credit card 1 is owned by, so there's 2 OTF cards used. One owned by Jason, one owned by Vonnie. Okay. Okay, I can't find it. It said resident. Okay, so this is It's the second superseding indictment. Let's go down to the first then, or the first complaint. Okay, here we go. OTF indictment. Let's go to the complaint first. Actually, no. Let's. I want the indictment. Okay. Resident. What? All right, fourth superseding. God damn. California. Okay, I'll just Google the document. Co-conspirator for California resident Dirk case. Okay, all right. I remember seeing it was a California resident. Because there's been so much talk about co-conspirator 4. I don't know. It's kind of looking like it's duty low because why do we think that it was a Rolling 60 member if it's said in the indictment? It's literally said in the indictment that co-conspirator 2 to 5 are all OTF members. Oh, it said or affiliates. So I guess that's why people thought whatever. Dirk complaint. Here we go. California. Okay. Okay, here we go. The day before the murder, they learned of the location from a longtime OTF affiliate. Co-conspirator 4. Chat, do y'all remember? Do y'all remember? I remember it was mentioned. It was definitely mentioned. Government acts for detention. His arraignment. Conspirator. Okay, that's a detention thing. I got nothing to do with nothing. Let me see. Motion to dismiss. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, regardless, I've been getting conflicting reports. I just want to say that. Okay? So Mrs. India Love, I'm gonna apologize for the assumption that probably came away from that stream that may have labeled you as co-conspirator number 4. I don't know. Trenches News, someone who's reputable in covering this case, he's usually been pretty right. He seemed to agree. He said the woman had the same last or the same first name as Dirk's girl, which we all know is India. And you're one of the few Indias that is kind of known to the hip-hop world. I have gotten other people who have chimed in who have said, well, there's this other India that fucks a lot of rappers too. I don't know what that means. And they claim it's her. I don't even want to get into that because, number one, I don't think the government's going to mention it. And, you know, I hope you're not involved in that type of stuff. I would hope not. But, yeah, apparently there is another India. That's what they're telling me. Now, granted, maybe there's no India that has anything to do with this situation at all, right? Because I'm kind of looking at it. That's why I was going through these documents to see who the government described as co-conspirator 4. I mean, they clearly said it's a member, or it says longtime member or affiliate. I don't know if they were talking about a girl or some random weed man. Why describe that person as an affiliate? Let me see the last exclude arguments. The 4OB. All right, there we go. So by the way, in this is the 4OB stuff that they agreed on, and basically it said that The crux of what the government is trying to accomplish is the evidence is to circumvent the decision to sever out the racketeering portion. So they want to sneak in crimes. My bad. They want to sneak in crimes he's not charged with, right? So that's why they did this 404B situation, which was a motion to exclude. Yeah, I used to have it in my notes. Let me go to my notes. Let me go to my notes. I used to have it in my notes. I remember I went over this shit before. Y'all remember my notes on this shit? Look, I still have it here. This is when we first saw it. Co-conspirator 1, the boss, puts bounty on people's head. That was Dirk, clearly. 2, did the sliding from Chicago. Shot Lil Pob with 2 others. OTF Jam. Co-conspirator, shit, we did have some good notes, though. Co-conspirator 3 has the OTF credit card, spending it on flights, travel, rental cars. Doesn't seem to know what he was booking all that for. That's OTF Jason. Co-conspirator 4 gets the drop on Quando's hotel. Seems to be duty low. Shooters are Flocka, Kevin Jones, Brown Eyes, Lindsay, and OTF Jam, co-conspirator 2. Co-conspirator 5 asks 2, which is Booney Mo, asks 2 to go to Southern California. That makes sense. 5 is Booney Mo. Grant also has the OTF credit card. That's credit card 2. In California, they use Grant credit card. So the flights get booked on an OTF card that's not in Cali. That's Jason. He's just booking shit on Expedia or Orbitz. Grant is on the ground buying gloves, this, with the OTF credit card that he got. Remember, it's a company card. Their name is on the card. So this idea that when Dirk says, don't book nothing in my name, well, Dirk's name is not on the credit card. Is it Dirk's company? And by the way, apparently it's not even an OTF card. It's something called Astronaut Sounds. Houston was the driver of the Infinity. That's Boogie. Okay? With passenger Flocka, Brown Eyes, and Jam. The BMW only had 2 passengers, Grant and Wilson. Possible cooperants. Lindsay, who didn't. Jones did. Boogie didn't. His case is severed. And co-conspirator, which we knew then. So we were 2 out of 4. Jones is a snitch, and Jam is a snitch. Top target, co-conspirator 1, Big Dog. That's Dirk. The second person who's kind of cooked, the guy with the switchy. Remember. Okay? Or I think they claim, oh, so was it Jones with the switch? That's Flocka. 18 shell casings recovered. Jam's real name, Casey J. Hester. At least we looked up Jam back then. Okay, all right. And then we got into it. This was Dirk stuff. No, I mean Diddy stuff afterwards. Okay, good. Yeah, I keep my notes, chat. Okay. So look like if we got that from the first indictment, I think we got that from the first indictment, y'all. Or the complaint. Nah, it was the complaint for the other guys, not Dirk's complaint. It was a complaint for the other guys. Hold on, I might find it. Give me a second. Then we're gonna get to the tweets. I know I'm lagging a little bit. Yeah, I gotta go for the other guy stuff. Didi and others. What was the fucking first thing? Damn. Hold on, I'm gonna get on Pacer. Yeah, I gotta go back to the first criminal complaint that did not list Dirk. Dirk was listed at one point as individual number 1. And we figured out that he was individual number 1. superseding Dirks. Yeah. All right. Anyway, while we search for that, let's see if there's any new tweets. Okay, Dirk's mom left. Who should we search? We could search oh well, they deleted Kevon Grand shit. No, we could search DeAndre Wilson. That's Didi. DeAndre. Okay. In that case, is coming out of where? California Central Court. Or is it Southern? Okay, yeah, this one doesn't have Dirk. I don't know. I can't find this shit still. Yeah, can't find it. Never mind. Fuck it. Fuck it. Yeah, Co-Conspirator 4 is
All right, so I'm here outside the courthouse, not too, and he said there's a big difference between time. He's not getting out of everything. He basically is leaving it in God's hands and cooperating, and he didn't say I cooperated to get out of time. He said I felt bad about this. It was weighing on my heart, and Pab was an innocent man. So a lot of the Dirk fans have been saying there's no evidence, no one was ever paid, there's nothing, but it turns out apparently Dirk might have actually finessed all of the hitmen, allegedly, out of any money. So we heard yesterday that there was a conversation in a studio where Dirk basically said to a bunch of alleged OTF members, like, look, anybody that kills Quando or Lil Tim, you're gonna be straight. And somebody said, are we talking like half a ticket or $1 million? And Dirk just said, hey, you're gonna be straight, you ain't gonna have to worry about nothing. So basically, apparently all these hitters that got involved in this hit went and did their thing. It sounds like nobody ever got paid. OTF Jam said he never got paid anything by Dirk, even though he was definitely expecting something. As far as the murder, he says he was never paid anything. But what is interesting is that he said, all right, because Brian Steele was licking his lips thinking, oh, he didn't get paid, this is going to be lit. But then the feds basically said, but you were expecting something, right? Because that conversation in the studio, people talking about meal tickets and Dirk saying you ain't going to have to worry about nothing. He was like, yeah. And then they said, Jam basically said, look, I was never a rapper. I'd never dropped a verse in my life. And then within a few months of the murder, I was recording my first song, The Federal Freestyle. I got paid $10K for that, and it was on the OTF Loyal Bros album, okay? I think it was Loyal Bros 2. Obviously, I've said before that this album is like the ultimate self-snitching album. It's basically got back-to-back confessions. Booney Mo got a song on there called They Know That We Did It, all right? So that's what was going on, okay? He got his 10K, but apparently everyone was getting finessed. Apparently, two of the other shooters that were there, they were basically on Vonnie's ass talking about when we're going to get paid at the In-N-Out, and apparently Vonnie gave him the slip. He basically put him on the phone with Dirk and said, basically, they was asking, yo, Vonnie, are you going to straighten out the money? They got Dirk on a FaceTime, and he said, I got them. They're going to be straight. And then they left. So I don't know if Dirk ever paid him anything after that. It sounds like Dirk might have inferred that people was going to get $500,000 to $1 million for killing Quando, and then basically he just didn't give nobody nothing afterwards. Maybe he thought that was going to be slick, and like, oh, if I promise hitmen something and don't pay them, then they're going to be able to get me. I'm not sure that's really going to fly, but I'm sure if anybody is going to make that point well, it's going to be Brian Steele. But that was pretty interesting. I'm not going to lie. Jam getting 10K to appear on that project definitely was interesting. I thought they were going to play the Federal Freestyle. They didn't play it. They just showed it. They showed the cover art for Loyal Bros 2. And I ain't going to lie, the Loyal Bros 2 cover art was looking sus too. It's just 5 hooded, masked individuals. And you thinking, wait a minute, isn't that exactly what was sent to go and kill Lil Pab? So that wasn't really a great look either. I'm not sure if too many people picked up on that. But yeah, you know, this whole thing of the hitmen being paid, and obviously it wasn't mentioned, but even there was a lyric that was shown earlier. You know, Brian Steele lied and said it was Quando when it wasn't. It was another Savannah rapper. But that song where they said, "Oh, shout out Lil Tim," I mean King Tim, it wasn't Quando. Brian was wrong. But what they didn't draw attention to is elsewhere. He basically said, "Oh, I heard there's a meal ticket," and obviously the rumor was it was going around pretty much within weeks of Von's death that there was $1 million bounty on Quando's head. So arguably that's been proven to be true, but not many people have pointed that out yet. But anyway, that's my opinion. I'll be back with some more updates for you guys soon. Oh my gosh, so I just heard something crazy in the courthouse about Dirk. So Jam, he's on the stand, he's going crazy up there. When Dirk allegedly was on FaceTime with him before the hit, Dirk told Jam, "Hey, go crazy." Well, I guess he wasn't expecting him to go this crazy, but allegedly Jam was pissed off about what was going on, you know, with the hit. He felt like Pab was an innocent man. He felt like he had been sent on a dummy crash out mission. He didn't know Von like that. He wasn't part of the beef. He was frustrated and he felt, you know, low-key pissed off with Dirk that he had sent him on the hit. He actually allegedly FaceTimed Dirk to confront him about this. And he said that Dirk answered and he was at his crib with OTF C3, all right? And he said, "I asked Blood." He said, "I said to Dirk, like, out of 1 million people you could have sent on this mission," he said, "I just did 12 years. Why do you have to send me on that dummy mission with a bunch of people I didn't know?" And apparently Dirk cut Jam off. He didn't even let him finish. And apparently Dirk just responded with a smile. He said, "I love you, Jam." He said, "Y'all didn't hit Quando, but you hit Pab. Pab counts." He was on the internet saying he was smoking on Von. And he can't say that no more. And he was just smiling. He said Pab had been disrespectful about Von's death and that basically it counts. That's apparently what he said. And Dirk was smiling at him on FaceTime while that was going on. And what's crazy is Pab later said the reason why he told is because he felt like this whole thing was weighing on his conscience. They killed an innocent man. Pab ain't have nothing to do with nothing, but Lil Durk allegedly didn't see it that way. Now look, if you've seen the long 4-hour documentary I did probably like 2-3 years ago now, I've known about this case for a very long time. I did a documentary called Demon Slayers, all about King Von and Lil Tim and all of the things that have been going down in Savannah, Georgia before this happened. If you've seen that, you'll know that no disrespect to Lil Pab or his family, but you know, he was on a Clubhouse call with OTF members dissing them. He put up a few tweets that were kind of making fun of King Von, and he was standing on business with the Rolling 60s in Savannah, Georgia. He had his own RICO case that he was going to be facing. If Pab was still alive, he might have been facing these RICO charges to do with a car theft ring. That's no disrespect. That's not to say that he deserved it. He wasn't there when Von got killed, and this didn't sit right with Jam. Apparently, basically, Jam kind of thought, like, this isn't what I called about. He was surprised that Dirk was talking so hot on that phone. He said, "I called to ask why he put me in a situation with goofy dudes that I didn't know." And then he just starts talking about, "Yeah, I love you. Like, you didn't hit Quando, you hit Pab, it counts." He was on the internet saying he smoked. So he was just like, what the hell? Like, I didn't understand. He said, "I wasn't close enough to Flucker to be doing that with him. He sent me out there with goofies that I didn't know." He said, "I just wasn't feeling it." He said that he basically kind of just went along with it. He said, yeah, he agreed with what Dirk said about Pab and got off the phone, and that was it. And he said, I didn't get no payment for this. I just thought, what the hell? Like, this is just nonsense. So, yeah, I think Lil Durk was obviously happy about what went down, but the way Pab saw it, he'd been roped into killing an innocent man, and obviously he didn't even know he was there to kill Quando until he'd arrived in California. So he said that he no longer respects Dirk. All right, so I just see Kanye for the first time. I just see Ye in the courthouse, okay? And basically, it was pretty crazy to see Ye in the flesh. He kind of walked in late. He wasn't there for the very start, but it seems like they low-key be treating the celebrities like VIPs in court, because Machine Gun Kelly was able to cut past all of the media a couple of days ago. Ye...
Hold on. I mean, I guess like I'm trying to. Yeah, no, Remo. I got told the same thing. No, Remo. Okay, all right. I guess, but I like paperwork, not anything else. So I mean, Duty Low confirmed to me he was co-conspirator for. Like, he confirmed it to me. He's like, yo, and I said I heard the rumors, because there was slight rumors going around, because especially how the text messages were coming out. So Duty Low confirmed it to me. But I'm looking for the exact paperwork that actually says it. They haven't mentioned, you know, I don't know. I feel like I'm looking for nothing. I guess we should say, and the only reason why I even doubted it, even though, by the way, Duty Low told me he was co-conspirator for, The only reason why I doubted it is because with Duty Low, it said that the person was a longtime California resident, and I haven't known Duty Low to live in California. I thought he lived elsewhere. Anyway, whatever. Let's get over it. India Love, we rock with you, girl. We gonna get you back with DDG, okay? We gonna get you back with DDG. But y'all leave India Love alone, man. Even though they do say there's an India that's a backdoor, they're just saying it's not her. Remember when they were trying to put it on Brick Baby?
Might be some magic in the air. I'm back, baby.
Yeah, you're officially a repeat guest now.
Oh my God.
Yes,
Don't
you got
tell
that
them
status.
that. Don't tell them that because then I get more hate mail to the house and people wanting to cut my throat, man.
Okay, first of all, I want to ask you what your favorite number is.
So,
what's your favorite number?
My favorite number before I got into like numbers and spiritual healing stuff like that, it was 6 because I grew up in the 60s. So it's always automatically 6. But now I'm in number 9 is my favorite number. Completion.
Okay. Are you sure it's not the number 4?
I'm over here trying to be serious.
Are you sure it's not number 4?
Right now it's fifth. I'm gonna go 5. I plead the fifth.
Okay, you see where I'm going with this, right?
Yeah, man.
You walked right into it.
Yeah, he didn't
you
wait
walked
for the
right
blow.
into it.
You got me.
Okay, because since our last interview, Lil Durk and 5 co-conspirators have been arrested for murder for hire.
Yeah.
In the situation where Quando Rondo's cousin, Lil Pop, got killed in LA. When you go through the paperwork, it says that the location where Quando Rondo and his crew were staying in LA was provided by co-conspirator 4. And right when it happened, a whole bunch of people started to say Brick Baby is co-conspirator 4. In fact, I had Whack 100 on my show, and I think he was trying to imply the same thing.
So they said that or co-conspirator number 4 is I'm the one that provided the location to
Lil Durk, yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Nah, people ran with that narrative so crazy because you got to think about it. Quando also drops his flag at some point. And people had the narrative of Quando drops his flag because he got betrayed.
Man.
He got betrayed by the Rolling 60s. They were saying it was a Rolling 60 member who did it. Quando Rondo drops his flag. This was him on why he dropped his flag.
Yeah, man, but it didn't even.
Now, remember, the narrative was he dropped his flag because he's a Rolling 60 and another Rolling 60 gave up his location and his cousin died. So he's like, yo, why am I claiming a gang? Like, if they'll line me up too. So that's what people were saying in a narrative. And they were saying it was a 60 member. And then they said it was Brick Baby.
Took that situation for that for me to start feeling like that, man. It always come down to realization, what you realize. I done realized certain stuff and been like, man, I don't care about us, man. We from down south. They just want to use us. They just want to come sit in our spots. They just want to come. I don't know, man. I ain't with none of that shit, my nigga. Cause you know what's crazy? Stanley Tookie Williams resigned from Cribs. You know that?
Yeah. He won a Pulitzer Prize.
Man, he
No,
won a
not a
Nobel
No, he won a
Peace
Nobel,
Prize.
Peace Prize. My bad. A Nobel Peace Prize because the books that he wrote.
Yeah, Stanley Tucci Williams wrote children books. He
Yes.
won a Nobel Peace Prize.
In prison.
Man, in prison, bro, I know. Man, bro, Stanley Tucci Williams resigned from Crips. And he was the biggest. Him and Raymond Lee Washington.
Yeah, he was one of the founders.
Raymond Lee Washington was the co-founder.
Yeah.
Them boys made Crip to protect the community from crooked cops at first. They was bodybuilders.
Right. And racists and everything else like that.
I just said that. I really didn't want to say that. They really was protecting the community from crooked white cops.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to say that.
No, but that's the truth. It is what it is.
Man, bro, man, bro.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Big U, man. That's my homie. You know, I've had him on the show. Real stand-up dude.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just saying, Stanley Tucci Williams, he resigned. Why? I don't see. Ain't nobody really running around. Bro, basically what I'm saying is if he did it, it's a lot of more people could do it.
Yeah.
You could resign. I feel like you could resign, but it's one rule about anything you stand on. I don't care if you an alpha or...
Okay. Also, you know what I could do? I could pull up the transcript from the first day where we see Duty Low offers the address bunch of times. He told Dirk, nigga, I just waiting on you, nigga. Now, granted, supposedly he did use a girl to get the address. So apparently Duty Low got a girl to get the address. I guess he knows some loose booty girl out there in Cali who probably fucks all the rappers that come to town, and she probably be like, all right, bet, I'm gonna go try to fuck him. I'm gonna get you where he's at, and you know the rest is history. Now, I didn't ask, Remo, could you ask Duty Low if he used to live in Cali? Because I don't see the government making that mistake, and I think that's why people actually thought it was a that's why people thought it was a whole thing with it being a Rolling 60 member. Hold on, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, Jay. All right, let me hit Wack. Apparently, Wack has the details on this, man. You know, Wack in the exposures. Here we go. It's our first call today. 7 hours in, huh?
Fuck you want, airhead. We're live on the Adam and Wax show.
Are we live?
That's a fact. What up, Act?
Now it's good, man. I was really calling Wack to see. So we're covering the case. This idea of like co-conspirator 4. Everybody ran with that. It was
Duty Low 5 days ago. I told you that.
A lot of people, everyone thought it was Brick Baby though. I forgot how
we all did. Duty Low told me it was him 5 days ago before it came out. We all thought it was Brick Baby at first too. We all thought it was Brick Baby.
Okay, why do you think that Duty Low even told you that? Because he told me that too. But here's the thing. I mean,
well, he told me some more shit today that's even more disturbing. But I'm listening.
But we got to think about it. So co-conspirator 4, which is Duty Low, he's the one who gets the location. He's the one who basically, Jam said on the stand. Jam said on the stand he never knew why he went out to California. He said he couldn't get Dirk on the phone. One time, Didi showed him Dirk on his phone, but he said he called Dirk. Dirk would not answer, and he called Dirk again. Booney Mo called him, and he said Duty Low called him directly at one point and said, "Nigga, you're out here to kill Quando." That's crazy.
Listen, so today
I get a call.
Yeah.
Duty Low's upset with me.
What'd you do, Wack?
I went under Ceddy Nash's post and said, if they don't arrest him in 5 days, I'm going to be scratching my head. So he calls me, Wack, what's going on, bro? Why would you put that? I said, look, bro, you told me you were co-conspirator number 4. You told me your attorney told me as long as you wasn't indicted before they picked the jury, you're good. But this man got on the damn stand and said, you told him he was out here to kill Quando.
Yeah, that was crazy.
This is what threw me for a loop, Act.
By the way, you know that's the Jim Jones calls, right? You know, just how you say Jim Jones made an order. You know, you say when Jim Jones made an order. Well,
but the difference is the fans had the Jim Jones call on wiretap. They don't have this one, right?
Okay, you're right.
Duty Low then says, I knew exactly what Cham was going to get up there and say. So I'm saying, so you telling me the feds questioned you and told you what Jam had already said. Because for you to tell me you knew exactly what you were going to get up there and say, either A, you really told them that shit, or B, they already questioned you and told you what he said. And if so, how the hell you beat the indictment?
What was the answer? You got me in suspense.
He didn't answer.
Right, because like there's two scenarios, which is that Duty Low really did this shit and should be part of the indictment, or maybe Duty Low told. Like, but it seems like if that was the case, that Duty Low wouldn't be outside the courthouse protesting.
No, it's so interesting because even after, right? So you know, I got the indictment up here. Even after it says co-conspirator 4 was in a text messages laughing at the news reports that Lil Pop died. So he dropped the low. He supposedly gets on the phone with Jam, says, Jam, you're here to kill Quando, and he's laughing with Dirk and crew. Afterwards, it's tough. And by the way, they also say they said after the death of Davon Bennett, which is King Von, they said that in co-conspirator 1, which we now know is Dirk told co-conspirator 2, 4, 5, and 6 that if they could kill Quando or Lil Tim, there is a bounty for it. That's what it says in the indictment. Now, granted, they're kind of substituting this for an alleged some meeting at an Atlanta studio where Dirk says, yo, listen, 6ix9ine is laughing at me online. Yo, somebody got to do something. And if somebody do something, they're set for life.
I told you, I just threw it at him. I said, bro, we got to credit 6ix9ine for the peer pressure of Lil Durk. I think Lil Durk would have just let it go if 6ix9ine wasn't pumping it the way he was pumping it.
I think you're ignoring a long history of Dirk being like dead set on getting revenge against people that wronged him for years before that. But definitely, I think 6ix9ine was giving him a little bit of kick in the ass to get the plan going.
No, I'm gonna be honest with you. 6ix9ine plays a bigger part, and I hate to give him credit because he's like a gnat. You can't get rid of him. Once he gets a little point, he will never shut up. But I gotta be honest. Let's put things in perspective, right? Okay, so Lil Pop dies. Dirk says he can't enjoy New Year's Eve because his man died. Nobody's sliding. He's telling his people who are saying, "Look at these guys talking about me. They're laughing at me about this slide for Von thing." Now, that puts a lot of things in motion because every movement that contributes to the crime happening is Dirk basically saying, we need action immediately. So, I don't know. I'm not giving 6ix9ine credit for this happening, but he's definitely a factor in terms of, and I guess you could just sub him out for Instagram comments or for whatever feedback. That definitely made Dirk move a lot different. I can't lie.
Hey, bro, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you think it's going to be the words of one guy that convicts him, or do you think it's gonna be everybody? I don't think Jam's testimony means shit, but just him snapping, yeah, we killed it. We was there.
Yeah, Jam. All Jam proved was that he's a flunky. Jam, he got his shit off by saying, and I think he was trying to serve up some sympathy points. He said this is after he allegedly may have done stuff for Dirk already since he got out, because that's what Brian Steele's crossing him on now to say, why did you just change up after this? You seemingly were down to do other things. He testified that Vonnie was putting a gun in his hand every time they went to a new city. He testified that he was thinking about robbing niggas. So he wasn't some guy, he testified today saying, you know what? I have a child who I never got to know because I was locked up. So he said I was mad at Dirk because he put my freedom in danger. So Brian Steele is kicking his ass saying, dog, you told Dirk you wanted to rob people. You came out of jail not on some I want to be a father. You came out of jail saying, I'm the guy with the reputation and that they fear, whatever. So Jam says he was mad at Dirk because Dirk sent him on a dummy mission with a bunch of goofies. He said, first of all, he didn't know Los Angeles at all. So he didn't know he was killing somebody in Beverly Hills, how significant, how important. He had no idea.
We all said that. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
He said when he got on the plane, he said, first of all, Booty Mo told him to come out there. He said he gets to L.A., and he said him and Dirk used to have a one-on-one relationship where they could talk to each other. Dirk would call him frequently in jail. He calls Dirk's phone. Dirk does not answer. Then Didi and Vonnie. Vonnie is the guy who was helping King Von pick out the stuff in Icebox. He's a cooperant too. Basically, they all look at him like how whack. You see, you as a street dude look at me. Imagine you about to go on a drill, and you fly out somewhere, and I meet you at the airport, and I said, I'm going to get you all you need. And I give you the mask, the gloves, all the stuff, and you look at me like this goofy nigga is not about to send me off to do a crime in Beverly Hills. So he got mad at that. Also, the whole drill was scuffed. He tried to call it off. He said while he was on the way, he's seen that the guys he was with, they're nervous. Like, they're all like frantic, and he says he tries to tell Didi, let's call it off. Also, he felt he got suckered into pulling the trigger because when he gets there after they told me here to kill Quando, one day they're stalking Quando. Quando's riding scooter outside. You know about the Level Hotel?
Yeah.
He's riding scooters out there, and when he's riding the scooter, like they kind of see them now. So they already got the drop. They see him. Didi takes the gun and puts it against the window. They're in a car. And he said, man, I could kill these niggas right now. Now, that's important because the next day when they're actually following around the Escalade, Didi, who had the gun in his hand yesterday talking about I could kill that nigga right now, but apparently they seen some cop cars and said no. Didi gave the gun to Jam and said, hey, big bro, take this. I'm rusty. So he told him he was rusty at doing the killings.
Bro.
He was rusty at doing the murders. So he passed the gun off, and then he sits in the car, which, by the way, here's another thing. Jam is such a square in a sense of like he's just not a criminal. Of course, for the car that has the shooters in it, it's the stolen car, it's the hot car, whatever they call it. He books an exotic rental from a rental place. Not only did he book the exotic Sprinter from San Diego, he books an exotic rental, and he follows Quando Rondo in the exotic rental knowing they got no guns, him and Didi, and that's how they track that rental back to Dirk's house. Complete rookie show, and I think Jam just kind of found a way to realize that he could finally cleanse his record by just taking a plea where he admits to everything he ever did. Also, Dirk wasn't giving up the bread. They said Dirk kind of nodded and agreed to $500,000 to $1 million.
And that has to be motivated. But all right, when Jam is saying that he basically had like a come to Jesus moment, and when they killed Lil Pab, that he felt horrible and he felt so bad. Like I was kind of under the impression that a dude like OTF Jam don't got no goddamn feelings. That when it comes to killing his own, he's happy to do it. You believe that, or all you think he's saying that because that sounds good in court?
He don't give a fuck.
He's lying. I have on my stream Instagram page. It's basically like an obituary. The guy who he killed in Racine, he killed a guy in Racine, Wisconsin. We have the story. It was a 41-year-old father. he gunned down. Remember, he put the gun to his head after his OG said, "Yo, I know you shot him, but he's seen our faces. He gonna tell. We gonna go to jail." And he shot him in the head and killed him. The guy's brains was splattered over. He had over 16 years, or actually 13 years, to feel bad about that crime. You killed a man in cold blood. He had kids, wife, all that. He never ever confessed. He never ever did nothing to atone for those sins until he had a favorable deal from the feds. So if you only find God when you can find a way out of jail, I might have to question how sincere you are.
Hey, listen, man. I'm just glad that I've long since removed myself.
You were never doing shit like this. Get the fuck
Huh?
out of here.
No, you're right. I was never doing shit like
You
this.
never killed somebody in
Yeah.
West Hollywood in front of their hotel
Huh?
at the gas station.
No, listen, you missed the point. Long since removed myself.
You can't remove yourself because you were never really getting down.
I've never ever. You're right.
You got no skits.
Do I look like loose cannon?
Hey,
Motherfucker.
hey, by the
You're
way-
right. I ain't never did nothing.
No skits.
Hey, by the way, these guys were
skits.
such.
All I got is Skittles.
Hey, by the way, these
Okay.
guys were such fish out of water. You know, obviously they go to California. They're trying to kill him at a dispensary. They send one of the eventual shooters. His name is Brown Eyes. He walks in there. I guess if they've never really been to Cali like that, but they're seeing the dispensary. They realize, I guess in all Cali dispensaries, there's a security guard, and they realize Quando's in the back. So they say, I'm not going to do it there. They was going to do it at a clothing store. When they go to the spot, they were like, you know what? Let's kill him in bait. And then they look. They're like, I think these guys are going to be able to lock us in here by pressing a button. So that's how they waited at the gas station. They thought about it like a bunch of times. It's
Hey, listen,
it's a
man.
rookie
Hey,
act.
listen.
I can't lie.
We're gonna sit back and watch the show. We about to keep reporting. We got Sauce Walker and the young lady I just met 2 weeks ago. Just met this young lady.
Yeah. Sauce Walker is really being outed as an abuser and a gaslighter these days, man.
Well, did he abuse her?
He beating all these bitches up as far as I know, yeah.
I don't think he beat her up.
Maybe not yet. He just didn't have enough time.
He has her. He said he tattooed her name on his face to keep him having to pay her $150 a day.
Well, but did you
Nah,
see
I'm
her
not gonna lie. That was a W method. He said he's a pimp. All he does is finesse women. He says he
said
tattooed
what?
her name on, or he tattooed her on his face.
$150 a day.
Yeah, he said he didn't want to do payroll.
When I interviewed his baby mama, Kylie, she said that his whole narrative about Drake is the biggest bullshit ever because Sauce wants us to believe that he's the pimp and that he got Drake sending these girls cars and money,
Yeah.
and then he's really the one shooting music videos with the cars and spending the money or whatever.
Yeah.
And I asked Kylie about that, his baby mama, and she said, well, if you're such a cool pimp and you want to just like live off of shit that Drake gave me, then why did you destroy the Maybach? Why did you take a baseball bat to the Maybach? It's bullshit. He's trying to present this whole narrative like he's this big, successful fucking streamer, business guru, and meanwhile he out here streaming with 100 viewers. He's a total bum. He screwed over Dean the Great. That shit was
Hey, by the way, I'll say this about Sauce.
You can't say Adam don't like you because he said you had 100 viewers, and the other day when I was on Blueface stream, I seen the thing and it was 72.
Hey, by the way, I see what Sauce is doing. I'm gonna ignore some of these allegations for the interim, but here's the thing. I think people, and I'm gonna caution Sauce, even though Sauce is a pimp, I'm pretty sure he got the talk game this and third. What Blueface is doing in streaming, that's why I think he started bringing his relationship problems. Blueface has Blueface's thing is not to me, it's not a stream. This is a 24/7 reality show. Like, this is next level. I don't know if Sauce could match that, but I think he's trying to step in the water of, okay, I bet y'all want to see drama with my baby mama? Fine, I'll put that on camera too. I don't know if it works as much when I don't think people would care about his baby mama. Blueface does a great job of building his baby mama. One thing I'll say I was wrong about when Wack told me the opposite. Wack always told me the real star was Blueface. I thought it was Krishan. I get to realize Blueface could build any chick. Like, yo, you find him a homeless chick off the street, she'll be a star in at least 4 weeks.
Yeah, nah, for sure. And I feel like Sauce Walker is just trying to find anybody that he can leech off of, that he can use as like a father figure. He's looking at Dean the Great, who's 15 years younger than him, like that's who he wants to be. And he's taking it to such an extent that he's stealing his fucking song, he's uploading it, he's lying and gaslighting Dean and AB, trying to act like he didn't know what a collab post
Wait, they're beefing?
That shit is disgusting.
No, it sounds to me like the baby mama, well, not baby mama, the sister's ex-girlfriend is just revealing what all his plays were on people that's supposed to have been his friends.
Yo, Act, did you see the clip of Sauce's assistant, I guess? That's her. Like,
Yeah, I watched that.
Yeah, she's his fine ass assistant with a BBL, and she's saying that she had to drive all the way to Houston from Houston to LA without being able to listen to YB or Drake. And the way she says it, she's so pissed. And I fucking love that. Like,
that's when I met her.
There's all these other rappers. There's like a super long blacklist of different artists that you can't listen to if you're hanging out with Sauce Walker. That's so funny.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Like I agreed with the No Lil Baby in the whip, but it was no future to it. It was no future to it. I can't imagine.
You agree with the No Lil Baby?
Yeah. Listen. I can't. No, they know around me. Like, I mean, I don't even hate the songs, but usually they'll turn it off. It's not even about Lil Baby. It's about the people around me respecting me, especially if I'm paying your bills. I'm paying your bills. You better switch that song quick. Anyway, but no Future, no Drake. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, we probably be listening to jazz.
That's like, I'd rather be in North Korea, man. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, no, they did. And they drove too.
No, and by the way,
remember when
I've talked to Sauce Walker. His story about those guys was different. He said Lil Baby's one of the biggest serial purchasers of Punani. He'll make sure them basically like guys like Future, even Stephon Diggs, like he'll let them go fuck whatever girl. He's getting paid off of it. He don't care. So basically, like anytime these rappers, whether it's Future or whoever fucks these girls in Houston, bro, he's getting paid.
Yeah, sounds good.
I don't know. She's saying a whole nother thing. She's saying I don't know, bro.
We might have to look at the bank transfers because if they're cutting Sauce Walker a check, every time they're getting fucked by a celebrity, like we got to give him the credit still,
But you know what the dynamic is that Sauce Walker was a regular old pimp before the digital pivot, and so it's easy to control a bitch when she's barefoot and pregnant. And she got 3 different pimps tattooed on her face. It's easy to control and gaslight and manipulate that type of hoe.
Hey, bro, did you just take a shot at my artist? I caught that shit.
Whatever.
Hey, hold on, Whack. I gotta be honest.
Pregnant and barefooted.
Yo, Whack. I gotta be honest though. You know why I love Blueface's stream?
Famous, and she's got hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank. She just can't gaslight the same. And Sauce keeps running to the same exact problem over and over and over, which is these girls don't want to deal with him abusing them because they got their own money at a certain point.
My biggest worry when it comes to Sauce Walker is one day he's gonna drop dead from an aneurysm, bro. That nigga be screaming crazy.
Hey, Whack.
Eyes be bulging.
Whack, I'll tell you, I always got Blueface's stream on at the crib. These days, I leave it on like I used to do with Fresh and Fit. I let the girls that be hanging around me know it could always get worse. Like, yo,
bro, I quoted that the other day, and my wife did not appreciate it.
Yo, it could always get worse. Like, it could always get worse.
He leaves the Blueface stream on in the crib so the girl knows
yeah.
It could always get worse. And my girl just looks at me like so disgusted.
Yo, every time I'm about to ask a girl to clean, Blueface is on the camera asking his pregnant baby mama to clean. I'm like, yo, beautiful. Blueface is doing again, I ain't gonna lie to you. If that was my daughter, I'd probably have to kill Blueface. I don't know how this is happening, but I'm gonna just think it's entertainment only.
Yeah, I was hanging out with her parents at the baby shower, and I was really trying to get inside their head and try to understand what they could possibly feel about the dynamic that their daughter finds herself in.
Well, listen, Blueface said he made $200K off of Kick. Kick is paying out that bag. I'm pretty sure there's a method to the madness. I'm pretty sure she was homeless before. So shit, if she likes it, I love it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing the same thing Sauce Walker doing and just copying Blueface and just start beating my girl.
Blueface ain't beat nobody. He's entertaining.
That's the season for that.
And we about to go up.
He's not
Listen,
physically
we about
abusive.
to do a 20-day run. We about to do a 20-day run. Blue Girls Club coming back. I'm just waiting for I got everything's approved. We about to go crazy.
Can I get some scraps if I pull up?
You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, man. Hey, look, man. Ain't no telling what might happen. And we got it's a kick steak combination thing going on. and we going up. You know what I'm saying? And on top of that, once we finish that, then we coming back with the Ray J. You know what I'm saying? I'm putting this. It's called Rahab.
Are we ever gonna get an update on Ray J's health? Like, you know,
I'm putting him in Rahab.
Is that like a rehab?
There it go.
Well, Lush can go there too.
Yeah, he can pull up.
Nice.
Yeah, tell us, come on. I'm gonna give him a hug.
Like that.
A hug and a headbutt.
Long hug.
Hey, Ack, we about to finish this stream. I'm gonna hit you when I come out. I got this dude just pulled up. He don't wear deodorant. We got to see what's going on.
We're not even done. We got
all right. Yes, I think it's Duty Low. Now, I guess, does the conversation get a little bit uncomfortable? Because, like, all right, we know it's Duty Low, but, like, I don't know if we could avoid the conversation of, okay, why did the feds not choose to include him here? And I mean, to a certain extent, it is kind of alarming that he's, like, hanging out outside the courtroom, because here's the thing. If, according to the government, that Dirk has another case, we've seen them include or deduct people from this case over time. Who knows that I know this one already started, so they won't do it, but we don't have a date for the next one. They could just include his ass in that one. All right? Because that is a more broad, overarching thing that's it's a vicar or vicar or whatever. All right. Do we have any updates? We do have one tweet. We have one tweet. It says, Steele asked Jam about his ranking of black disciples as a black disciple minister. Jam says, I'm not saying everybody in this courtroom is violent. Steele said, are you violent? He says, I'm not the only minister. Dee Dee's a minister too. I'm not too sure what that's supposed to, like, insinuate. Do we got any updates from the guys? Here we go.
What's up? It's your boy Denai. So I'm going to give you a quick overview of everything that you need to know in this Lil Durk trial. Today is day 6. I've been here the entire time since day 1. Off the bat, the prosecutors said that Lil Durk is a leader of OTF and that he co-conspired and had these guys to go out and unalive Lupab while targeting Quando Rondo for money, clout, fame, association, etc. The defense theory is that these other guys absolutely admitted that they've done this act, but Durk has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
But unfortunately, Durk is sitting next to 2 people who admitted to a crime while he himself is pretty much trying to disassociate himself from this case. Right now, OTF Jam is being cross-examined by Brian Stills. Yesterday, when he was testifying on behalf of the prosecutor, he tried to make Durk look like a horrible person, make it look like Durk forced him, coerced him into doing these acts that he absolutely does on his own. I mean, OTF Jam is someone that's been in and out of jail and prison and juvenile detention center since the age of 12. Today, they actually pointed out one of OTF's charges were for going into a convenience store in Wisconsin and blowing a guy's head off and then licking his blicky while, his brain matter was on it. So
okay, I didn't hear that. I got to do more research on that. He licked the gun while the brain matter was still on it? It's not even like some gangster violence stuff. That's just a nasty nigga, man.
Diabolical. And crazy enough, OTF was actually laughing about those things. He was giggling like he was just remembering his heydays and he wants to be known for this. Such a sociopath. Brian Steele dug into him and got down to the meat of it. You don't have a relationship with your mother, your father, your siblings. You're just a sociopath. You don't care about anybody. You would rob, steal, cheat, and do whatever you want to do for yourself. That's why OTF Jam, according to Brian Stills, is in this court right now, lying on Lil Durk, saying that Lil Durk forced him and co-conspired for the August 19, 2022 hit. Now, Brian Stills is very smart. He actually broke it down and stated, and it's been established that OTF Jam met with the federal prosecutors 31 times. First time he met was on May the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and then the 10th. Neither one of those 4 meetings were recorded. Finally, on the 5th meeting, we got a recording, and that was on May 24, 2023.
Okay.
In that recording, and this is after the crime has been commenced.
On May 24, 2023, OTF Jam stated to federal investigators as well as Los Angeles detectives that Lil Durk never talked to him about sliding for funds Lil Durk never mentioned Quando Rondo. Lil Durk never mentioned Lou Tim. But yesterday, when he was testifying on behalf of the prosecutors, he said that Lil Durk had him in a studio in Atlanta, Georgia, and he pulled him and other OTF members aside and said, anybody slide for Bun and go get Quando Rondo, he got $500,000 to $1 million for them. That is a total contradiction.
No. He never said that. He never said Durk said a monetary amount. He said Durk didn't say an amount. We have enough point of views. Durk did not say an amount. Durk says anyone who slides is going to be good. And then people start insinuating or suggesting what that would mean. And then he doubled down by saying, just trust, niggas going to be good.
And right now, my legal guess is that Brian Stills is moving to impeach him. And if that doesn't work, that raises an appealable issue for credibility of the witness.
What's up? It's your boy Denat. So I'm gonna give you.
All right. Then we have this.
What you call your homie? What?
Okay, that's India Royale. Okay. Very, very interesting, y'all. Yeah, Trap's the only plug for us? What about Seti Nash? Does he have video up? Yeah, nobody's actually doing that, huh? Yeah, today has been like a pretty, I think people are just keen in on being in court because Brian Steele is there. All right. Let me see what Tino said. I forgot about Tino, huh? Here we go.
World, man, it's Cousin Tino. I'm back, man. We just had a wild first half of the day. FBI Jam is up there. He giving everything that y'all want to hear. He's saying everything, whatever they want to say, honestly, because they kind of like leading him, and he just agreeing and telling his story to add on to it to make it more amplified. FBI Jam talking today, man. He's saying a lot. He a weird individual because he keeps telling us all this stuff that Durk done did to help his life out in so many different ways when he had no one basically helping him. Yet he's sitting here implementing them in a lot of different things that could mess up his whole life. It's wild. It's wild. This man literally ended out this like the session before lunch by saying he got love for Durk. He said, "Don't get me wrong, I got love for Durk." And then everybody was just in the courtroom where I was at was just looking like, what? You got love for this man, but you in here got him about to face life, but for some stuff that you did, that you agreed to do, whatever, whoever did it, is that love? But then he ended up kept going on talking about elaborating about how, the type of love that he had for him, and then he ended off by saying he love him, but he don't have no respect for him no more. What? Man, today has been a wild day so far, man. I'm gonna come back with more updates later.
Okay. All right, Trap Lord does have an extra tweet, I believe. And I guess he's putting together those last couple tweets we were reading about Jam. He says there's a wild moment when Brian Steele was questioning Jam on killing Pop. Jam said he wouldn't, if he didn't do it, he would be killed, right? So Steele says, well, why was your life worth more than someone else's? This was objected to. Then Brian Steele asked Jam, why did he run to the car after the hit? Jam said, obviously, I wouldn't just stand there. Said no one would. Brian says, well, most people wouldn't kill someone either. Then it was said, this is what you do, Mr. Minister? You're different, huh? And Jam smiled and pointed to Didi and said, oh, yeah, I'm different, of course. Didi's a minister, too. So he's saying that Didi's rank is being a minister. So Brian Steele shocked the court, revealed other random people had DM Jam with Quando's address long before the LA trip. Brian Steele dropped a bombshell on Jam. Said, how comes you acted blindsided by Booney Mo calling you saying you're going to LA when you tried to call him twice before? So Brian Steele slipped a few more lies in his... lies in his cross today. He said Vaughn was murdered again. Also said Slutty was murdered. That's false. He was lawfully killed by the cops. Allegedly trying to chase someone down. Sneaky. Bet no one points that out. Insane back and forth between Brian Steele and Jam. Brian had good moments cooking him. Jam at good moments. He cooked Brian Steele back and had him flustered. Insane. Said Brian Steele caught OTF jamming multiple lies. He changed his testimony to say Didi was the one who said go crazy when Dirk was put on FaceTime with the hitters on the sprinter. Seemingly now claimed Dirk did not say anything. He just slammed the rakes and said nothing. That's interesting. So he's kind of switching the story. Who's the one who said go crazy, huh? Said Brian Steele. Okay. All right. That's interesting. So that's some update, right? Here we go. Once the jury was dismissed at the end of the day, the judge described Steele's cross regarding Jam's family like a soap opera. He said he felt proving Jam's family wasn't against him was unnecessary. The judge asked, how much more do you need when he's admitted to killing people? So the judge, again, Brian Steele has his style that he kind of goes right up to the sun in terms of pissing the judge off and actually maybe even stepping over the line with the rules. But he's going to do the most for his client. So the judge is kind of like almost scolding him, but Brian Steele is a habitual line stepper. He always going to step up right to the plate, step to that line, and he'll cross it more than likely until someone tries to put him back in his place. Which a lot of clients like when lawyers basically even teeter with that idea of, nigga, you doing too much. In terms of, yo, you know the court will, scold you. All right, let me see what Blackshire said. Okay. Steele says your twin sister name is Jelly, right? You said Jam stand for just another murder. Jam says, nigga, I never heard of that. Yeah, so Jam is over there laughing at Brian Steele a lot. Interesting. Real quick, as we wait for like some updates and tweets, it's probably gonna take like 5 to 10 minutes. Let me take 5 or 10 minutes to kind of look over this topic real quick. If you guys don't know, basically, Rod Wave, who's dropping his album, I believe tonight, he did an interview with Shannon Sharpe where he addressed the lawsuit that Boosie was threatening to file against him. This is what he said.
On fire, man. I don't know what Boosie on fire, man. I had the Boosie fade, man. That shit crazy, man.
You had the Boosie fade?
Man, I had the Boosie fade, man. You got to put the picture right here next to me.
We gonna find it. We gonna put it up there.
I'm gonna give it to you. I had the Boosie fade, man. That shit crazy. I just was showing love, you know what I'm saying? I ain't. But
he didn't take it as that.
Nah, I guess he didn't, man. But it's so crazy because, like we said, like, growing up in certain, like my adolescence, the people that I looked up to, like the real guys in my life, like my dad and my uncle, them boys were gone. Them boys were up the road. Right. They stood on whatever business they was on. So the TV screen, the YouTube or whatever was our role models, you know what I'm saying? And everything they talked and preached and did, we lived. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And maybe it wasn't even real, you know what I'm saying? And that's the hard part.
Is that really, because I heard people, you never want to meet your idols because they're never what you think they are.
Yep, and it might rearrange something in your brain. Because now I'm just like, I'm anti-old. I just off rip. I be on old.
You say I'm anti-old niggas?
Ass all the time just because y'all in the way, man. For real, they be in the way, man. Some of them, you know what I'm saying? Like, some of them want to give you the game and want to help you. They might want to be a part of it, but that's cool. But I done just became so, I got a bad taste in my mouth about how these older guys try to do you. They try to run the game on you. And if they can't get over on you, now they mad about that. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that, man. You know what I'm saying? Because that ain't what I came. An older cat grabbed me, you know what I'm saying? My Uncle Derek put his arm around me and really
Yeah. Let
really
you know what's
saved,
going on.
really changed my whole trajectory. He really did something positive. Like without Uncle D, it wouldn't be no Rod Wave, wouldn't be no 5 years platinum, Wouldn't be all these millions of dollars, wouldn't be all these kids and all these charities. It wouldn't be none of this stuff without one older guy who had already been through it and did it. And the fact that he put his arm around a young cat that he saw had a little light in him, who had his head, his mind on straight, that he can help and fix and guide. He took his time out and dedicated a part of his life to that. And he gone. He not even here no more. And what he did, all this you see right here, just because of, you know what I'm saying, what? And it didn't take nothing. It didn't take, you know what I'm saying? He could have hated on my game. He could have kept, you know, he could have did, but he put his arm around me, bro.
So Rod Wave, so apparently, here's the thing. I'm going to give you the breakdown of the beef. Rod Wave samples a song. He samples a lot of songs. That's one of the things I do like about Rod Wave. I love the fact that he samples music a lot. Because it gives it that soulful sound. You know, I'm still a guy who listens to like the old Kanye stuff, which is heavily sampled. These days, you just see random keys and random like loops, and it's not as soulful. But Rod Wave does a lot of samples. He sampled one of Boosie's songs. Now he sampled one of Boosie's songs, and Boosie is not only the first time he did. I think he did a couple of times, but apparently Boosie don't own the music. So the way when you sample someone's song, you got to go through rights clearances. So he clears the rights to have the song up. And I guess Boosie kind of feels the way because Boosie's like, yo, bro, you keep sampling my music. I don't even own it. Like, damn, whatever. So anyway, Boosie wanted like payment. Okay. And apparently Boosie owned a little bit of the music, like as a portion of it, a small portion. Anyway, that's where the beef kind of started because I think Rod Wave feels like Boosie was sticking him up. I think he said he offered Boosie $100K. Boosie was on some shit like, nah, nigga, you done made millions off of this, nigga. I need X, Y, and Z. And then Rod Wave basically was like, nigga, fuck you, nigga. In the sense of, if I don't legally owe you to have to compensate you for some shit, and I'm trying to do it out of goodness of my heart, don't turn this into no stick-up shit where you telling me what you gonna accept like I'm some hoe-ass nigga. And that's where it kind of comes from. So it's come from admiration to now like he's upset. And that's where, you know, he addressed that, at least he was asked by Shannon Sharpe, and he addressed it, and then Boosie kicks in with this video right here.
Boy, shut your big pussy ass up, boy. Nigga, you done took 15 niggas' music and made a career out of it, nigga. Boy, you a straight bitch. Nigga, let's talk about, nigga, you done took 20 niggas' music and made a motherfucking career out of it, nigga. Boy, you's a big old bitch. Talking about your heart ain't never been broke. But every song, nigga, you talking about your heart broke. Nigga, you a cap rapper, nigga. You got the whole world saying for nothing. Shut your bitch ass up, nigga. Clown ass nigga. Talking about you looked up to niggas. What the fuck you looking up to niggas and you ain't never done nothing like these niggas? Boy, you a bitch. Nigga, you done took everybody's shit, nigga. You a Muppet baby, nigga. Big pussy ass nigga. Boy, shut your...
Damn. All right. So he says that, and Rod Wave responds. Rod Wave responds like this.
Hey, Boosie, man, you need to cut that shit out, man. You talking about letting it go. I ain't letting shit go. No, nigga, you a fucking hoe. And you broke my heart, threatening a nigga with a lawsuit. Acting like a bitch, acting like one of these hoes or something. You threaten a nigga with a lawsuit. You threaten to take a nigga to court like a fucking police. Like you, what the fuck? I knew from the jump. I had sampled so many of Trill found the record label property. I sampled so much and interpolated so much of their music. I already had a relationship with your label. I knew from the jump you didn't own the music. So when I reached out and I offered you $100,000, fam, you said that wasn't enough. You got me fucked up. I ain't going for nothing. Ain't nobody finna be pressing me or starting me. You got me fucked up. Fuck you, nigga. I ain't give you nothing, nigga. And fuck you, nigga. And you threaten nigga to go to court. You a bitch, nigga. You a hoe, nigga. You ain't no gangster. You ain't nothing, nigga. You try to take a nigga to court. Hey, Boosie.
Now, there was another post in between that I actually missed, but this was Boosie. This is what Boosie was saying. Here was Boosie was saying. Check it out.
Nigga, ChatGPT say you done took 31 nigga songs, nigga. Nigga, you owe everybody, not including me. You owe everybody, nigga. You a serial stiller, nigga. Yeah, let's talk about it, nigga. Oh, you offer me 100. Yeah, you offer me, and we agreed. We agreed, say you was gonna give me 150, nigga. We agreed, nigga. You say for all the shit you done took, you was gonna look out for me, nigga. Nigga, we was talking friendly. Now it's time for you to drop an album tonight. Now you won't bring up Boosie on the couch? Nigga, you ain't slick, nigga. This shit been dead. Why you ain't been saying something? The night before you drop, you won't say something, nigga. You took 31 niggas shit. Nigga, you a serial stiller, nigga. The fuck out of here.
Nah, it's been a bad month for my man Boosie, man. They scammed him for 600. He wanted 200K from Rod Wave. Rod Wave's like, nigga, I'm only giving you 100. He said, nah, nigga, I need 200. Rod Wave said, nah, you ain't getting nothing. So damn it, Boosie's out of 700K now.
Talking about take you to court. You lucky the whole industry ain't taking you to court, nigga. Now you won't talk about that ain't gang. Is you a gangster? Are you a businessman? Don't try to switch it to no gangster shit. You don't try to flip it on no gangster shit, nigga. You a rapper, nigga. Oh, sad ass, nigga. Hey, nigga, you got children hanging theyself, nigga. While you at home eating pork chops, nigga. Fuck on, nigga.
Okay. So I think y'all get the gist of it. Then Rod Wave, never mind. It kind of goes off the rails because now they start talking about fighting or doing some other stuff that's just not music. Here we go.
Your son, bring him to the show. I'm finna block you. I'm finna block you right now. I'm finna block you now before you be next, bro. Man, how you block this dude right here? I'm in my room.
Let me just play this in. So Rod Wave responded again. He said,
right now I'm on a plane. This is my birthday and shit. Finna get ready to land. But I just want to, briefly weigh in on stuff that's going on. Cause I've seen the guys, like Jennings and Boosie and all these people.
Oh, yeah, let me show you that before I go in. So when that was posted on the Shade Room, Life Jennings jumped in the group chat. And he jumped in the group chat on some, nigga, I'm owed some money too. So all these niggas is trying to, look, Life Jennings says still ain't paid me yet. I feel you. Okay? So now Rod Wave's addressing all of that. They're all, again, unfortunately, and I can just tell you what I think about this already. Yo, with all due respect, I know y'all OGs, but yo, y'all should try to collaborate with a nigga like Rod Wave. Y'all come from an era where y'all don't own y'all music, man. And when it comes to sampling and shit like that, y'all own viewpoints on either publishing or whatever the case is. Y'all don't own the masters and nothing like that. And then when it comes to clearing these songs, y'all ain't gonna get the big bags you think you're gonna get. Y'all looking at a big bag because Rod Wave is a successful artist. So you thinking about a big bag. And of course, when you hear your song being repurposed, and now you know what's gonna happen. Rod Wave gonna have that a whole arena. He does arena tours. He gonna have the whole arena singing a song that's interpolated from your song. And you know what you gonna do? You gonna remember that them ASCAP BMI checks that you getting from that song is pennies on the dollar. In reality, what older artists don't take accountability for is that when y'all came in the music business, y'all don't own nothing. Other people own y'all music. These days, I'm seeing artists now kind of be more on their game. But the older artists, yes, I get it. And I'm pretty sure that's how Rod Wave is thinking. That's why it's like, yo, Boosie, I'm about to give you some money, man. I'm going to make millions off of your song. By the way, it's not only Rod Wave making millions off the song. Bro, The people who own your music, Boosie, they're making millions off your song. The same kind of energy you got in campaigning against Rod Wave to bless you or break you off this, nigga, you gotta have for the company who own your music. They own your shit. When it comes to sampling, nigga, they're eating lovely. You, the artist, and of course the artist should be always respected and always loved, but we got to start having a conversation about older artists in this game. Their business wasn't right. You know, they used to love laughing at Lil Pump. Lil Pump is still rich as fuck in Miami. Still making a lot of money. Wrote and damn near produced his first couple joints. Got his business at least in a better place. That's another thing when J. Cole was talking about all that 1985 shit. You can't diss like young artists who might not be as musical talent, but they're coming in this new wave. They came in through social media. It's a whole different ecosystem. A lot of these old artists don't own their music. Their shit is fucked up. And everybody, like, we have a lot of respect for them. But this is why, like, you know, nobody want to keep it 100 with him. Boosie should never got to be asking Rod Wave, yo, break me off something, bruh. You using my song, bruh. It's like Delonte West, nigga. You should never be a crackhead at the motherfucking 7-Eleven. Should never happen. There's a lot of mistakes from artists that came in the past, and you know all these other people, they don't speak on it. But you know, it's kind of crazy when it turns into this, because now Rod Wave kind of feel like is a nigga like trying to press him. It's like, imagine if you about to do it like a donation, nigga be like, man, you about to donate 100, nigga, give it 1,000, bro. And let's say even if you were about to like, you know, I was about to give you 5, but I'm good, bro. Like, nigga not gonna press me for no money. That's kind of what Rod Wave's on. I don't know the situation with Life Jennings. He's only spoke about Boosie. He said Boosie don't own the music. I mean, what do you want me to say?
Talking about whatever they talking about. And this is very important. It's got a lot to do and to play in on what we got going on right now with Mainstay Sports, Mainstay Financial Services, Mainstay Touring. A lot of these guys is 40 and 50 and 60 years old, and they still didn't fucking learn how shit work, right?
Yeah, and that's another thing. Y'all can't fuck with Rod Wave. Rod Wave turned down deals from Live Nation. He said he wanted to build a touring company on his own. You know how much touring companies make off a nigga tour? Say Rod Wave do a tour, you make $50 million, $60 million, right? Man, touring company get 20, 30% of that bitch, man. For what? Because they made a call to book a venue? They're not setting up your show. They're not rehearsing with you. They're not doing nothing. They're not giving you access to some audience you can't get. So why you need them? Well, it's the infrastructure. It makes it easier. They just give you the money up front. Same with these labels. Rod Wave is doing something different, which is, again, I'm not saying that invalidates everything Boosie got going on, but, man, we got to start highlighting the parts of the business that artists seem too cool to pay attention to, and then they get old and they told me, break me off a piece of that shit.
Whatever deal you sign, bro, that's what deal you signed. That's the terms that you agreed upon. And now fast forward 10, 20 years later, whatever going on in the now, right, has to correspond with those same terms. So if your song gets sampled, interpolated, used, right now I'm on a plane, chopped up and screwed, whatever the case may be, the people that is owed is the people that will get paid, the people who clear it, the people who own it, fam. I don't know you, it's nothing personal. To some of y'all, you know, now the other situation, it was kind of personal, I kind of felt the way, but it is what it is. But for the rest of the people talking about this, then the third, fam, the people who own the shit, people who own whatever, is gonna get paid, man. And whatever you sign, that's your fault. But this is why y'all have to learn business, man. This is why y'all gotta learn, all the young cats out there. Y'all gotta learn y'all business, man. Know what y'all signing, know what y'all doing. Because even the people who was before us, supposed to be teaching us, didn't even fucking learn. They don't even know what the fuck going on. They still lost and blaming the world. They just don't even know. How can I pay you something I don't owe you, fam? It's crazy. But that's why the young cats out here, man, we gotta break the cycle, man. We got chopped up and screwed, whatever the case. You feel me? Hey, bro, I was 9 years old when you signed this deal, fam. Why you taking that on me? I like the song.
For the people who say Boosie deserved to get paid, my nigga. Okay, let's say that the clearance price or whatever, and the whatever that got to get cut percentage wise, is 50% on the back end or whatever, and then there's a fee of, let's say, $100,000 to clear it, right? My nigga, he already paid it to the company that owned Boosie Music. So you saying he need to feel bad for Boosie and pay it twice? Like, come on, dog. So he got to pay twice. Now, granted, I think what Boosie should say is, nigga, don't sample my music, nigga. Just don't sample it. Unless you're going to show me some love. And what I mean by love, I don't even think it should be monetary. I think Rod Wave is a hot artist. I think he should have been collaborated with Boosie. Show that nigga some love. You clearly love his music if you sampling it. Show him some love. Maybe you being hot, you working on a record, you could do some interesting stuff with him. You sample some of his shit. Maybe that could get Boosie a little hotter, and that he could sell some music, and he could, that's how it goes. One collaboration is all a part of hip hop. Sampling is all a part of hip hop. That's how the greatest music has been created in hip hop. Sampling, remixing. That's the heart and soul of hip hop. So we can't really knock it. So I just say, man, y'all should stop with this lawsuit stuff. Collaborate.
I interpolated it, or if I sampled it, if I used the beat, I used the words, or whatever the case may be, the song would have never came out. It would have never got published without the owner of this property, intellectual property, saying, yes, we had to agree to splits and dividends. We had to agree for this to even be out in the world. It wouldn't even be out in the world, fam. But this why we gotta learn, bro. We can't just be sitting back, man. Niggas be like, I just be preaching. I try to tell niggas we have to learn the business, bro. You don't want to be 40 and 50, bro. Mad at the world, blaming everybody. Talking about who stole what, who got what. I want to shoot. You don't want to be like that, bro. You don't, bro. That's why you have to think about that now. You have to put it together now. You know what I'm saying? You feel me?
All right, we about to get back to this Jamie the Bull situation. Hey, chat, I'll just read this one thing, man. I don't even really want to have a reaction to it. Meek Miller's chimed in on Jamie the Bull. He said Jam was killing his community and robbing at will. Now he's trying to take somebody's life he say he loved. He's a definition of a heathen. You can't even let them around you, especially when you're successful. I wouldn't believe a word he says. Only thing I'm going to say to Meek Mill is that, yo, Meek Mill, like, this is what's wrong with the people in the black community. We trying to diagnose the problem with the wrong symptom. So you're saying the symptom is the paid hitman, not the rhetoric about we're sliding, the rhetoric about we killing, the constant music about we drilling, the constant music about being, a lot of y'all gangster rappers made it to be gangster rappers off of content and the quote unquote streets. What's the street? Nigga, the streets usually means encouraging violence, killing, robbing the community. Let's be honest. So the thing is, obviously, I don't like when street rappers try to act like what Jam is doing is the only bad part of it. Nigga, that's part of this shit. Snitching is part of the streets. Listen, you Negroes ain't got nothing going on. The cartel, nigga, like, they just said El Mayo, one of them, like, cartel niggas, they cooperated. Y'all are talking about criminality. It comes with cooperation. So let's not be like, oh my God, people are telling. The thing that should happen is to say, man, we need to stop talking about the streets. We need to stop saying 4 a.m. on the north side of Philly, round like these niggas is trying to get me. So we need to stop saying shit like that. We need to, you know what we need to do? Say, man, you know what? As much of a goofy a nigga like Academics is, man, go be a streamer, man. Go be a nigga like Neon, man. Go be a Trap Lord Ross, man. Go be anything other than the niggas who gonna have to deploy shooters in the streets. This is normal. If you're in the streets, this should be episode 6. We ain't get to the finale yet. At the end of the day, if you watch this trial and you can't tell that, obviously we're all shocked that this guy supposedly is whatever and he's telling, but if you only shocked by that and you're not shocked by this other shit, how much they trying to kill niggas? Like, to keep it real, again, We got musicians and we got killers. If you're not shocked by all of this, you're only shocked by cooperation. That means that you are, you're giving out the image to say, rapping about, because you got to remember how to start, right? Clean up on Alo. We be riding through your block and they don't know we have. Shorty ass got popped, but we ain't claim it. But I could show his ass. That's how it goes. That's how this is how it started. Like, this didn't start with Jam. We didn't know who Jam was. When we was listening to them songs and hearing niggas getting shot at, we did not know about Jam. Nobody said at those points, yo, niggas gotta stop with the dumb shit, stop with the violence, and stop with the shooting. Now when it's the telling is just the middle of the season. For these things, I don't know why gangster rappers or anybody's acting like this is there's always a cooperative in every gangster street story. There's a killer who goes out guns a-blazing. There's a guy who, he went the other way. There's another guy who, to be honest, he could have went to the league, but he wanted to be a gangster. There's a guy who, you know what? He changed his life. There's a million people who come from those environments. We never call it out. You never hear these gangster rappers talk against it. They talk about certain portions of it. Man, I'm just mad that niggas is snitching. Wait, so you not mad that niggas... Yo, niggas was sending 100 shots at a Circle K, nigga, like at a gas station, 100 shots. Beverly Hills, Beverly Center, 100 shots. None of that is alarming y'all? No? Oh, it's because it's telling now. Come on, man. We got it. Listen, when we selectively call it out, I'm not saying that we all aren't watching and like we're like, but when we selectively act like these are the worst people, the cooperants, we basically keep, ignoring the culture that kind of creates this, which if you want to have a real conversation, have a real conversation. Or if you want to just accept whatever comes with it, accept whatever comes with it. My argument is this. Snitching is as much as the streets as being real is part of the streets. It's a known thing. It's like watching Scooby-Doo. You know the villain going to pull off a mask at the end of the show. You know it, and you still watch the show every single time. It is what it is. It's either you stop playing the game. It's like gambling. Nigga, you know you're going to win a bunch, but you know at one point, man, that shit going to have you like looking through your wallet and it's lint. We know how it's going to end, but yet we still play the game. And when I say that, I mean in a sense of cyclical things that have the same result. This is the streets. OTF Jam, YSL Woody, Tekashi 6ix9ine, and to Meek Mill's point, what I would argue his point with is that I don't think none of y'all could say nothing to Jam respectfully, because none of y'all ain't kill nobody to get in the position that he's in. So it's really tough, and that's one thing I do think 6ix9ine has a point on. The non-killers who never been up under the light, probably facing 5 lifetimes, can't judge Sammy the Bull. The only thing you can say is, well, I wouldn't kill 20 people. Yeah, of course you wouldn't kill 20 people. So you don't know what the nigga. So again, this one I think is normal. The telling is normal. We're still gonna be shocked by it, but from I've been covering all this type of shit, man, telling go hand in hand with this shit. Anyway.
Okay, so one of the alleged lies that apparently was told by OTF Jam that was getting called out by Brian Steele apparently related to his family and the fact that he claimed that he was given help. Now, I told you guys earlier that OTF Jam said something where he was kind of probably trying to elicit a little bit of sympathy, where he basically said that he became the man of the house at 12, same age that he started doing shootings, and that he basically, was putting food on the table. He was robbing people. He said that he was an armed robber, he said he was an armed robber, not a strong-arm robber. And at some points, things got so real for him and his family, he had to literally stick people up with guns for food, okay? Well, Brian Steele and them kind of clapped back, and they basically, look, I was 15 minutes late. There was a lot of difficulty getting the media into the room, but we got into the room 15 minutes. So I didn't see how the prosecution's, examination of Jam ended. But what we did see is I basically walked in there and Brian was already on his ass, all right? He was already putting belt to ass. And the first thing I heard was Brian Steele say, hey, you never really supported your family, did you? Jam said, hey, if my mom was here, she would tell you. And then basically there were...
By the way, I'm not agreeing with that. I don't think that. I think this case is so much in a different direction. Trying to prove that Jam's family didn't like him, I don't think that matters. But, you know, I could be wrong. I'm not in the courtroom.
A bunch of sidebars, and what was crazy, something was going on. Something improper had been said. They weren't happy about it, and there was a bunch of sidebars. What was crazy, I'm not going to lie, Jam laughed. He was laughing and shaking his head. People were talking about he was shaking his head before. I see that, but people were acting like he was shaking his head like, man, I can't believe I'm telling. Nah, he was laughing, shaking his head, looking at Dirk. Him and Dirk were looking at each other, smiling at each other. Low-key on some like, yeah, I got you. Like, hey, we're going to see my lawyer finna beat your ass on the stand. And what was basically crazy is that Brian Steele was forced to move on. But we actually heard at the end of the day, after the jury had left the room, apparently Brian Steele is trying to get some information across that the prosecution are having an issue with. But Brian Steele allegedly and the defense, they're trying to basically make this case that apparently Jam's family hate him. Apparently, like, he's hated by his family. None of them are here. The judge was like, look, we don't want to be over here talking about, like, why his family aren't in the court. It's not really fair to say, why aren't your family in the court? You know, there's multiple reasons they could be there. They could be scared. They could be, you know, not there because, you know, they feel like it's too far to travel to California. They could be sick. So them not being there doesn't say anything, but it's like trying to make this case that Jam's family hate him is going to be difficult. So that kind of wasn't allowed, but it sounds like that might come back. They might find another way to attack Jam's character, but literally from the get-go, they were putting belt to ass, and Jam was laughing, shaking his head, looking over at Dirk. They were looking at each other. That was wild, but there was a lot more, and Jam went back and forth with Brian Steele. Brian Steele beat him up a little bit, and then Jam kind of hit him back. It was crazy, so stay tuned for more updates. I've got a lot more coming. Okay.
All right.
All right, so I'm back outside the courthouse, man. We got all of the Free Dirt gang out here once again, man. Who's out here? Who's out here with the Free Dirt gang? The Free Dirt gang are outside. I'm not going to lie, it's a less hostile crowd today. Maybe that's because Brian Steele just got up there and put some belt to ass to Jam. I'm not going to lie. We heard a lot from Jam yesterday. I feel like everybody takes their anger out on me. Like, I'm not Jam, okay? I'm not the one testifying against Dirk. I'm just trying to give the facts. But what's going on is it seems like people are cool with me. People are cool with me when Brian Steele is putting belt to ass, and that's what was going on. Brian Steele went absolutely crazy on OTF Jam. There were moments that Steele seemed like he was whooping Jam. He caught him in a couple of lies. Yeah, everybody, who's lying, who's telling the truth? Jam said a couple of things this morning that didn't add up to what he said this afternoon.
Yeah, I do think that's important. When he switches up, oh, yeah, Dirk didn't tell me go crazy. Now, that Duty Low question is going to keep coming up. He said Duty Low is the one who told him, yo, you're here to kill Quando. Duty Low is not set to be a witness. How, if I'm Brian Steele, how do we defend that? He said that. How do we defend it? And also, if I'm the prosecutor, you didn't charge the dude. That's the dude who allegedly sends the hit. Yo, go kill him.
Brian Steele was questioning him. So I ain't gonna lie, we see him why Brian Steele making those millions. He went pretty hard on Jam. He caught him in some contradictions. And I'm not gonna lie, Brian got pretty personal on Jam at certain points. He said a few comments to basically like call him out, saying like, this is what you do, you're a cold-blooded killer. They even said to him, there was one moment where the judge kind of like, you know, was basically saying, you get into the philosophy now, because Jam was basically saying, look, if I didn't kill Pab, if I didn't participate in this, I didn't know what I was even meant to be doing until I was flown out there. And if I said, no, where I'm from, if you stop someone getting killed, that's what gets you killed. And so Brian Steele was hitting him with these philosophical questions, being like, oh yeah, well then what makes you think that your life was worth more than somebody else's? This is just what you do, you're a cold-blooded killer. It was pretty crazy, but I'm not going to lie, I'm going to give you a whole bunch of updates from my notebook in separate videos, but Brian Steele went ballistic on Jam, but Jam had a few good moments where he kind of clapped back, and I'm not going to lie. Everybody comparing this to the YSL Woody situation. Jam's smarter on that stand than Woody. No disrespect to Woody. I know Woody don't like me anyway, so it is what it is. But at the end of the day, I feel like Jam...
Impossible. Jam can't be smarter than Woody because Woody's intellect didn't start at being on the stand. He played stupid on the stand. His intellect started by getting the deal that he got. Once he got that deal, that was a smart thing. he hit the prosecutor with the okie doke. You can't hit the feds with the okie doke. So he could sit up there and crack a little jokes and try to dance, but he can't be smarter than Woody. It's impossible. Woody got the deal that says you are immune from these things. They can never be used against you. You have to just testify. Not testify to the liking of the prosecutor, just testify. He played hardball with them. He negotiated. You know what? I'll just take the jail time. Lock me up. They needed him. They gave him the deal. Even when he gets on the stand, he gets to a certain part, and they have to give him a new deal. I'm telling you. Woody played it right, but what he did on the stand was only emboldened by what he did by getting the deals before.
I'm a lot smarter, he a lot slicker. He low-key was disrespecting Brian Steele at certain points. And Brian Steele was disrespecting him back. There were a few things that sounded kind of improper. I was a little bit confused by some of the things that were being allowed to slide. But at the same time, you see why Brian Steele worth them millions, okay? He was looking sharp up there. There was a lot going on. Yesterday, it was like he was throwing a bunch of tantrums, objecting to everything. The government didn't really object too many times. They let Brian Steele have his way. They seemed pretty confident in what Jam was saying. Jam seemed pretty confident in what he was saying, but there were a few times that he got tongue-tied. So I'm going to break down all the little specific little skirmishes that happened between Brian and Jam in a bunch of separate videos. So I'm going to get to that straight after this. But you know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Free Duck crew. Okay. So Brian Steele went down a pretty predictable path of trying to attack OTF Jam today. It didn't quite go his way, but he definitely did make a good point. One of the most obvious things that we knew we was going to hear regarding Jam was obviously his cooperation. Now, he's copped out to 3 murders, and, you know, obviously he's expecting something in exchange for cooperating and, you know, trying to help put Dirk away. Now, Brian Steele said, you're testifying under an agreement, right? You hope to be released. And then Jam was basically like, not released, I'm looking for something. And then Brian Steele's like, do you want to be incarcerated? He said, look, you do the crime, you do the time. I just don't want the rest of my life, though. He basically said, I want to be free at some point, and he would refuse to say that he was expecting a specific amount of time. He basically just said, look, I want numbers, I don't want my whole life. And Brian Steele was hitting him back. He said, hey, well, I heard that you told one of your loved ones that you only expect to serve 18 months. And Jam was like, someone I love? What? Who are you talking about? He said, you told your wife on a jail call you was only expecting to be in there for 18 months and you're going to be in home for you know, for one of your kids' birthdays. And he basically said, I don't remember saying that. I don't know what you're talking about. And it was interesting because it's like, I thought Brian Steele was about to introduce some evidence to that, but then he didn't. He kind of moved on. But then he continued on talking. I'm not going to lie. I think he was striking fear into the hearts of the jury. The idea that this guy who allegedly, well, not even allegedly, he's admitted to catching 3 bodies, might just be back out here on the streets. But it was basically made clear that he wasn't planning, he wasn't expecting to be out soon. You know, Brian Steele saying, what, you thought you could manipulate your way to get out of custody? You've been in and out of custody your whole life. You understand the criminal system. You're street smart. He said, I'm street smart, but I never said I understood the criminal system. So another thing that Brian Steele said, he said to Jam, he said, look, now you're on the witness stand. You're hoping you'll get back on the street. Apparently Jam said, yeah, I guess. And they said, well, you're the reason why Dirk's in court. And after that, he basically said, well, no, I just told the truth. Brian Steele said the truth's going to be decided by the public or the jury. And then he said, you're begging and hoping for a guilty verdict on Dirk so that you can get out. Jam clapped back. He said, no, I'm not. I'm just here admitting my side and being honest. Brian Steele said, you want to go home? Jam said, look, I just want a number. I want to go home at some point. Brian Steele said, you want to go home immediately. You realize what you did? You were on this crazy mission to do murder and you're trying to get out of it. So look, to be honest, I feel like it was kind of very interesting. I feel like maybe Brian Steele thought that it was going to land harder, this whole thing of like, you're just cooperating to get out of this. But look, Jam was prepared. Jam was coming a lot more prepared than YSL Woody when it came to this questioning. Jam seemed to basically be arguing, look, I'm not expecting to get any specific amount of time. And there was even mentioned afterwards, I think there was one point where Jam
I think the government prepped him pretty good.
Actually said, look.
Even though he's so fucked up by saying Dirk didn't say it is now Didi.
Like, judge could give me life if he wants to. Like, I don't know. I've not got any agreement. And so it's going to be very interesting to see what he ends up getting. Apparently, he might still get some time off, even if Dirk doesn't get convicted. So that was Brian Steele's angle. I don't think it necessarily landed perfectly, but, like, it was interesting. So Brian Steele went down a pretty predictable path of trying to attack OTF Jam today. It did.
Okay.
So Brian...
All right. All right, we got video.
Look, live from the trenches, man, with everybody. Listen, Brian Steele just cooked the fuck out of Jam. That goddamn plea deal is as good as tissue paper, bro. Brian Steele was able to bring up a bevy of things. First off, number one, you don't have anything about FaceTime calls and all this shit with Lil Durk. You don't. You only have Jam's word. Jam word ain't shit. You hear what I'm saying? Not only Jam word ain't shit, it's all bad for him. Hey, look, live from the trenches, man, with everybody. Listen, Brian Steele just cooked the fuck out.
Okay. Look like some people are pleased with him. Now we gotta be cautious. Even if Brian Steele has a good cross, it doesn't mean, like, think about, I know we're not on the jury, but even if Brian Steele scores some points, do we think it's enough that people say, you know what, I can't believe Jam. Jam is lying now.
You call your homie. What?
All right, we got Big Durk and Denat. Okay. There we go. Steele said to Jam, "You fled like a coward." Prosecution object. Jam said, "Yeah, I fled like you said." Steele said, "That's what you are, a coward. Only time you get respect is when you put a gun to someone. You go to action to find, to kill, and hunt." Jam says, "You right. You say right into action, right? They would have been killed. They would have been got killed right at the hotel. You were preparing. Yeah. Yeah, look like Brian Steele went hard then. Sounding like he went pretty hard. Basically just saying, nigga, you know you're a piece of shit, right? Here we go. Full update coming down shortly, but here's a few inconsistencies Brian pointed out. Jam testified he received a phone call to fly out to Los Angeles from Booney Mo out the blue. However, Steele pulled out Jam's phone records and had Jam look over them while being on the stand. Jam called Booney Mo twice, both of which went unanswered. Booney Mo then called Jam back. That's the alleged phone call where he tells Jam to fly out to LA. Jam says that wasn't what was out of the blue. He stated he meant the conversation was out of the blue. Okay? Jam also previously testified he could hear Durk's voice in a separate phone while speaking with Booney Mo on this call. Steele asked if his wife was ever interviewed to corroborate this. Steele stated she was not asked. She was not, and asked Jam why. Jam replied, "It's not his job. That's the police job." Interesting. Interesting. There's no. We have no idea if. Oh, here we go. We have no idea if Kanye stayed for the whole trial. Interesting. Very interesting, y'all.
Yo, so how do y'all feel about that? Like, what comes to your mind when you hear something like that? Do y'all think Jam was trying to get himself out the situation? Because you knew what you was going to do, Jam. Everybody knew what was going on already. So it's like, niggas is trying to point the finger at Durk, but you gotta take accountability for killing. You can't say no grown man put you in nothing because you chose to go do it. Can't nobody force me to go do nothing I don't want to do. And it's just that simple, man. I think I call bull crap on that game. That just don't sit well with me. That sounds like some I don't know, something the state probably made up. This man talking about some Lil Pab murder was look dirt, selfish bullshit, and he was mad he even put him in it. You just said you the hitman or you getting paid to do all this, so how is you mad to kill when this is what you do? I don't understand that, man. For real. That just sounds so crazy to me. This is how you know people start playing crazy, understand, and start doing this and start doing that. But I don't know. That's what Trap Lord Ross just put out. I'm not in the courtroom, so y'all can go do y'all homework on it if y'all don't believe me or whatever. But, you know, cameras and stuff is not.
All right. Yeah, we got to give it a little bit. The court is
You
over
wanna
for
support
today.
me? Go to Nene Marie 3.
So the update today is I don't think Brian Steele is even arrested yet. So Brian Steele is going to take his cross of Jam into tomorrow. There's going to be a follow-up of the two lawyers afterwards, and I think he's going to take it into the lunchtime area or afterwards. And then I would imagine Vonnie would take the stand, but not too sure. They might bring on maybe another expert or someone else that could probably like preempt Vonnie to help set up what he's going to say.
Oh, we talking about OTF Jam, man, and we talking.
Now, actually, I wanted to hear what he had to say about Duty Low.
Y'all here to kill Quando. You hear me? And Flocka. It's outside the building, smoking vapes, listening to all the music that they playing on dirt, federal nightmares. Don't get no lawyer if your homie told outside the federal building, man. And he looking like he aging, man. Duty Low looked like he was like when Dirk was out.
Yo, this nigga hate Duty Low, bro.
Duty Low looked like he was about a good 30 ball, 30, 35, you know. Now Duty Low, you look at him in them pictures, bro, he look like he 55 now. You know, that's some worry and stress. He outside the court building, and your name is involved. First of all, I never seen no gang members, no real gang members, go to no damn federal building or go to a police station if they ain't being charged. Hey, look, they sending hypes up there. They sending hypes up there to bond people out or females. They ain't going up there, bro, the thugs. Like, this new era is crazy, bro. The thugs, the gang members, whatever they want to call themselves, they partying outside the courthouse. They ain't protesting. They ain't saying free Dirkie Innocent. You know what I'm talking about? They ain't doing none of that. They are listening to the music that they charging this man with, and they outside, and they think the people ain't watching. But just by Duty Low name being involved that deep and like nothing, like, man, it's getting scary for Lil Durk, man. I don't think Lil Durk coming home, most definitely, bro. You know, and with plus what Jam on the stand saying. Because you got to think about it. When you on the stand, you admitting, like, when I was 12 years old, I had to commit my first robbery because my mama was a crackhead. My dad was a crackhead in the drunk, and they disappeared out the house. I had my siblings, so I had to do what I had to do for my siblings, man. That's heartfelt. You admit to crimes and murders and things like that. You admitting, you showing that, you know, you had to do what you had to do in the street. For a 12-year-old have to go out there and rob somebody, that means somebody fell in Jam now, man, because the Fed said that Duty Low, Mr. David Salisbury, he was the one who got the location from the weed man. So by him getting the location from the weed man, and you ain't in jail and you outside the courthouse, it's just weird to me. Duty Low might can explain it or something like that. He might can explain why he outside the courthouse. Now, the feds, they do what they want. The feds, they can bump into you. You can tell them you don't want to be in no paperwork. You give them all the information. They grab somebody else and they flip and you out the way. He could have did that. I don't know, man.
So that would be called a proffer.
But it is weird that you will be in a paperwork, and once they said your name, you back out here with Kanye West kicking the bobos. Your man upstairs fighting for his life. You the one gave up the location. He know that. You know that. Jam them know that. Jam on the stand, and your ass outside parlaying like you ain't got nothing to do with it, bro. You ain't in Italy, Spain, Rome. You supposed to be out of town right now, Mr. Clean. But as long as you sit in front of that court building, man, it's going to look real suspicious, man, that you the one who dropped the location with number 4. Number 4 and the weed man, y'all had dealings. It was Quando Rondo Weed Man who was supposed to set up Quando, and you was the middleman. And you told Jam, you know, according to the FBI, that Quando, that they was there to kill Quando Rondo, you know, and Jam was like, call it off. He was trying to get the shit called off. He was, I believe, Jam. When you from Chicago, bro, and you be watching California on TV, like, you know, how they coming with the helicopters and all that shit. Bad boys, what you gonna do? You know, California chase you. All the California shows that we watch in Chicago, we used to watch that shit on Fridays and shit, Thursdays. Cops in California, where they chase the motherfuckers with the helicopters and the cars. They ain't playing. So I believe Jam, he thought about it like, man, we don't even know this area. We don't know none of this shit. Let me call Smirk. He went answer. Smirk don't want to talk to nobody. You know? And then Jam is right. If you don't go along with it, motherfucker gonna kill you because you know the plan now. So Jam ain't stupid. You know? Y'all can say what y'all want to, man. But I think all outside the box. And until somebody can explain to me how Mr. Salisbury is outside when the feds clearly just told all of us. Maybe I heard it wrong. Maybe Trap Lord Ross said it wrong. Maybe Jasmine Mine said it wrong. Shout out to them. Maybe they said it wrong, but that's who at court. And that's who I'm messing with on this. I mess with Trap Lord because one thing about Trap Lord, you might hate him, but Trap Lord gonna tell you how it is. Some people can't comprehend, but he gonna tell you straight up. Hey, all the other bloggers besides Jasmine Mines and shit, they Dirk fans. They all Dirk fans. They curveballing it. They never tell us the bad parts. They always saying, Dirk good. He good on this. He good on that. You know, we need the good, the bad, and the ugly. So that's who I mess with. Shout out to Jasmine Mines, Attorney Jasmine Mines. Make sure y'all go and subscribe to her channel. Shout out to Trap. You already know that. Hey, I was on Big AK last night, man. Make sure you hit one of his. You old pussy ass punk.
Interesting. Yeah, some steel was getting in this guy's ass. I can't even lie. Yeah, everybody's getting out of court now. All right. Lawyer for Workers is not even at the court today. It's kind of an interesting day because it was the second day. It's the second day that Jam was on the stand. But look like once you've seen him on the stand the first day, you're like, all right, man, this shit is real. That's when, to me, that's when the real trial started. Seeing Jam on the stand or Jam taking the stand. Let's see what Trap Loro's got to say.
The crazy moment in court when Brian Steele was cross-examining OTF Jam, and Brian Steele was definitely putting in some work. He was really doing his best to trash Jam's character, and he got off some very interesting points. He obviously got him to, retell the situation where he had allegedly done like hundreds of armed robberies, over 100 armed robberies. And he basically very dramatically retold the story of OTF Jam's first alleged body when he was 17. He basically said, and it was very interesting, he was talking about, you do armed robbery, you take advantage of situations for your benefit. Jam said, you got to explain what you mean a bit better. It's so funny because then Brian Steele said, well, look, you might want to take my watch. And then Jam said, I never stole a watch in my life. You just made up a story. What are you talking about? So OTF Jam was a lot more feisty on the stand than other people that we've seen. But Brian Steele basically told the story very dramatically. Obviously, he's very good at telling stories and building a narrative. He said at 17, you went to a store, you locked the door, you trapped your victim with you and your armed friend. Jam clapped back. He said, nah, it was only me that was armed. He said you had your gun loaded. You didn't know if the person in there had a family. You knew nothing. You just wanted to get what you wanted. And he said that when that clerk didn't want to be under your control, what did you do? Jam said, I killed him. And Brian Steele said, not just that, you blew his brains out. that was very, very dramatic. But obviously, I see what he's trying to explain. Now, Brian Steele said when you blew his brains out, Jam said, yeah, I blew his brains out. When Brian Steele went on, he said, did the brains get all over you and the gun? And Jam went, well, no, that's not what happened. So Brian Steele painting this picture, and Jam kind of like, bro, that's not how it went down. There wasn't no brains on me and the gun. Like, that's crazy. But then Brian Steele said, that's what you do. After he said you blow people's brains out, that's what you do. Jam said, well, that's just your opinion. And he said you let him lay and linger. And Jam was like, what are you trying to say? I didn't do CPR? But Brian Steele, he basically said you slaughtered a human, you took his property, and he drove back to Chicago and bragged. And Jam said, I didn't brag about it. Brian said, you thought about it? Jam said, I actually did. They said, what did you do about it? And he said, I thought about it and I called a gang meeting. They said, you ever meet with the victim's family? He said, nah. Brian Steele said, you just went on with your life. It didn't bother you? And he said, no, it did bother me. That's why I called a gang meeting. But then that was dramatically followed by him saying, you killed other people. Jam said, who? He said, Lil Dean. Jam said, you know I didn't murder him, right? And then suddenly there was a sidebar. That kind of kicked off a whole fury in the courtroom. There was then a private conversation. After that, it was made clear, basically they went back and forth. And Jam said, this was a kidnap resulting in death. I pled guilty, but I didn't pull the gun. I didn't kill him. I didn't even see him get shot. And later on, Brian Steele asked him about the Lil Pab incident and basically said, you flew out there, you didn't know, but when you were told in Hooters that you were going to kill Quando, you went along with it. Brian Steele said, murder is in your heart. It was crazy. And Jam laughed and he just went, no, it's not. And Brian said, you don't care who you hurt. He said, yes, I do. So Jam's saying that he got a heart even though he got 3 bodies. And, you know, he's still out here. So there was a crazy moment in court when...
Yeah, Jam is kind of using like a strategy of kind of like, you know, it's clear Brian Steele is trying to get him triggered, try to get him off, you know, because he kind of seems, he tried to be contrite the first day, but he seems kind of comfortable now. And the idea here is, you know what? The idea here is we got to get him frazzled that we could get him to slip up. It's clear Brian Steele has identified this motherfucker has rehearsed with the government and he's going off exactly how they told him to act. I gotta start hitting him with some trigger lines. Yo, you know you ain't giving a fuck about your kids. Come on, man. You're a demon. Like, come on. You don't care about anything. Like, you know you're kind of stupid. Like, he's trying to trigger him. You could tell. He's trying to trigger him, for sure.
And Brian Steele was cross-examining OTF Jam, and Brian Steele was definitely putting...
Yeah, he's definitely trying to trigger him. I can't lie. Okay. Who else is out there, chat? Yeah, I feel like Jam is kind of like playing around, right? Like I think he's you know, he's kind of like joking around and shit like that. And he's also using
How was the training? Good?
It was good, bro. It was pretty easy.
Yeah.
Pretty light. Light day today, right?
No, morning was hard sparrings. So that's why he didn't push. But on Saturday I have strength conditioning. I'm gonna do crazy workouts. So like pushing, running, and like sprints.
Cool. I don't know, bro. I just need to get my head straight and lock in. And then I'm gonna. I just hired a trainer actually.
Yeah.
Fitness trainer. I'm gonna start some. They're gonna blame you if he loses. He's not losing, you fucking idiot. I got you.
You're not gonna lose.
Not even an option.
You have a good luck.
I'm good luck, brother.
You're good people.
Oh. And the song is gonna help you too.
Song Indian. She wants to hang out as Indian. And then we fly out to India.
After the fight.
Straight to the India.
Which one's Armand? Why did you do that to him, bro? It's sparring, brother. Fuck.
This is definitely not Spotbot. Your Spotbot is right over there. Spotbot.
He looks scared.
Это что за момент? Когда это?
Clearly at King Von's mom
and sister on the phone. Yo, Mimo.
Very loud trumpet. Which room does this kitty bot belong in? The music room. Yes. Well, that's a relief. It's a little tricky doing spa science with all that trumpet blowing. Wah, wah. I do love your music, though. Maybe we can back away from the potions.
I'm checking over here.
How about something soft and jazzy? Soft and jazzy. Soft and jazzy. Thanks, Music Bot. Now that's what I call play in the room. Are you ready to head down to the music room and meet DJ Catnip? Ready! Ready! Whoa! Uh-oh. Oh, that doesn't sound good. To the music room. Buzzword Cat. Bye, Spotbot. Hi. Thanks for your help.
I can't play like this.
Are you okay?
Hey, kitty cats! I'm just hanging with my new kitty bot. He's a real whiz kid with the pom-poms and clue, but not so interested in playing instruments.
Paint it. Hang on, DJ. I'll get you down.
Thanks, guys.
Oh. Paint it. Smiley. Well, I think we found Crackbot.
No overrides this game, huh? One day it's all crazy.
Crackbot, wait. Waiting.
What in the kitty bot is happening here?
The kitty box got mixed up. Yeah, Music Bot was in the bathroom with Mercat. And Crackbot was
One
here.
day you're here. Next day you're gone.
You ain't going there, Crackbot.
You better let Lady Box know we found her Crackbot. She's gonna be so happy. I'm on it.
Then you're gone. Next day you're gone.
All right, let's get back to what we're doing now.
Now all the kitty bots are back where they belong. Best kitty bot day ever.
Hey, I think this calls for a song. What do you say, Music Bot?
Wait.
Who's ready for a robot song? Celebrate our robots. How they gon' beat with beats. Celebrate our robots. Do the robot dance with me. Beat, boop, bing, everyone that you see. It's soporific in every way. In the classroom, in the snack room, in the spa, city spa.
All right, so I just see Kanye for the first time. I just see Ye in the courthouse, okay? And basically, it was pretty crazy to see Ye in the flesh. He kind of walked in late. He wasn't there for the very start, but it seems like they low-key be treating the celebrities like VIPs in court, because Machine Gun Kelly was able to cut past all of the media a couple of days ago. Ye managed to get in, even though there was a giant line and he was late. You know what I'm saying? They was making it work for Ye. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. Ye stared me down. He looked over to me and just stared me down for an extended period. He looked at me for longer than Dirk did when Dirk stared me down. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit like, I'm really in the courthouse getting pressed and intimidated by Kanye West right now. This is straight mind games, okay? Now, what was interesting is he looked down for a lot of the testimony. OTF Jam was literally on the stand. We got Dirk, Jam, Ye, me, all in the same room at the same time. It was surreal. Now, one thing I will say, and I'm going to criticize Ye for this, okay? Every time the jury enters and leaves the room, you have to stand. You have to rise for the jury and the judge. When the judge comes in on his own, you have to rise for the judge. And the judge made it very clear that the jury is actually above him when it comes to justice. It's the jury that are making the decision. So the judge, as well as everybody else, rises for the jury to show respect for the importance of the jury's role. You know who didn't rise for the jury? Kanye West. He didn't rise for the jury. He wasn't respecting the jury. He wasn't respecting the justice process. And I'll be honest, I don't respect that. I thought that was very disrespectful. I thought that was just not proper, and I don't really like how these celebrities are getting this VIP treatment, but then they're not respecting the jury. This is supposed to be a free society, free press, free speech, but you're supposed to respect the jury, you're supposed to respect the judge. Ye wasn't really respecting any of what goes on. Obviously, he sees himself as a god, right? But at the end of the day, this case is in God's hands, and it's in the jury's hands, so we're going to find out what happens. No disrespect, but I personally thought that Ye not rising for the jury was disrespectful, and it didn't respect the justice process. As much as everybody wants to say free Dirk, it's in the jury's hands, and it's up to the jury. But I'm going to talk to you guys about that in a different video. But I'm going to talk to you guys about that in a different video. Hey, this guy's wilding out.
Shut your whole ass up, nigga.
So look, they're that mad about the truth. They're this mad about the truth, and I can't wait to see what everyone's got to say on the verdict day. I wonder if they're going to be...
Shut your ass up! Nigga. Shut your ass up, nigga.
So look, they're that mad about...
What's wrong with you? Shut your ass up!
I wonder if they're going to be bringing the same energy on the verdict day, or if everyone's going to disappear.
This nigga.
I don't know.
Like, you see the song Took Her to the O, the music video, from King Von...
Tension outside Lil Durk's trial as Trap Ross gets heckled.
Rappers are lit. Yo, it's getting crazy. I can't see. Tripping. Fuck. It was just dark as shit. Let's see. in there. I'm planning on going to war chat, so I'm just looting right now.
We need more of these?
I'm gonna need all this. Alright.
You want something?
Hey there, it's your neighbors calling. We need a favor.
Once we're done with this search, we're gonna go see what's up with that mission. Okay. Shit, that's not the light.
Me? Oh, you shouldn't have. You want something? Lead on.
Good shit, good shit. I need one more thing to search. Okay, I see it.
We got this one locked down. I got all I can get.
While claiming this location provides ammo to our community twice daily.
We have a little favor to ask you.
One more outpost is fully operational. But it could be even better if we put some extra work into it.
Shit, we gotta get in the car. Hurry up, nigga.
Man, there was this one bar down the street I used to just love. I swear I went there for every birthday. Get out of the car!
Oh.
Can we slow down for a second?
Sorry, where was I? Oh, right. Man, there was this one bar down the street I used to just love. I swear I went there for every birthday. But it's so weird. I can't remember the name. I can still taste those nachos, though.
No, get back in the car. Yo, appreciate the follow. Appreciate the follow, Reaper. Appreciate that follow. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, chat? Right now we just playing the zombies. Oh. Oh. The car's not riding.
Hello out there. I have some goodies to trade straight from Trumbull Valley. Come on by.
We coming over there. Appreciate that follow, duh. Is that your name? What game is this? Yo, what's up, Reaper? This is God damn it, don't fuck me over with the name. Yeah, State of Decay 2. This is State of Decay 2. So right now, it's just zombies, basically. Just like kind of like Walking Dead, basically. Right now, we're just trying to figure out. Right now, I'm gonna give him some rest because he needs to sleep, and because he just came from getting freaking injured. I don't know if you guys seen, but
Let's take our time
I got
and get
into a
it right.
shootout. All right, where's his bed? Where is his freaking bed?
Shaped like cute little fishies. You know it. I made this special fishy mold for the perfect fishy ice cream shapes. Let's grab the ice cream and get this treat going.
Wait, this is not my. Oh, this is not my camp. Where's my camp? Oh crap. This isn't my camp. I'm at the wrong place. Where are we right now? Our camp is right here. I'm tripping. Is this hard? It's not hard. Not necessarily. I mean, like on PC, I mean, obviously I'm learning, but like if I was saying like not on PC, then yeah, it's not bad. It's pretty easy. I just gotta figure out the buttons. It's really one of my things. It's really the buttons. Like if I had a controller, it'd probably be easier on a controller. I like it when it's morning time better. Can you guys see it pretty easy? All right, I need to heal him. Treat plague and infection. No treatment necessary. No treatment necessary. No. All right, so they're all good. So I guess we'll just get him medical help. Primary care or boost energy.
Keep it up, and we just might live through this.
All right, so we just fixed him up. Trying to get him fixed up because his health was low as shit. All right. Emergency medicine. All right, perfect. We're good. Honestly, wait. Let me see something. Because we are about to go on a mission. So, I do need to update that. What is it? Can we not afford anything? No, not right now. Not yet. God. Alright, well, we will soon. Who is this? Mort. And then I got one more person I need to get with me. No. Talk to Deke. I might switch to Deke. No, actually, no. Alright, let's get out of here. Alright, let's get out of here. What do you guys think about this game though so far? What you guys see?
The Screamers tell you where the party is. The Bells, they got a hit on everybody. The Juggernauts eat too much. And when the bloaters show up, it's time to go.
Okay, so now figuring out missions. How do I get to the missions? Anybody in the chat help me?
If I take out the nearest plague heart, this should clear up.
Nah, I'm not about to even do that right now. You know how hard it is? So take that out right now. It's a lot of, like literally so much. It's hard to take out the plague hearts. someone else here. Where is he? They're right there. Our boneheaded apprentice Nate crashed our truck and then ditched it when the horde showed up. Can you help me recover the parts he left behind?
We're mechanics. I'm teaching our newbie the ropes. Or at least that's the idea.
I'm fine, by the way. Thanks for asking.
Sit tight. I'm on the way. Thanks. So, you're like a car mechanic or something? That's right. I want to set up shop and get some of the busted cars around here working again. Gotta do something, right? Uh-huh.
Yeah, toolkit. I don't have one on me. Let me also buy. No, I'm good on that part. Molotovs. Let me buy the Molotov for me. So they called you to fix my script things, I guess.
Let's do some business.
Okay.
So how do I open the menu? Okay, that's how I go down. Alright, let's get out of here.
Oh, man. Our truck is trashed. Let's hope the parts are still there. This must be what we're looking for. That's what I like to see.
Oh crap.
Hold up for a bit.
Gracias.
Here you go, bro.
Nice to have a friend visiting.
Let's get out of here, bro. Okay. More construction. Oh, okay. Go a little faster. We need some plague samples for a project. This is a big request. You've helped us before, but I thought it was more faster.
Okay, good.
3 plague samples for the stickers. Make sure I put some fuel in this thing. This thing is damn near looking empty. I wonder if I have some.
Hord's coming. Run or fight?
There we go.
Shake the damn thing off!
More door.
Fuck! Zombies are all around us.
I need a breather. Better keep him down.
What the fuck, champ? What happened while I was gone? Where can I get those plague samples from?
Nice!
Let's see. Let's go back to our base. Might have some in the inventory. Shit. Which way is our base, y'all?
Cruz was violently killed in a church parking lot 2 years later, this harmless skit eerily mirrored real life. But before Oscar appeared in a homicide report, another violent incident in Atlanta seemed to start a chain.
Chat, I can't tell if Duty Low is like a killer or just a cool ass nigga, bro. I've seen enough of like 600 Breezy. I don't know if 600 Breezy doesn't kill nobody, but I know he stood on business. Like he was always willing to take it there. Like niggas like Bloodhound. By the way, you seen Bloodhound beefing with Breezy? Anyway, niggas like Bloodhound and Vaughn, they're actual killers, bro. Duty Low, I can't tell what he is. I can't tell if Duty Low's. I know he's not no goofy, but I don't know if he a killer. I don't know if he's just a cool ass nigga. I don't know if like he Mr. Stand on Bennett, bro. I don't know, nigga.
Reaction, because in the middle of May 2025,
Like put like this, I don't know if like, all right, Dirk really wants somebody dead. Dirk gonna be like, all right, yo, Duty Low, go do that.
reports begun circulating that Duty Low had been robbed and shot in Atlanta. A week later, Quando Rondo's brother Wop posted Duty Low's chain with a screenshot of a message that read, "Duty Low said if we can get his chain back, he got some cheese for us." Soon after this, Lil Tim, the man who shot and killed King Von in Atlanta, would react to the leg shot, fueling speculation that the incident was connected to the war between OTF and Youngboy's NBA crew, as well as Quando's crew of Rolling 60 Crips that sometime go by Jump Out Gang or 33rd Street.
Introduce you to that life. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5.
Now, Duty Low would later push back against these theories in an interview on the Danza Project, saying that Quando's people never took jewelry from him and that it was actually someone else.
The goofies that posted my right? Right. They don't have my They had a video of it.
Wait. Duty Low got robbed? Y'all remember when Youngboy went off about when niggas was trying to say Youngboy, when he went off about like a nigga get his chain taken or some shit? They were saying that Youngboy got his.
Hey, you snatch my chain, I'ma beat the fuck out you.
Like, I ain't gonna lie, you take Youngboy chain, man, I don't even know if I could listen to the music it's saying, bro. Like, I'm like, Youngboy's a nigga. There's certain rappers that, like, I ain't gonna lie, their chain can get snatched. Like, literally. Their chain can get snatched. All right, so somebody took Duty. I don't know if Duty Low is like the biggest killer. So I'm like, all right, they took a chain. But I imagine, is it an OTF chain? If it's an OTF chain, I'm expecting Dirk to send 100 shots.
Am I right or wrong?
1,000,000%.
According to Duty, he received a warning text hours before the shooting and robbery.
I got a text 2 hours before, like, man, somebody's trying to. I'm like,
something ain't right.
Yeah, I'm like, and I promise you, that was weird. The whole situation was like, it was weird, bro.
In fact, in that interview, he said that he had been shooting a music video in Atlanta before going to a trap house in somebody else's hood.
Nah, I was shooting a music video around the corner.
Word.
And then I popped in somebody's hood.
Word. And their hood just was on that?
I was in a trap house, bro. I was tweaking.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
When Duty apparently reached for his gun while he was there, he would be shot in the leg. And according to Duty, the shooter's gun jammed during what would have been an execution.
That said, get on the ground and lay there face down. What? No, Sirski, we gotta go. It's on. Hell no, I ain't get down.
After the first shot?
I didn't get down. So
yeah.
Like, you know, adrenaline be rushing and that.
Yeah.
So it's like, damn, motherfucker, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, that's God. But before I go to sleep now, when I blink my eyes, I see the gun jam, man. I see that. Feel me?
Afterwards, Duty said people close to him believed the friend with him might have set him up, but he refused to accept that.
Like, people was trying to put it in my head, like, yeah, your homie right there with you, he set you. I know he would never put me in no like that. You know what I'm saying?
But then, in a very creepy turn of events, the very same day that interview was uploaded, July 22nd, 2025, Oscar Cruz would be found dead. Now, Oscar was a 28-year-old father whose body was discovered in the parking lot of Cannon United Methodist Church in the suburbs of Atlanta.
New details now about the man killed in a Snellville church parking lot. The victim has been identified as Oscar Alexis Cruz. Gwinnett County Police say someone came across the 28-year-old's body yesterday at Cannon United Methodist Church right on Webb Gin House Road. Authorities have not said if they have any suspects, but police did tell us that they believe this was an isolated incident.
According to investigators, Oscar met the suspects at a Waffle House before they took him to his Lawrenceville home around 1 a.m. Inside the house, Cruz's wife was forced out of the shower at gunpoint while the suspects bound his hands, searched the home, stole $3,000 and valuables, and allegedly told her to kiss him goodbye.
A detective said the suspects delivered a terrifying message to the wife of Oscar Cruz.
They told her this would be the last time that she saw her husband and to kiss him goodbye.
Police say Cooper and 3 suspects met Cruz at a Waffle House on July 22nd at around 1 in the morning, where he got into their car. Investigators say the suspects became violent when they took Cruz to his home on Gin Blossom Circle, where the 28-year-old's wife was showering.
His hands were bound with duct tape, and there was a male pointing a gun at his head. And she was made to get out of the shower and come downstairs.
Authorities say 2 armed men stole $3,000 and possibly drugs from the home.
After that, they drove Cruz to Cannon United Methodist Church, where he was shot 17 times and left there. Police said that Cruz was either trying to sell drugs to the men or collect payment for drugs he had already fronted.
Oscar Cruz was going to either sell drugs to the individual or get paid back for some drugs he fronted them prior.
By September, the first suspect had been charged. 2 months later, the case grew again when OTF Boona was publicly reported as another suspect, even though he had already been behind bars since August.
New tonight, there is a second arrest in the death of a man found shot in Gwinnett County in a church parking lot there. Michael Golden, he was arrested this week and charged with malice murder in the death of Oscar Alexis Cruz.
That same month, Doody Low released the song It's Up, and one lyric stood out. On the song, Doody would rap, "Goofy had shot me in the leg, then his cousin died." To listeners, that line sounded like it might be pointing towards the same chain of events. As the news spread, people searched for a motive. One online comment claimed Oz was trying to collect money that Boona owed him for drugs, asked around for help, and through Doody Low, word eventually got back to Boona. According to that comment, Boona acted like he was going to pay Oz, met him at the Waffle House, tied his hands, took him home, robbed him, and then later killed him. That same commenter claimed that despite Oz flexing 12 bags of drugs on live, OTF Boona and his 3-man crew only left with a £250 worth around $1,200 and $3,000 in cash. As of June 2026, Boona is behind bars awaiting trial. So it looks like it's official. Doody Low has been confirmed as co-conspirator number 4, and the person who confirmed it was OTF Jam himself. Now, we'd been wondering who was it that gave the location of Quando Rondo in LA to the alleged hitmen, to Dirk, to the team, and all of that kind of stuff. Well, what is crazy is that we found out that there was apparently like a crazy conversation after basically like all the hitmen arrived in San Diego. Apparently none of them knew what was going on, but they had an inkling something crazy was going on. And I'm not gonna lie, Dirk really put himself in it with some of this stuff. So apparently, okay, all of the hitmen were kind of rounded up for some kind of secret mission. They didn't know what was going on. They all quickly got booked to these flights to San Diego. And apparently when Jam and another one of the hitters basically arrived, they went to a Hooters in San Diego. They got on a FaceTime with Doody Low, who told them that they got the location for Quando Rondo. They got the low from basically like a weed dealer that was going to go and take them some weed, and that they were basically going to trick him into coming outside to pick up weed, and they were going to kill him outside of his hotel. Well, it's confirmed that was Doody Low. Now, not only did we we're hearing about Doody Low being in group chats, and I thought, oh, maybe they're going to show some series of messages with Doody Low and other stuff that he had said, but it was Jam that took the stand and said that it was Doody Low that basically told them after they'd arrived in California that they were there on a mission to kill Quando Rondo. And Jam said something really interesting. He said, look, he felt like it was too hot to kill somebody in Los Angeles. He was thinking, there's too many police. I don't know the city. I don't know how to get away if I get in a high-speed chase, if I get hurt. I don't know where I'm going. This is a bad idea. But he said it was too late. I was already there, and I just went with it. So OTF Jam told the courtroom, he basically said, look, where I'm from, you don't stop nobody killing somebody. That's what gets you killed. They said that they'll think you're police. They'll think they'll get mad at you if you say that you want to stop a killing happening. But he wasn't really happy about it because he said he didn't consider himself in the Quando beef. He said he wasn't that close with King Von. They spoke a couple of times. And what was crazy is Jam said that way back in the day before he knew Von, he was trying to rizz up King Von's sister. But he said he didn't feel like he should have had to be one of those people that slid for Von because that wasn't his homie. He said, look, he wasn't my mans, we didn't kick it, I didn't love him, I didn't feel like that was my mission. And he's saying they were in Hooters on FaceTime with Doody Low, and basically Jam and Boogie looked at each other after they were told to go and kill Quando, and they basically just looked at each other and said, yeah, But what was even more crazy is obviously now we know Doody Low was co-conspirator number 4 that was given the drop. They were apparently waiting outside Quando Rondo's hotel, and Doody Low told them that basically the guy that they thought they were getting weed from was telling Quando Rondo that he was just a few minutes away from the hotel. This is gonna, I might have to say this in a different video because we're running out of time. But basically, they had eyes on Quando Rondo outside the hotel. They were about to kill him, but the police rode by. Apparently, Didi upped his gun, pointed it at Quando, and said, I could kill him right now. It would be so easy. They never tried to do a drive-by on Lil Tim or anything like that in Savannah, but obviously these messages were going back and forth, and it's not a great look. But look, I'll let you know more when I have more context. In July 2025, OTF Booney Mo was booked in Douglas County, Nebraska. Soon after, he would be arrested for violating his parole and being a fugitive from justice after authorities caught him with narcotics. Court filings show that he was arrested and charged with possession of cocaine with intent to distribute. Nebraska state authorities reported finding him in possession of less than 10 grams of the substance, roughly equivalent to 100 or 200 individual street.
Nigga, what? You know what's so interesting? And I think this is where, like, Dirk, you know, I always look at this. Yo, this nigga is born in 83, bro. This nigga is 43 years old. Dirk is like 34, 33. How old is Dirk? Early 30s. I think Vonnie is in his 20s. Like, Vonnie is like 28 or something like that. I don't know, like, something like that. It just kind of shows, like, this. Like, Dirk really did kind of move around with friends. Because, like, he hang with older niggas and younger niggas. Same time. Dirk definitely hung with older niggas and younger niggas at the same time.
Of less than 10 grams of the substance, roughly equivalent to 100 or 200 individual street doses. Online speculation framed the case as another sign that the Dirk stimulus package had dried up and that OTF falling apart was the reason that Booney Mo had gone back to trapping to make money. Now, what is clear is this case placed him far from Chicago, far from Atlanta, and far from the OTF comeback that he had been trying to build. But long before Nebraska, Booney Mo had been tied to OTF for years. He was originally part of a Black P-Stone set Bang Bang Gang from an area called Terradome, southwest of Lamron. He would move between these two hoods.
That's what it is. Bang Gang Lamron. That's it. Do you hear me? You hear it from the lawman, Booney Mo. From the lawman. Bang Gang Lamron. That's it. Nothing else.
And at the time, he was known as an alleged trapper, with BBG reportedly making enough money to open a neighborhood fish and chips restaurant.
That's the Bang Bang Gang restaurant, man. Y'all see that? BBG presents fish and chicken, mother. It's all, man. We investing up in.
That sounds good to me. By 2009, Booney Mo was already pictured with Lil Durk and the early Lamron Circle, but soon after, his name got tied to a serious Chicago case. In September 2010, Chicago police went to 7701 South Hoyne Street to execute a search warrant naming Rio 300, one of the founding members of Lamron 300. According to court records, 14 to 16 officers arrived near the house in marked and unmarked cars, and although many were in plain clothes, they wore raid vests.
You know, this is, like, important because the dude Booney Mo is really important. If you listen to Dirk, he's referenced him a lot. Dirk kept a lot of dudes close. Didi kept close. Booney Mo always kept close. Actually, if you hear the lore, is that Dirk was willing to turn his back on a lot of the Lamron dudes because of their issue with Booney Mo. So there was, you know, there's a few people who really kind of had, you know, Dirk leaned on or Dirk cared about a lot. Perhaps that's why Jam at some point was trying to he was trying to see where he ranked in how much Dirk valued him. Definitely not over Didi. And then Didi's brother, you know, Mr. Not Baby Threat, Baby Bop, he gets into some shit, and shit, we never heard or we don't see no evidence that Dirk was like, nah, man, yo, D-Ski, like, your brother Baby Threat, like, he a snitch. None of that. But Jam was getting kind of ostracized a bit and questioned.
vests marked Chicago Police Department, and inside they found Booney Mo, Rio, Booney Mo's grandparents, Paris, and Leslie, who court records described as Booney Mo's girlfriend. But according to state's evidence, officers breached the fence with a battering ram and moved towards the rear door while at least 3 officers yelled Chicago Police, search warrant. Inside, the group had been watching TV and smoking marijuana, and Paris said that he had brought a gun into the room earlier that night at Booney Mo's direction. At that point, they heard banging near the back gate, and Leslie looked out and ran with Booney Mo to his grandparents' bedroom. According to statements later given to police and the grand jury, Booney Mo told Rio to find out who was at the door. According to these statements, Rio allegedly grabbed the gun, looked outside, and told Booney Mo it was the police. In Paris and Leslie's pre-trial statements, Booney Mo allegedly ordered Rio to buck that, meaning shoot at them. As officers hit the door, the state claimed Rio pulled the trigger once, the gun didn't fire, and then he aimed again, pulling the trigger a second time, and the glass security door exploded outward, injuring 3 police. After the shooting, officers surrounded the house and eventually made contact with the people inside. Afterwards, witnesses said that Booney Mo asked Leslie to take the gun to the basement, but when she refused, he allegedly hid it in his grandparents' closet as his grandmother protested. Eventually, police ordered everyone out, taking the occupants into custody and searching the home. During that search, officers recovered multiple weapons, including an SKS assault rifle, along with heroin and marijuana. As a result, Booney Mo and Rio were indicted on multiple counts, including attempted murder and aggravated battery with a firearm. Importantly, Booney Mo was not accused of pulling the trigger, but instead the state tried him under accountability, arguing that even if Rio fired the shot, Booney Mo was legally responsible for allegedly helping set it in motion. However, the jury convicted Booney Mo of 3 counts of attempted murder and 3 counts of aggravated battery with a firearm. After the conviction, Booney Mo apologized to his grandmother and children. Ultimately, he was sentenced to 3 concurrent terms of 23 years, while Rio received 26 years. But a few years later, an Illinois appellate court reversed the conviction and ordered a new trial, but the case had already left Booney Mo with serious prison history. So by the time he was back out, OTF was completely different. At this point, King Von was dead, Lil Durk was bigger than ever, OTF was a national brand, and several older names were coming home after years behind bars. For Booney Mo and the others, the return came with a chance to pursue music, but then Lil Durk got arrested, and as Durk's federal case developed, Booney Mo's name kept on appearing in a far more dangerous context. According to federal filings, prosecutors wanted to introduce evidence of an alleged plan involving Durk, Booney Mo, and a cooperating witness identified as PW1. After King Von's death, prosecutors claimed that Durk grew frustrated with O-Block members because they had not retaliated. In that alleged message sequence, Durk wrote, "I'm finna pipe it up." According to the same reports, Booney Mo responded, "Blood, it's green," followed by a car emoji, a green light emoji, and a message saying, "Getting together now, no phones." After that, prosecutors reportedly claimed that PW1 and Booney Mo purchased a vehicle using money provided by Durk. The alleged purpose was to travel to O-Block and kill any O-Block members they could find, and PW1 expected to be paid for every member he killed. But according to the filings, the plan was later called off because police were in the area. Now, prosecutors were reportedly pointing to him as one of the people that Durk trusted when retaliation was being discussed after Von's death. By October 2024, Durk had been arrested in Florida on federal murder-for-hire charges tied to the 2022 Los Angeles shooting that killed Quando Rondo's cousin Lil Pab. But after Durk's arrest, for a while, Booney Mo continued pushing music out there publicly throughout 2025, releasing the tracks Get Back, Mike Vick, and If You Know You Know. But at the same time, his own legal problems were building up once again. That summer, Booney Mo was arrested in Nebraska and eventually sentenced in the cocaine case. By then, Booney Mo's path would fit a larger pattern around Durk's circle, where older names spent years locked away, came home to money and attention, and were allegedly pulled back into the streets soon after. For Lil Durk, King Von's death was...
Thing that... Now, this FBG Cash thing, and shout out to Trench's News. So when he was on yesterday, he actually sent me a document which has happened to be a filing from a civil lawsuit that the family of FBG Cash has done. I think it's FBG. No, it's not FBG Cash. Wait, which civil file is it? No, I think it's the family of Stephon Mack. And they claim that through their discovery, they figured out that the investigators believe that OTF, not saying who, but they say OTF is responsible for FBG Cash's murder. If you don't know FBG Cash, guy was locked up for most of his career. He comes out, He starts disrespecting Vaughn because Vaughn's dead. He kind of like, is popping a lot of shit, goes viral for that. He actually goes viral initially because he slept with Chief Keef's mom. And when he came back out this new time, disrespecting Vaughn, he shows up, takes a picture by the mural. He later says to Adam 22 on No Jumper, yo, they told me to go take a picture by the mural. So I did that. And when he did that, he ended up dead. Okay? And this is after Dirk was starting to rap. Yo, you go by that mural, you gonna end up dead. And the nigga ended up dead. So, yeah.
Gangster disciples in his city. After his murder, one of his close friends would step up to fill the void that he left. This was the rapper FBG Cash, real name Tristan Hamilton. Born on October the 5th, 1990, Cash was several years older than most of his peers in the early drill scene, including his little brother, FBG Young, who was...
Okay, so this is also very interesting, and that's why I brought up, like, the age difference with, like, the Booney Mo stuff, right? What happens in Chicago, these guys go in and out of jail, and every time they come out, like, the world has changed. There's new iPhones, new trends. But also, like, a lot of their friends have either died or, like, shit has just moved on. So you get, like, this weird dynamic with Chicago where age groups is kind of like, it's fluid a bit. It's fluid a bit because unless you with your original guys and nobody got killed or nobody went to jail, you see a lot of people re-entering society and they're either a little bit older, but they still got the same mindset. Niggas get out and, like, they get locked up at 19. They get out when they 30. They kind of still want to hang with the niggas who are in their early 20s, right? So they're a little bit older. Like, it's a little bit fucked up because everybody's going to jail. Everybody's dying. It's kind of weird.
Born in 1996. Cash was born into a family of GDs, and with his father being in the streets too, Cash would be exposed to that lifestyle early, jumping off the porch in his grade school years.
Yeah, my pop was always in the streets. The kids, we was already in the street, exposed to the street. You know what I'm saying? It was just a time we had to come home, but we saw everything that who ain't from the streets and ain't jumped off the porch ain't saw. We saw all the young age so far as like coming out, doing shit on my own through grade school years. You know what I'm saying? Anytime I got a chance to pop out and go somewhere without my people attendance, you know what I'm saying? I was in the streets, so.
Cash and Young's family would eventually move to around the 63rd and St. Lawrence area when Cash was in 9th grade. And there, they would join the local gang set, STL EBT, and begin to spend time with other guys from the set, like Duck and Dutchy. The four would eventually form the rap group Flyboy Gang, aka FBG, together with rappers like Lil J, Billionaire Black, Duck's brother Brick, and Wooski, who was always more in the streets than in the booth, but would still rep the name at times in his music. However, before that, in 2009, when Cash was only 18 years old, he would get arrested for an armed robbery and get sentenced to 6 years, which meant that Cash would end up being locked up during the critical years when the war between the GDs and BDs would begin to escalate in the Woodlawn area. While Young and Dutchy and Duck would first begin to rap under the FBG moniker, and the drill movement as a whole would begin to form, with artists from the Woodlawn and Washington Park neighborhoods playing a key role in the genre's birth. With good time though, Cash would ultimately end up only doing 31 months, and in 2011 he would be released on house arrest. Cash would seemingly spend his time on social media, where he was making his affiliations known. His first tweet being how he's repping Dale Mob, a name that STL EBT would call themselves after the murder of Dale Fisher in December 2011. And of course, repping their rap group FBG that he was now part of, as well as shouting out their affiliates like the MOB set and the Brick Squad, or dissing their ops like Fredo Santana, aka Mr. Scary Sight, and E-Day from 600. Cash was clearly studying the new drill scene, and seeing it blow up right in front of him, he too would decide to get into rapping and make a name for himself. Being now part of the FBG crew, who were already making noise within the scene, Cash was in a great position to make it rapping, but he also had an ace up his sleeve to go viral. See, when Cash had been 16, he'd been messing around with an older woman, but this wasn't just any woman. This was Chief Keef's mother, Lolo, who used to live in the Parkway Gardens, better known as O-Block. Now, with Keef being possibly the hottest new artist in the world at that point, and being the #1 enemy of Cash's STL EBT set due to often dissing them and their dead member Tuka in his music, Cash decided to clap back and use his old fling with Keef's mother to create publicity for himself in the drill scene, as he would many years later explain to a very confused Adam 22 who had seemingly missed this part of the early drill history.
How'd you go about getting into the music?
Yeah, Cash is gonna say, yeah, fuck Chief Keef's mom, and Adam is in such disbelief he's gonna think he's trolling him.
Like, I felt like, so like, it was already ahead of me in the race. That wasn't even a race for us, but they was already off. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I ain't want to just be the one to just drop a song and then it do poor, you know what I'm saying? So I was trying to do something to grab the attention. I started, made me and I ain't even make a Twitter yet. I was on Instagram and it wasn't even popping like that. It wasn't no live, but like it was some shit that happened with me and Chief Keef mama, and that just put me over the top. Like far as like people want to know who I am.
Back then in 2012.
Like yeah, like that's when it came to.
What
like,
happened with his mom?
Like I used to with her. Like yeah, yeah. I ain't gonna count. You know what I'm saying? It's been said before. Like I ain't even have to bring it up. That's my people. You know what I'm saying? She cool people, but like me and her relationship, like not a relationship, but relations like what started me rapping.
Really?
Yeah.
I kind of feel weird. Like I feel like you might be trolling me, and I don't want to have a serious conversation about it if you're just trolling me. But
In the summer of 2012, Cash would film himself calling Chief Keef's mother without her knowledge and trick her into admitting their relationship, with the video then getting posted online, where it would soon find itself going viral on worldstar.com, the biggest...
Yeah, ironically, I wonder what Chief Keef thought when this nigga died. This nigga literally went viral from getting some clout off, oh, I've been with Chief Keef's mom.
Hip-hop culture platform at the time.
Calling Chief Keef mom, man. Real.
I ain't gonna lie. This is the difference between Dirk and respectfully, Keef and Dirk. This nigga tried to go viral by acting like he fucked, or I guess he did. Oh, he fucked Chief Keef's mom. Nigga, he showed up by a mural for one of Dirk's dead homies, Vaughn. Nigga, he was wiped off the map. Nigga, like yo, that nigga Dirk was not playing. Like this, yo, I'm gonna be honest with you. Him taking a picture by the mural is 1,000,000 times less worse than him confirming to the whole internet he been fucking your moms. But you see, Chief Keef let all this shit go. Chief Keef had to go through some real healing. Nigga, he took a picture by a mural. That nigga was gone in 60 seconds. That nigga Dirk had him out of here. Well, allegedly. Definitely line the rest.
How much Chief Keef was in? Ain't no duplicate. Y'all the real
video sparked widespread rumors and even created more animosity between these two warring gangs. But some people on Keith's side would seemingly also find it funny too, with King Von himself even tweeting about the incident, making fun of Keith, calling Cash his stepdad. The drill fans' eyes were now on Cash too, but soon after, a tragedy would strike, as Cash's good friend Lil Jojo would end up getting killed. But that wasn't all, because after Jojo's death, Worldstar would make a post out of it, calling Lil Jojo the brother of Cash, or Cash Out, as he was going by the time. Cash would further boost his name by doing a radio interview where he would discuss his beef with Chief Keef and the death of Lil Jojo, as well as his plans to become a rapper.
Got a mixtape coming out, but you know him from the controversy that's been going on up in Chicago in the rap scene, and you also know him from Worldstar Hip Hop. My homeboy, Mr. Cash Out. Cash Out, what's going on?
What's going on, man?
Not much, man. I mean, I told you when they said you were looking for him, I said, man, let me go on and get underground and he go on and hide the fuck out.
Man, I don't know how that play out, but I know I ain't hard to be found though.
I ain't mad at you. Now, I want the people to understand, one, why you're here, because there's a lot of stuff we want to talk about. We're going to get into rap stuff. We're just going to get into real life stuff, so we're going to allow you to talk about everything. But why don't you tell them what transpired to make you seek me out?
Man, my name Cash Out, man. Cash Out.
Yeah, I actually forgot it was him when he came back, and he was just like, he wasn't Cash Out 063 no more. He was just Cash Out. Or FBG Cash.
063, I'm from 63rd and St. Lawrence. And I've been in the streets since I was a shorty, man. Everything I do is valid. Everything I do got a stamp on it. I started a Twitter page. I just recently come home from prison. So a lot of this stuff, like, it ain't new to me, but since it's been in the media and everything, like, it's basically I hear where I'm from. It's like,
but I never got back up. I was just like, damn. Cause I thought she was shot, so I was trying to push that out the car. Yeah, like boom, 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 boom. I'm trying to push out because I thought she got shot, but I was like, when I see she was like, whoa. I'm like, drive. She drives. I'm like, now I could get my out, cause that's the only reason I put my out, cause I thought it was the police, just in case they stop her. And I'm like, now I'm getting right, but I'm like, man, what is? She was like, they turned off. I'm like, all right, bet. I'm like, just drive. Directed to my crib. And when I was trying to get up out the car, I had pushed the rest of the window out, like, because the police was coming towards us.
This is not normal. Like, by the way, this is dramatic and crazy. Like,
yeah, but I done been, so many people been shot around me.
It's not confirmed who the girl who Cash was with that night, but only a few weeks later, he would find himself in the exact same situation. But unfortunately, this time, he wouldn't be as lucky. In what was titled as the last video of Cash alive, he was seen having fun in a recording studio wearing a black hoodie with a green print. And then, in the early morning of the 10th of June 2022, Cash had allegedly been at a nightclub where he had gotten into an altercation with some unknown people. Then, around 5:30 a.m., Cash and the woman named Tasha West would be driving in the Auburn Gresham neighborhood, located immediately south of Inglewood. Cash was driving his Ford Edge SUV on the 1600 block of West 81st Street, while the woman was reportedly sleeping in the car at this time. Their destination possibly being Cash's home on the 8100 block of South.
Hey, this is the thing with Chicago too, man. Man, I love Chicago, man, but unfortunately, like, financial situations is the reason why we lost a lot of people. Man, when you tell me that JoJo was shot off a bike, you told me this nigga was caught at a bus stop. Man, in Chicago, if you got real issues, man, nigga, you gotta have the money to buy a car, nigga. Move around, nigga. You got, like, you trying to fuck a bitch, nigga. Like, no disrespect to Cash, but you trying to fuck a bitch. You just lounging in your car on random blocks, nigga. Get a hotel, nigga, downtown. If you with a bitch, nigga, either she's sucking your dick or you, even if you just macking with her, nigga, you just gonna sit in your car on a random block. I don't know, whatever reason, I guess you can't go home, or maybe you don't trust her at your home, nigga. You just sitting out like randomly, nigga, just book a hotel. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I hate to say it, but like, bro, he was in his car super late. Apparently, they might have had a tracker on it.
South Marshfield Avenue, which was only about a minute drive away. However, when arriving at an intersection, a black Cadillac would pull up on the car, and 2 unknown suspects would begin shooting at them. At this point, Cash would attempt to run from the shooters after bailing out the car, but he would eventually collapse on a grass verge next to the sidewalk beside a tree, while the shooters would then flee the scene in the Cadillac. Police and ambulances would arrive at the scene with gruesome pictures of Cash's body on the ground and being loaded into an ambulance, later going viral, with Cash notably being left laying next to that tree. Cash and the woman would be transported to the Advocate Christ Medical Center, where Cash would unfortunately be pronounced dead.
Units in 6 and Citywide, we have a shot spotter at 8059 South Marshfield, 8059 South Marshfield, 22 rounds, nothing further, zone 8 station clear.
Well-known Chicago area rapper was killed in a drive-by shooting early this morning in the Auburn Gresham neighborhood. 31-year-old Tristan Hamilton was shot multiple times. According to the Sun-Times, he raps under the name FBG Cash. A 29-year-old woman with him was also shot, taken to the hospital in serious condition. It is believed Hamilton fired back at the shooter. Police don't have anyone in custody, at least not yet. 2 years ago, another rapper close to Hamilton, known as FBG Duck, was also shot and killed.
The police incident report would later reveal that a total of 23 shell casings were found at the scene, with 14 from a rifle and 9 from a .40 caliber pistol, while the medical examiner's report would reveal that Cash had been struck in the head, neck, back, chest, and legs. Reports also indicated that the shooting went down in 2 phases, with 18 initial rounds being fired, followed by a pause, then another 5 rounds, perhaps suggesting that the shooters wanted to ensure that Cash didn't survive and stood over him shooting to finish him off, with this detail seemingly being referenced by witnesses to the crime, as well as later lyrics that refer to the murder. Rumors would later even circulate, suggesting that Cash's killers might have even tracked him using an Apple AirTag. But following Cash's death, Chiracologists on Reddit would soon begin to react, like posting theories about his ops, such as 600 Breezy possibly dissing Cash by posting a picture of himself smoking on his Instagram story, while another commenter would say how Mimo600 had also posted a similar picture. A day or two after Cash's murder, his cousin and fellow rapper BG Lil Pat would make several posts dedicated to him, including a video of himself driving around together with a caption implying that he was going to slide for a month straight to get revenge. However, Pat would also make an alleged post and delete story where he could be seen walking in O-Block, which would immediately start theories that O-Block had been responsible for Cash's murder. About a week after Cash's death, Digital Real YouTube channel would post a vlog from O-Block where one of their members can be seen heavily dissing him, which would further boost the theories that O-Block was behind the hit.
Oh, gang only. Dummy, zip him up. Dead on the right. Straight to the wall. Ain't make the hospital. Straight to the wall. The world was supposed to have body twice singing everything but the women and everything but these legends. Yeah. He over known as Cash Out, but we ain't crashed out. Oh, gang only.
Meanwhile, Buck Munner, who is part of a set called TSG, who are the younger generation of O-Block, would make a post on his Facebook 2 days after Cash's murder, where he can be seen flexing a stack of money in front of the King Von mural in a very similar photo to the one Cash had taken at the mural just before his death, together with a caption.
Somebody said this, this is really the Warren Chirac finale. Council at large, what up, boy? I mean, like, you know why there's so many people tuned in? You know, and I've seen a couple of goofies, you know. I didn't want to get these niggas like that, like even the whatever, but when it come to Dirk, you know, again, nigga, we just been covering Dirk for a long time, nigga. Like, again, I want to show you a DM with me and Dirk. I shouldn't even, not that I really care to do it. Oh, I think it was a text message. I don't know if I got it on this phone. Wait, hold on. Let me see. Maybe it was. Give me a second. Text. But me and Dirk always, I ain't gonna lie to you, one thing I see about Dirk, like, and you gotta realize, I covered the Warren Chirac, so like, me and his manager got into it way back. Like, his manager, OTF Chino, who did pass away, his manager was like, damn, yo, you showcase this, but you ain't showcase the backpack giveaway and shit like that. Oh, thank for the donation. Says War Chirac finale. Michael Phelps. Ah, man. Yo, and that's why I kind of root for Dirk, bro. I root for him. You know, this is nothing. I'm a little scatterbrained. I'm sorry, Chad. Yo, y'all Dirk fans got to realize this too. This is a finale of sorts for Dirk. This is one of the finales of the War in Chirac. You're right. Y'all are right. But it's a finale where it's like, what end of the story do we want to see? The end of the story, do we want to be like, yeah, man, this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened, but then he went to jail for life? Do we want to hear this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened, then he got killed? Or do you want one of those ending of the story where, like, the main protagonist, one of the niggas who, like, you really fuck with, like, he just kind of walks off into the, you know, into the distance type shit, and he's still doing him? I think everybody who fuck with Dirk, bro, listen, we not fucking stupid, my nigga. Everybody who fuck with Dirk, if you love Dirk for real, and you gonna wear one of these, man, pray to God, nigga. Hopefully, he get past this shit. You get what I'm saying? Pray he get past this shit, nigga. But honestly, if he get past this shit, we gonna have to look at him just like how we looked at Wayne when Wayne started catching them seizures. Nigga, Wayne was making some of the best music, but he was high as hell, nigga. He started having health problems. Niggas realized, nigga, if Wayne gonna give you that same shit, that nigga gonna die, nigga. And I seen fans, like, accept that responsibility and be like, you know what? We love this nigga. Like, we want him to survive. Like, we good off the leaned out music that Wayne was making. Like, we love him. He a legend. It's the same thing with Dirk. At the end of the day, if you support Dirk, which I do and I hope y'all do, nigga, you know, you hope for the best and you want him to make it out of the situation. But if he do make it out of the situation, nigga, that shit is a dub. All them songs we done like, them shits is a dub. Nigga, he can't do that again. It's over. Nigga, you make it out of the situation, it's over. Okay? So that's why I say y'all gotta pick what ending y'all want to this. Like, the ending is like, y'all just don't want my guy to be rotting in a cell. Let me tell you this. I love Vybz Kartel. It's my favorite artist all time. Y'all know. I just interviewed him not too long ago, bro. He said he won't. I love when he makes gangster music. Bro, he said he was locked up serving life imprisonment for murder, my nigga. He said he was in his cell. Before he went to jail, he was on, you know, he would always question God, this and third. Nigga, when he went to cell, nigga, he said when he went to jail for life, he got on his knees and prayed to God. He got convicted, nigga, 35 to life. Hard labor. In Jamaican prison, nigga, like, when he made it out via an appellate court in the UK, because the UK still has some jurisdiction of Jamaica. He said he promised God if God took him through that, he would never not speak his name in glory. Nigga, he's been out for a couple years now. He's selling out shit still. Like, he performed old songs. He don't make no music about gangster shit no more. It's over. Vybz Kartel, again, my favorite artist. He don't make that type of shit that I used to love. I gotta listen to old songs. He don't make that shit no more. That nigga is praising God. Cause he's seen what that led him to. That led him to life in prison, nigga. He should not be here. He don't make gangster music no more. So I say this to the Dirk fans, like, of course we want him to beat the case. But I do hope y'all realize if Dirk get out, what we talking about, the shit that y'all bumping outside the court, Federal Nightmares, he'll never make music like that again. It's over. This era is over. Only Allah, nigga, I'm not into the Muslim shit. Only Allah, God, Jesus could save this nigga and you know, grant him some serenity and take him out of this. If you think that Dirk gonna get out of this and still rap about sliding, you dumb as hell. It's the reason why y'all can't get the same Gucci Man. Nigga, a lot of times these niggas talk all the toughness. That's why when Meek Mill saying this bullshit, Meek Mill was in jail for like some wheelie, bro. We gotta stop with Meek Mill. Like, we love Meek Mill, but like, Meek Mill really was never really facing no real shit, bro. Like, we gotta stop it, bro. All of these niggas that we all loved, unless they died, you see, we don't know what Von would have became. Nigga, Von died too quick, nigga. We don't know what Von would have looked like when they superseded that shit to the feds and they came to him and said, nigga, we got you on 10 murders, nigga. 8 in Chicago, 2 in Atlanta. What's up? What you finna do? Nigga, we don't know that version. Von died to us, and this is all y'all street niggas, if y'all want to die like the hero, y'all gotta die like Von. Because otherwise, we gonna see the true meaning of life. Ain't nobody's living a gangster life for their whole life. The true meaning of life, niggas is gonna cop it. The biggest killers did it. I'm telling you, I just told you about Bob Scott. I'm telling you, if Dirk beat this case, that nigga's gonna be the biggest. He got 9 kids. You know how much time he sacrificed being around his kids to be around some niggas who done told on him? Niggas who done died? Niggas who ain't rolled for him? You think he gonna do that again? You don't think Dirk is in his cell doing whatever prayer like these Muslims doing, probably saying, I know I wasted my opportunity. I know you gave me all the blessings. You give me that shit back again, I would not do this shit. So I hope all the fans, like when you rock this Free Dirk t-shirt, just know that music that, you know, came from that emanated from that energy that he was rocking with, because I think if you're watching the trial, you could clearly tell Dirk was not on some capping shit, right? So we kind of like, damn, Dirk is crazy. But my nigga, if you get another chance at life, nigga, all that music we like is a dub. You see, the thing with Pooh Shiesty, nigga, Pooh Shiesty ain't faced life yet. The moment Pooh Shiesty realized it's over, you see, Pooh Shiesty, like, and this, you see, we all hypocrites. Like, nigga, I love drill music. I love gangster music, but we hypocrites. Nigga, you know me, I'm gassing up Pooh Shiesty. I love Pooh Shiesty, right? But nigga, Pooh Shiesty shot niggas, facts. But nigga, Pooh Shiesty don't got no murder, nigga. Pooh Shiesty a young nigga in his 20s. He's a young nigga in his 20s that when they tell him he facing 10 or 20, nigga, he young, nigga, he not, nigga, I'm still here. He ain't never, what Dirk is facing, they're telling him, nigga, life. Nigga, you could get multiple life sentences. Change your whole perspective. So even with Pooh Shiesty now, you about to fight this case? Nigga, if he come out and they even give him, say he got to serve 10 years. He already been in there for a bit. He got to serve, say he get out in 8 years. Nigga, he going to be more gangster than we've ever seen. Now, if the only way to break a nigga like Pooh Shiesty is to realize, is to make him realize that, nigga, your face, you ain't no, like, you're done. Nigga, you think Pooh Shiesty right now think he done? Nigga, Pooh Shiesty probably in a cell right now thinking, yo, nah, I definitely fucked up. Like, I fucked up, but right now in hip-hop, where everybody who gangsters seen pussy, nigga, I robbed, and it's on camera that I robbed one of the hip-hop's biggest gangster. Who better than me? Nigga, if you think Pooh Shiesty in his cell crying and shit like that, nigga, you tripping, nigga. Nigga, Pooh Shiesty's looking at like, nigga, I'll sit in here. Nigga, what's that term that Kodak kept using when you institutionalize? Bro, he's already kind of used to it. But everything he's doing, there's a date on it. This is why Jam is snitching. When the feds, when the state or whoever say life in prison, you start switching up what you got going on. When you thinking about, yo, you see how they did them boys in Florida? You see how they did them boys in the X trial? They say, I see you been over there smirking a little bit. Let me tell you this. You're going to be shitting in a metal toilet for the rest of your life. And the only time you're going to ever leave the facility that you're going to be sent to is when you're in a body bag. The judge had to ether that nigga. Otherwise, niggas is having fun with this shit, man. These gangster niggas, like, you got to remember, I ain't going to cap with you. This the hottest Pooh Shiesty been. That's what I'm saying. Dirk really going through it now because I'm telling you, Dirk realizing, nigga, there's bodies involved. They're blaming it on you. The jig is up. So for everybody who love Dirk, y'all got to go through the Lil Wayne fandom shit. Do you care about Dirk enough that when Dirk come out, Dirk gonna make positive music, nigga? I guarantee you, he's not making gangster shit no more. It's a dub. The only niggas who still making gangster shit ain't get punished enough or really ain't facing it. Dirk is sitting up there while his mans is literally putting him in jail for life. And his man is smirking at him like every couple of minutes, his mans is like eyeing him down. Man, that's just a dub. Like, we love Dirk, but let me tell you this. We'll never get another aha. Like, y'all gonna hate me for saying this, but that's over. If you think that Dirk would get out of this shit and make more songs like this, you out of your mind, my nigga. It's over. At this point, I guarantee when Dirk come out, Dirk is gonna be the best father he's ever been. Nigga, it's the second least at life. Nigga, he's in court looking around, smelling that fucking air freshener from the court, like the courtroom and shit. That's the only time he's allowed to put on a decent suit. You realize as soon as court's over, right? He gotta undress and get back in them fucking. It's not prison blues because he's over there the federal building in Los Angeles. You know he's an inmate. Check it like yo, you gotta do roll call every night, nigga. Like he's nothing special. And not saying that he's not used to jail because he is a real nigga. But he has to come to terms with that. You heard what Jam said. Yo, Jam said he's snitching because he wants a date, my nigga. Like, just start thinking about it. This is why, like, another thing when I hear Meek say it, I'm like, yo, Meek, you was never facing life in prison. Stop it, bro. A lot of y'all rappers, y'all fuck up until y'all face the rest of y'all life. Because at the end of the day, everybody know when a rapper get locked up for 2 years, when you come back the third year, nigga, it's better than you've been free 2 years. You get hotter when niggas think you real. Dirk facing something that all of these niggas never faced. They never faced life in prison. Nigga, after Young Thug came back with that, Young Thug still calling anytime he talk gangster, he call that shit a leak. Nigga, he is scared shitless. That Young Thug we heard talking about, I have something send shots at your noggin. That shit's dead. The only way you neutralize these niggas is when they're in court, not a plea. Fuck a plea. Fuck probation. When they gotta go up against the system and they facing life imprisonment, these niggas get sober. Sober. Nigga, Young Thug came out. Nigga, Young Thug was fucking all types of bitches. Young Thug came out. It's time to get married, nigga. It's time to get married. It's time to get serious. Y'all ain't realize? So I'm just trying to tell y'all that the Dirk we love in terms of music is over. But if you want to see a good ending of the story, you still root for him. Hopefully he gets found not guilty, that he could be here for his kids, for his family, and that he could live the rest of his life outside of a jail cell rather than inside. But if you think this is on some music shit, the music shit stops here, bro. It'll never be the same. Trust me. He wouldn't even live remotely that life. Them niggas was going live every time like an op died, like laughing. Dirk is just like, he having the time of, you think that's just over, nigga? He about to see the niggas he spent the most time with take the stand on him. The niggas he was sending off, take the stand on him. It's over, nigga. It's over. Wait. I seen somebody say, wait. Did y'all say y'all know some people who didn't change? All right, tell me the people who ain't changed. I'm just trying to tell you, like, listen. If you rock this Free Dirk shirt, don't rock it because you like Almost Healed. Nigga, I done told you, nigga, 2022? Like, don't believe me. This is a legend. Nigga, Dirk was on demon time, nigga. It was Get Back City. Everybody was talking shit. He had the Avengers of Killers with him. All right, everybody getting slid on. If that's the Dirk you like, you never gonna get it back. You think he would do that again? Nigga, you don't see what he going. He would never do that again. Nigga, India's walking out of the goddamn courtroom every day without him, bro. Looking fine as hell. Duty Low doing all these type of hugs. His kids ain't even show up yet. He probably don't even want his kids to show up. His mom leaving, his dad leaving court. Nigga, his friend Duty Low is showing up in a black truck outside like, yo, what up, guys? You know what happened at the end of trial for Dirk? Nobody shows that. They bring him in the other room. They tell him, yo, listen, you could get undressed real quick. And they put him back in the cuffs and they put him back in the van and they bring him back to the facility, nigga, in his prison outfit. That's it. And they gonna have another outfit or another like suit for him the next day, but you ain't changing at the prison, nigga. You gonna change when you get there to the court. There's a holding area in the court. You get to there to court. Okay, all right, bet we gonna uncuff you real quick. All right, now you could change. You could look civilized because it's gonna prejudice your case. You sitting there in cuffs in an orange jumpsuit. So, all right, bet we're gonna make you look presentable. So I'm trying to tell y'all, like, yo, listen, if y'all are rocking with this Free Dirk movement, just please acknowledge that Dirk's career is over. It is over as what we know it. So if you liked him because he's a killer, he's a gangster, he stood on business, he slid, he's the, to me, I ain't gonna lie to you, with all due respect to Chief Keef, Dirk's the drill GOAT. Like Chief Keef number 2 to me. Chief Keef's the most important because he kicked the door open. But Dirk is the perfect epitome between being a star and being the nigga who lived it, my nigga. To me, Keef number 2. I can't put Keef over Dirk. But Keef is always the most important. The nigga that's number 1, that did it first, took the arrows, took the bullets. He's more important than Dirk. But if we're talking about the drill GOAT, man, the drill GOAT is Little Dirk. The drill GOAT is Little Dirk. It's no question. And it's not no diss to Sosa. We fuck with Sosa, but like, it is what it is. Nah, Sosa ain't the GOAT, bro. All right, listen. First of all, I make 2 points. First of all, if we look at really throughout the entirety of both of their careers, Dirk done made better songs. Sorry. Keef was on a run, but after that, it was really a long time before you hit. When it comes to drill, man, we all know what drill about, bro. Like, we all know, like, the shit that make niggas really blow up and glow up in drill. Man, ain't nobody fucking with this nigga Smirk. But anyway, man. Let me just keep playing this shit. I don't even know why I got into that rant real quick. I'm sorry.
Where he would call himself the devil, while in another picture, he would be pointing gun fingers towards the ground as if standing over someone whilst killing them with a gun. This flexing raised a lot of eyebrows amongst Redditors. However, it was an Instagram video posted by an O-Block member, T-Money, which would really make fans think that Buckmanner might have been the one who killed Cash, as he had been seen in the video allegedly showing a close-up photo of a body that looks like Cash's. However, it wasn't only O-Block who were hinting at their
Oh,
involvement.
and by the way, let me just say one more thing, man, because I want y'all to take that and make it no type of way, because obviously, y'all know I fuck with Keef and I love Keef. You see the way how Keef, I want to say went out, because he ain't go out. If you rock one of these, that Free Dirk shirt, nigga, if Dirk is able to be delivered and could make it out of this mess, when Dirk go back to making songs, like, y'all remember when he did the Shorty You My Beyonce, like, a lot of niggas started clowning him because he was a gangster nigga making that. When he started making love songs again and he's not making no more, yo, I'm finna kill you type shit, y'all niggas better be happy. Because just like how we are happy, like, nobody complains about Sosa because we like, man, this nigga made it out. This nigga gave us all we needed to get. That nigga made it out. That nigga having a good time. He living lovely in California. He's one of the GOATs. If Dirk is able to make it out, I don't want to hear no nigga say a motherfucking thing to him. He gonna have to live a different life. He got kids. He got a lot of shit going on. So I'm only telling that for the fans.
As OTF members would also go live 2 days after Cash's death to celebrate OTF DD's birthday, but the celebration of life
Yo, Jamila, you are tripping. Somebody says, you're wildin'. Dirk's music was never that popping for what? Yo, bro. All right. With all due respect, I'm gonna just say truth. Depending on what y'all say, I'll just play the shit and just shut up because maybe I'll be like, yo, I think you getting too lit. Sorry, bro. I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. 2021 going to 2023, Smirk. Chief Keef has never been that lit. Listen, I know you love Keef. I love Keef. Because 2013, 2014, Keef is goated. You're right. But let's be honest. The heights that Dirk took it to. Dirk was like, nigga, Dirk was mainstream up there. Yo, Dirk did an album with Baby and dragged that nigga, the entire album, nigga. And Baby was on a run. Y'all niggas forgot that? Dirk did a fucking album with Baby and dragged him the whole tape. The whole tape. Are y'all dumb? Nigga, Dirk was keeping it gangster with the type of music he was making and still make, bro, the mere fact he could even make All My Life, my nigga. He was balancing everything, bro. I'm telling you, the nigga had the infinity. We love Sosa, but like that's because we drill heads. Like, nigga, I'm a drill head. So it's like, nigga, I ain't gonna lie to you. Put it like this. All right, I'm gonna give you one. All right. Let's say, I don't know. Give me like a mainstream joint by Smirk. I'm going mad extreme with this. Okay, even a joint he got with Drake, my nigga. What's the joint called? What's this shit called with Drake? Y'all know the song, man. Bro, I would take Chief Keef Macaroni Time over that, nigga. Like, that's the song that was dropped on World Star. So you know, when it comes to some real drill shit, I'm gonna pick the real drill shit. But we can't ignore that Keef, after, okay, so you have I think Hate Being Sober is probably the most commercial he ever went. You had 50 Cent, Wiz Khalifa on that. Love Sosa was dope. No, oh, never mind. It was Don't Like Kanye West. That's the most mainstream he went. Nigga, I ain't gonna lie to you, like, what Dirk was doing, Dirk made it where, like, Keef, no matter what, I love Keef, but anytime niggas collab with him, they were like, oh, we're collabing with Drill. Nigga, Lil Baby collab with Dirk, not because he was a drill rapper. He collabed with Dirk because he was Dirk. He was on fire. That's the thing, like, even right now, I ain't gonna lie. Even though, like, he's just not that hot compared to, like, with all due respect to my man, Herbo. It's one, like, Keef was getting them collabs on niggas like, oh, drill is a trend. Let's go collab with the hottest drill nigga. Nobody was looking at Dirk as a drill rapper when he got on a song with Drake. Nobody was. Nobody was looking at him as a drill rapper when he did an album or collab with Baby. You were just looking at that nigga as, yo, yeah, he's a street nigga, but like he's on fire. So anyway, my whole point is that he made it bigger commercially than Chief Keef. Not saying that he had a song that was bigger than Love Sosa or Don't Like. I'm saying him as an artist and how he was perceived by the industry, he got bigger than where I think Keef got. Anyway, all right, I don't want to make this a Keef versus what's the name thing. Anyway.
Would seemingly soon turn into it.
Okay.
However,
all right, last part of this catch thing.
Was an Instagram video posted by an O-Block member, T-Money, which would really make fans think that Buck Munna might have been the one who killed Cash, as he had been seen in the video allegedly showing a close-up photo of a body that looks like Cash's. However, it wasn't only O-Block who were hinting at their involvement, as OTF members would also go live 2 days after Cash's death to to celebrate OTF Didi's birthday, but the celebration of life would seemingly soon turn into a celebration of death, as someone would reference lyrics from Dirk's song What Happened to Virgil by then asking, what happened to your mans? While OTF Varney would then reference lyrics from Dirk and Pooh Shiesty's Back in Blood song, saying how all of that woofing on the internet had got someone's friend killed, before someone else would repeatedly yell headshot, this also being the chorus of Dirk's Computer Murderers song, where Dirk would seemingly warn Cash about taking photos in front of the Von mural.
I'm gonna go fishing with my brother. They like, damn, what happened to Virgil? I'm like, damn, what happened to your mans? All that woofing on the net, it got your mans hit. Headshot. But us fruit equal a lot. Make a trailer to that. Headshot.
Moments later in the same live, the group can be heard rapping King Von's lyrics from the Back Again song, where Dirk had also seemingly dissed Cash, before Varney immediately shouts Long Live V-Roy and recites Dirk's lyrics from his Aha song, saying how people can believe whatever they want, but Lil Durk got your folks hit.
Oh, folks, now, long live V-Roy. Hey, boy, you You can believe whatever you want. I got your folks hit. Aha.
Later in the same month, Lil Durk would release the deluxe version of his 7220 album, which would include the song Risky. In the song, Durk raps how someone would be an easy kill because they chase girls, and that standing over someone while killing them is his favorite pose, with these lyrics seemingly describing the exact way that Cash died, before also rapping how someone wouldn't die about their friend, but they'll die about a girl, which could be seen as a reference to how Cash seemingly didn't get back to Duck, but he ended up dying because he was with a girl that night, with some fans seeing this song to be Lil Durk self-snitching about getting Cash killed. Durk's song was then followed in July by the group song To The Top by O-Block members Mana Ike, Durkee, Buck Munna, and G Nook, where Buck Munna would provide a full verse of apparent hints towards Cash's murder, starting by saying how they're going to spin and spin again until they cash out, before saying that if their victim tries to run, they'll chase him down, and now he's on the news, and ending by saying how they caught someone loafing with his boo, before saying again how they're going to put him on the news. In June, rumours would circulate that Lamron members might have been responsible after an IG story was uploaded by members claiming to be smoking Cash.
Yeah, my boy.
Now we coming.
Yeah.
Smoking Cash.
Yeah.
Ooh.
We out.
Later in July, Durk would go live with Booney Mo, Didi, and other OTF members, during which they would count huge stacks of cash, while a clearly intoxicated Lil Durk and other members would gleefully begin to repeat the line, "They know that we did it," which is from Booney Mo's at the time unreleased song, We Did It, that was later put on the incredibly incriminating album Loyal Bros 2.
They know that we did it.
They know that we did it. They know that we did it.
They know that we did it. Drop song, man.
We got a lot of raw shit coming too, y'all.
A few minutes later, Durk begins to rap his verse from the also at the time unreleased song Threats to Everybody, where he raps that if you play with him, you're going to end up by that tree, which many have seen to be a direct reference to Cash, whose body was indeed found laying on the grass next to that tree. For some reason, the other members would find these lyrics incredibly funny, but it was Booney Mo who would really crack them up once again, repeating the line, "They know that we did it."
You ain't have your gun for them, you better have your gun for me. Better have your gun for Booney. Better have your gun for C. You don't believe me, you gon' see. You gon' end up by that tree.
Know that we did it.
The connection to Cash wasn't lost on the fans, who would comment on the YouTube video about this live, how OTF were clearly trolling Cash. Meanwhile, Buck Munna would also go live, seemingly sometime in July, where he would rap lyrics that were clearly about FBG Cash, like saying that now that he's dead, he can't take another pic, a clear reference to Cash's picture in front of the Von mural, as well as saying how their ops are mad that an old man is in a body bag, and how the switches made him crash, and that he doesn't smoke Tuka anymore, he smokes Cash.
He dead and gone, that's what he get, man. He can't take another pic. He got hit, he took word around the was a neck. Off of that block where they don't play, I'm out play, I take his face. And I ain't miss cause I know they
Alright, man, anyway.
pissed out of they.
You trying to run, you know you could run.
Cash's former manager.
What the fuck? Niggas just start telling?
I smoke Cash. I'm just was a neck. Off of that block where they don't play, I'm out play, I take his face. And I ain't miss cause I know they pissed out of they mad at man up in the bag. The switches came and made them crash. I don't smoke Tuka, I smoke Cash. I'm just lying. Weak, that's exotic.
Buck Munna would further raise eyebrows after a vlog circulated, seeming to show him laughing and reenacting what Cash did when he tried to run away after getting shot. Cash's former manager would seemingly further point the finger towards O-Block, as he would post himself in August dropping the O-Block hand sign, whilst unconfirmed rumors would begin to spread that Cash's murder had been picked up by the feds, just as Stefan Mack's murder would eventually be picked up in 2023. This pointing to the theory that Cash's murder had possibly also involved interstate communication and exchanges of money. Buck Munna would continue to drop lyrics that seemed to point to Cash's murder, like his November 2022 song Come Here, where he would rap about jumping out in all black, just like the shooters in Cash's case, and how the ARP had hit the victim's back, just like what happened to Cash as he tried to run from his killers. In December, Booney Mo would finally release his song We Did It that they had been rapping during that Instagram live, where besides rapping the line about how they did it, he would also rap how he pays for his shorties to go slide and kill people, a message which, funnily enough, was also shared by OTF Jam in his March 2023 song War with the City, with Redditors commenting how this verse had finally convinced them that Booney Mo had paid for Cash's murder. However, there has also been other theories about Cash's murder, with one of them claiming that Cash was backdoored by people close to him, particularly a man named Big Dale, who was an OG from Cash's hood and father of one of Cash's best friends, Fat Shorty from Jaro City, who was killed in 2021, with this backdoor theory stemming from a rumor that Cash had actually gotten Fat Shorty killed by accident during a house party argument gone wrong. This theory would end up gaining so much traction that even DJU would ask FBG Young about it, but Young would seemingly disregard these rumors as nothing more than YouTubers trying to get views.
R.I.P. Was responsible for like backdooring your brother FBG Cash.
Yeah.
So who is Big Dale? Let's start there. Or who was he to y'all?
Big Dale's one of the guys from the neighborhood.
What do you think of these rumors?
I don't think the internet. I don't listen to that.
Word.
Yeah. I don't pay that no mind though. Like that would make a good story for the internet, won't it?
It sound crazy as hell to me.
All right. It's some nice views, won't it? I mean, I don't be paying not that serious to me. I don't pay it no mind.
Since the murder, there's been endless speculation on Reddit as to exactly who might have been involved in Cash's murder, with polls even circulating that allowed members to vote on which gang they felt were most likely responsible. One Reddit post circulated names of 5 potential suspects from the OTF, TTE, and O-Block sets. One of the names listed, OTF Black, had made a post to IG days after the murder saying that if you want respect in the streets, you have to get your bodies up, and boasting how Lil Vani gave him a CEO chain when he got out of jail and told him to stand on his ops necks, with Black responding that it's OTF forever and he's got this, with people on Reddit commenting that this was some of the most insane self-snitching that they'd ever seen. However, OTF Black would later deny this and call out Reddit for putting bodies on him in a block-to-block interview alongside iTrap Rob and Tero.
Internet definitely put a body on you. They put one on me. Yeah? That one blew me up. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Where that come from? Reddit, DJU, all that. They got you on Reddit teed up.
Another person named in that post, TTE Stain, would also be mentioned in other posts that alluded to having committed a crime in designer clothing. Another post would claim without evidence that Ty Munna was being investigated for the murder, while another pointed the finger at Lil Mike from O-Block. Numerous people would point the finger at Booney Mo from OTF, saying that he was the one who orchestrated the hit, which is interesting considering how happy he seemed about it on the live with Lil Durk. Others would point the finger at OTF Didi, with some suggesting that Durk had been pushing Didi's career as a reward after the hit. At the moment, Cash's murder still remains unsolved, and to be clear, there's no real evidence that either O-Block or OTF had anything to do with it, at least publicly. But then again, not so long ago, there was also nothing but rumors connecting Durk to the murder of Stefan Mack. Now, many people on Reddit think it's only a matter of time before they put this murder on Lil Durk too. But what we do know for certain is that Cash's murder would take place only a few months before the murder that may end up taking down
2022. Cash dies, Pop dies, Stefan Mack dies. Everybody dies in 22. Dirk drops an album afterwards, Almost Heal. Remember I said that. Just say it to yourself one more time. Pop dies. Cash dies. Stefan Max dies. And Dirk say you almost heal after that shit. I got the this is the transcript for today. Chat, I ain't gonna lie, we're into 10 hours. So I mean, I could read a little bit, but shit. By the way, today is all Brian Steele. Or actually, not all Brian Steele. There's the government too. But then Brian Steele's down here probably. Let's see. Was there any discussion either in the slider or between the slider and the BMW about committing a murder at the Babe store? Yeah. Tell us about that. Didi was saying, yo, y'all could just run in there and get them. They in the store. Vonnie had said, well, what if they got them doors? What if they got them doors that just, you got to get buzzed in? And shit, a motherfucker don't want to run in there and get locked in there. So people had said something about holding the door. Maybe somebody could hold the door. Yeah, it was a discussion. So what was that conversation over? It was over the phone with the slider. So while they're following the Cadillac, they're seeing the Cadillac pull up to a store, and the niggas in the BMW, Vonnie and Didi, they're like, yo, how remember them niggas already have masks, gloves, and they have 3 guns. Yo, just go kill them in the Babe store. Yo, they probably got that doors, they could close it on us. And so, well, somebody hold the door. So, man, it might be like some jewelry store shit. Yeah. They said, after that, what happened? So, yeah, we followed him to a gas station, like literally. So, I'm not from here, so I can't really tell you routes. I just remember the Babe store, and I remember following their ass to a gas station. I don't know what routes, I just remember the gas station. So, you aren't familiar with the area? Nah, I wasn't. So, you don't know you were in Beverly Hills? Or Jason from the Beverly Center? Nigga, I don't even know what the Beverly Center was until my attorney told me. Feel me? All right, once the black truck pulled into the gas station, tell me what you remember. If I'm being honest, once again, I can't tell you word for word how the discussion went, but we came to a decision that we was just going to do it at the gas station, gang. Like, this was a chance. Just do it, nigga. I don't remember, like, how, but we just did. That was the decision. We pulled up in the gas station. I remember we pulled in and we had rolled past one of them, and we was like, yo, the taller one that was with him, like, yo. And we rolled past him, we was like, we're close to him, and we was like, he was like mugging a car. But I don't know if you can see us in the car. They said, so one of the people who been inside the truck got out the truck at the gas station? Yeah. And you're saying they were staring at the white Infiniti? Yeah. That y'all were in, right? Yeah, we pulled past them. You were driving past and the person appeared to be staring at the slider? Yeah. Do you remember what they looked like? You said tall. Any other description? Man, it was a tall, dark-skinned dude, just tall. Dark-skinned dude. I can't give you the full description. In any event, at some point, it was decided y'all were going to do it right then, right? Yeah. And when it was decided, let me ask you this. When was that decided, and where was the BMW? Not too far from us. It was in traffic somewhere. Were you in communication with the BMW? Yeah. Did the folks in the slider and the BMW make that group decision? Yeah. You've been following them from like 9 a.m. It's late in the afternoon. You agree with that? Damn. Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Like, who was in that SUV? How will a nigga follow you from 9 a.m. and kill you at 5 a.m., 5 p.m.? How a nigga follow you for 8 hours? So, yeah, we was following them for a minute. Why did y'all make the decision to do it there at that point? Like I said, I couldn't tell you word for word. It's been a minute. I couldn't tell you word for word, but we just came to the decision, man. This is the place. This is the time. Let's do it. Okay, so from that point, sound like you were in the gas station at some point. Do you remember where you guys drove? Do I remember where we drove? Yeah, like, did you have to go around the block to come to the gas station? How'd that work? Yeah, we had to come back around. I don't really know what direction. It was just like, man, we took a left, we took a right, but yeah, like we had to circle around, come back through an alley. So I'm gonna show you a video. They play a video for the nigga. They said, before you jump out of the car, did you discuss whether y'all was gonna walk up close to them or whether you gonna shoot from a distance? Any discussion? He said, man, I mean, I'm used to walking up on people. I told you. Yo, chat, everything I told you, nigga, you're seeing it. This is a transcript, nigga. I never seen this. I just got a transcript 5 minutes ago. I'm gonna read it tomorrow because I'm finna get off. I ain't gonna lie to you. But look, he said, nigga, I'm used to walking up on people. So I told you, Jam is with rookies. Nigga, Jam is used to walking up on people and murdering them, bro. Jam not with the, yo, let's shoot from like over here, they over there, they across the street. So the cop, the AUSA is like, no. Yeah, this is AUSA still, I think. It's like, man, I'm used to walking up on people, so I thought that's what's going to happen. But no, there was no discussion. That's what I thought. I just ain't think he was going to start shooting as fast as he did. He said the CVL shorty started shooting as fast as he did? Yeah. So you ain't discussed who was gonna shoot first or how close? Nah. Said, so you just jumped out and just kind of went with the group? Yeah. So just to be clear, the man in the middle with the red appeared to have red shoes. That's you. Yeah, that's me. The man to your left and the right in channel 20. Who's that? That's Flocka. Play that shit. Do you recognize the vehicle that's coming our way? Ain't close enough. Yeah. He said, so we pulling out, Boogie driving fast as hell. We turned the corner like a regular street and told Boogie, like, yo, slow down, bro, drive regular, you feel me? Calm it down. Like, because speeding is giving more attention. I feel like we had a little distance, so I'm like, bro, slow down, just be cool. And we was on the phone with Didi and them. Didi was asking us, like, man, y'all hit nothing? Yo, what's up? Like, yo, somebody get hit? Like, yo, bro. Motherfucker was asking us, like, how many shots we let off. Nigga was asking us, like, what happened? Like, who shot what? Yo, who did what? So let me ask you that. Like, how many times did you shoot, you remember? Nigga, I only shot 4 times. And could you tell how many times other folks were shooting? Or could you not tell? Man, it was so quick. I just remember that shorty that started shooting first, boom, 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 boom. Like, I came up beside of him. I started shooting too. I heard the switch go off. You know what I'm saying? It shoot there so fucking fast. So when CVL shorty, he fell, I low-key thought he got shot. Like, I'm like, damn. I'm like, Flocka, you almost, he like, damn, Flocka, you almost shot me. So Brown Eyes was like, Flocka, you almost shot me, nigga. Like, you shot that gun. Like, bro, you yelling at Flocka about the shooting over his head. You know what I'm saying? So it's pretty chaotic. It's like, now y'all shooting at the gas pump. You ever thought that y'all could, like, blow it up? Nah. He said, so getting back to this, when Didi asked you about who shot what, and you said you shot 4 shots? That's what you said? Yeah. Did you respond to the question? We all responded. Brown Eyes, like, basically said he emptied his whole clip. Remember, he had a switch. He let the whole switch off. Flocka, I say it like that. The switch got off, but it jammed. And we like, that switch got off him, but I pulled a clip out the gun. I look, I'm like, damn. I'm like, how many times? Like, I said 8, but I ain't shoot 8 times. So, like, he was gassing it to Didi. Yo, I shot 8 times. He said he only shot like 4. Could you hear what was going on inside the BMW? Did it sound like the phone was on speaker? Could you hear Cuz? Could you hear Vonnie? Could I hear Cuz talking? Yeah. If I understand correctly, y'all in the slaughter, y'all get a call from Didi asking who shot what. Is that right? He said, right. So, okay, what could you hear in the BMW, which is Didi and Cuz? So, yeah, he was in there. He stayed in that car. He ain't go nowhere. He was with Cuz. Could you hear Cuz on the phone, though, as Didi's asking who shot who? Now, remember, this is a question to set some shit up, chat. They're saying this because they know what Cuz Vonnie about to testify to. They said, could you hear Vonnie in the background? Why they keep asking that? They asked this 2 times now. It's like, this nigga's stupid, though. Jam don't get what they asking. He said, I ain't gonna lie, I don't remember hearing Cuz. I couldn't tell you. I probably did, though. But I can't say yes or no. I just remember Didi asking these questions. All right, okay. Says, all right, well, let me see. He said, after you told him slow down, what happened next? He said, we drove up a little bit. We made another turn. I don't know how many blocks we drove before we made a turn, but we made like a right turn. We parked, nigga. It's like a side block. We parked. So what do you mean a side block? What you mean? Like a residential area? Yeah, nigga. So we parked. We all jumped out the car. Like CVL shorty, like, he jumped out the car, unzipping his hoodie. He just throwing shit. I'm like, bro, no, calm down, nigga. Calm down. Grab your gun, nigga. Like, the fuck? Because he was trying to toss his gun. Like, no, bro, grab that shit. Chill, nigga. Like, what you doing? So, you know what I'm saying? So, I took my shit. I ain't even take my hoodie off yet. I grabbed my gun. It was a garbage can right there. I told him, bring his gun. I lift my bag up, and I put his gun under the bag and closed the garbage can. So, you know what he said? I lift my bag up, I put his gun under the bag, closed the garbage can, and we brought the car straight like it was a building, but if the building had like whatever. So we went under there. I ain't gonna lie. They got this shit like a movie, chat. I ain't gonna lie. There's a lot of reading to be done. I'm tired, though. 10 hours, y'all. I did 10 hours, bro. Chat, tomorrow, if you want to see all these transcripts for the whole week, remember tomorrow's the last day of the week. I'm gonna have them up on the academy.blog. The academy.blog. I'm gonna have all this shit up on it. Don't even worry. Chat, I'm gonna say the voice. Tomorrow Jam's still on the shit, but we got a lot of reading to do. So when I get on tomorrow, I got mad reading for y'all until we get updates. Remember, I'm with everybody who say Vonnie gonna be the real star. This ain't the real star. All he telling y'all how ruthless he is, how ruthless other niggas is, how the BDs just tell you to kill niggas. Yeah, cool. Vonnie gonna be the star witness. He gonna be the one that, I was on the phone hearing this. I was telling Smirk this. Because right now, Jam did not prove that Dirk sent the hit. Actually, he gave some evidence that helped Smirk. Now, I heard that shit from Duty Low. Now, he'll say something about Dirk, but Dirk told us this. He ain't never say no money. Vonnie's going to break this down. Because when Vonnie's snitching tomorrow, remember they said that two of the shooters kept being on Vonnie's bumper, like, yo, bro, like, I thought we was getting paid for this shit, like, gang, like, yo, what's up with Smirk? To the point Vonnie had to call Smirk on some, yo, Smirk, bro, could you tell him, like, and Smirk was like, yo, y'all boys good, man. Like, yo, I got y'all. So they was on Vonnie's bumper about not getting paid. Tomorrow, we gonna get past Jam. Jam's job is not to say this is a conspiracy. Jam's job is to say, I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know what I was signing up for. It's not my plan. I really got no motive. I ain't got no hatred against the nigga. So I was really a hiree. I'm an employee. So whatever Brian Steele is saying, your parents don't like you, you a ruthless guy, cool. Yes, we could call in the question why he's testifying, why he's snitching, yes. The star witness gonna be Vonnie putting it together, nigga. That's Jason Kidd, nigga. That's Steve Nash, nigga. He gonna put it together. That's Chris Paul, nigga. He gonna put his whole shit together. You know what he gonna do? He gonna really put it together to be like, yo, bro, when I'm on a private jet with this nigga Smirk, we started talking about like, bro, all right, how much money you want to put towards this? Remember, Vonnie could also testify towards him being able to use the OTF credit cards and being able to pick up money for Dirk. Bro, you don't see how they setting it up? Vonnie they said Vonnie is the money man for blood. So Vonnie is like, don't listen to Jam. Everybody keeps saying, oh yeah, Jam don't got all the details. Jam was a fucking crash out. That's why he feel hurt. He an older nigga. He thought Dirk fucked with him more. Dirk sent him on a crash out mission. He in his feelings. But they told you Vonnie's the money man. So if you want to know about Vonnie gonna come with mad stories about, yeah, niggas was pressing me. They was saying this. So I talked to Smirk. Smirk told me, nigga, just pay, give him some bread, but pay him like he was doing a music video. Bro, you don't get paid to do your own music video? That sounds goofy. So already that's a red flag. Nigga, I'm in the music business. I know what happens. You don't get paid to do your own music video. You pay niggas to be in your music video. You pay a bitch to be in your music video. You pay a nigga to shoot your music video. You don't get paid to be in your own music video, my nigga. So you know what Vonnie gonna say? Yeah, I talked to Smirk. Smirk told me like, yo, bro, just don't give him cash. Like, give him this over here. Give him this over here. Remember, Dirk is kind of working through the nigga that Jam think is a goofy. Jam thinks Vonnie is a goofy, and Dirk gives Vonnie the job title of, when we pull up to these cities, you put a gun in niggas' hands. Now, I don't think that Dirk ever thought Vonnie was like that, but I think Dirk identified with Vonnie. Dirk not no goofy. I don't think that. But Dirk identified with Vonnie because both of them had this insatiable thirst to get back. So he started having Vonnie do gangster shit. He got Vonnie putting guns in niggas' hands. He got Vonnie riding with niggas on drills. Niggas Vonnie's like academics. Vonnie's like motherfucking Traplo Ross. Vonnie's like Flacco. But Dirk, you could tell when Dirk was hurt over this Von shit, like King Von, he started identifying and got closer because remember, like, nigga, why the hell you took Von, King Von's cousin, and made him like your personal assistant now? You ain't take Muwap and make him your personal shooter. Like, Muwap showed up to some shit, but that was not your, like, you know what I mean? But I think Dirk identified with this nigga because they both were really hurting. You could tell Dirk was fucked up over Von. Fucked up. He seen this nigga that's also fucked up. So yeah, the nigga not a gangster, but they both could identify with both feeling the same pain. So he started thinking, I bet, as long as we gonna eventually get back for our nigga, I could trust you with some gangster shit. How you trusting Vonnie with some gangster shit, man? It's like 21 Savage calling me up with some gangster shit, like, yo, Ak, I'm gonna need you to hold his gun now. Nigga, you're getting deported back to the UK. Are you dumb? Like, come on, niggas know. Niggas know. Oh, they sent some tweets. Let's see. Okay. Steele says, no one made you pull the trigger, right? Nah. Yo, you killed a human being, though. JM says, man, it's not like I walked up to him and blew his brains out. But you done that before, though, right? It says, Steele discusses how Jam could have hit a bystander, children, or others while shooting at Quando. Steele said, bullets don't got eyes, right? Jam says, bullets definitely don't got eyes. And he definitely don't got names. Says, Steele asked Jam about previous murders he's admitted to. Jam said, you wouldn't even know about them if I ain't tell you, would you? Damn, that's a cold joint. Jam says, that's not what I was looking for on a daily basis. That's not on my mind. Steele says, but what was on your mind on the 19th day of August on 2022? And Steele asked Jam about being recorded while being questioned by the FBI and LAPD and the protocols that got took. Jam said, when I talk to them people, I don't know the process, man. I ain't a police officer. Is that on me, nigga? Then you hear Brian Steele says, it is now on you because there is no recording of that. Meaning you're saying shit that we don't know if you said back then because nobody recorded you. Steele says, so you don't want to be accountable for your murders, right? Jam said, man, I gave him them murders. They ain't even know about them murders. I gave it to them. Steele says, so all of this is based on your words. Jam says, you're right, true. Steele says, words from your mouth. Jam says, true. So you was boasting what you did, though. Jam says, boasting? Steele says, you said you were going back to go get Quando. I didn't say that shit, man. Yeah, it's all in this, we already got it. We already got it, Chad. Look, we already got it. Yeah, we could probably like search what it is. So whatever this is. Okay, look, let's look. Police officer. Police officer. I see the police officer. Okay. You thought it was a police officer. It's a police, okay. Okay. All right, see? Right here, he tweeting. Chat, we got the whole thing, bro. That's what I'm saying. That's why I stream so late, because I get the thing around now. But chat, I can't sit here and read all this shit to y'all. I got to do it in the morning or something. We're moving on 11 hours. I know y'all understand. So this tweet right here, where it says I'm not a police officer, because they asking about being questioned by the FBI. He said, man. He said, so the question was, let's see, is that okay? All right, here's the question. I want you to do me a favor. If you ever said that in a recording and any time I played for you, the honorable court permission, the prosecutors could play for you. If you ever mention anything about Booney Mo, Antonio Jones, and brought up Chris, you let us know, okay? So yeah, can I respond to that? Say, is that okay? Are you sure you can respond? Is that okay? You have Jamie says it's okay, but check this out. Man, you telling me if I ever brought that up in a recording and they say, yeah? So you make it seem like when I talk to them people, I say, hey, come with a recording. Put a recording in my face. Man, I don't know what them people doing, man. I don't know their job, nigga. I don't know their process. I'm not no police officer. I don't know what they chain of commandment or investigation, how they supposed to do it. That's not something I know. All right, bet. Here it is. So, all right, so nothing about your wife hearing Dirk set up for William, whatever, and we showed da-da-da. Do you remember that? And they said, please don't tell the jurors what they have seen and not. So, right, because, so now this is, what's the name? Jam. So they only seen the Boogie flight. I don't remember seeing Chris flight. So, remember, Steele is trying to play him like a former girl he used to deal with admitted that Dirk, he was talking shit about Dirk. Oh, here we go. See? This is how we could see if, this is why I'm glad I'm getting the transcripts every day, chat. Everybody who's in court, nigga, like, of course we going to y'all opinion, but nigga, I got the facts here. Remember when, yeah, okay. So you had a relationship with her, sexual, right? Yeah. And you told her she worked full-time. She's a legitimate person, right? She a good person? Yeah, she cool. So you told her that Dirk is your bitch, right? Man, I don't play with that bitch word with my homies, man. We don't even, man, our generation, we don't play with that bitch word. I ain't never say Dirk's my bitch. Now they switch the question. This is Brian Steele. All right, hold on. So you told her that Dirk is a hoe. Jam said, man, why would I say that about Blood? No, I ain't say that. Okay. Now this is Steele. I don't know why you would say anything about him. He said, come on, man, I ain't say nothing about him. Did you ever tell the girl? So you got to realize this is, Brian Steele got to have a deposition or something from that woman. You know what I'm saying? They're preemptively asking him. So you ain't never tell her about Dirk's success by the time you get out of custody, that he's boomed in success, right? Right. But you did explain to Miss Dangerfield that Dirk's success is on your back because he used your name in songs. Man, stop all that shit. I ain't never tell no bitch that. Did you tell her? Man, listen, they got multiple songs. How could I make my name? How could they make their name off my name in 2 to 3 songs, they success? That's not of his biggest songs. Don't make sense. So they're trying to get in his head on some, you a pillow talking to bitch and you told him that the only reason why Dirk lit is because you put work in, right? He said, question, I don't know. This is Steele. I agree. Don't make sense, but let's go through the questions you got objected to. Did you tell her that you used Dirk for his money? So now they're trying to get at Jam like, yo, we got the bitch you pillow talk with. Say, hey, yo, look, man, I ain't never told that bitch that. Me and him built this relationship, and our relationship was our relationship. Question was like, I want to talk to you and focus on being in Atlanta, Georgia. It's prior to the time you came to San Diego and LA, right? Yeah. You told the jurors you're in a studio in Atlanta, right? With Dirk? Yeah. Other people? Yeah. You remember being in the studio, right? Yeah, I remember being in the studio. And during that time, it's burning your mind that Dirk took you and others to like a private area, right? So yeah. And Dirk tells you and he makes it clear that he wants Mr. Bowman to be killed, right? Man, who Mr. Bowman, bro? Oh, I'm sorry. Quando Rondo got to be killed, right? Man, he ain't say he got to be killed, bro. But that was his intent. That's what you understood it as, right? All right, right. And whoever assists you in this will be financially secure for life, right? Yeah, it will be straight. And the discussion of $500,000, $1 million was, yeah, that came up. And you were part of that communication, right? Right. And it was also discussed that this is because of Davon Bennett's death and murder, right? Yeah. Trolling and all that too. And it was necessary to do, right? Because that's what you told the jury, right? Yeah. So besides your word, besides what you're saying to the jury, you got any messages, recording, chat that could prove that that actually happened, bro? That those were words said by Dirk? You got any of that? Man, no, I don't. Why would I be in the studio recording him? Like that. Hold on. Did you ever tell anybody that's not true? That in fact you spoke with Dirk about the death of King Von, or there was any type of chat. With that being said, I'm gonna leave you with a cliffhanger. Okay, I got the. Today was an explosive day because we didn't get all the details I really wanted to get. Chat. Trap Lord didn't do as much updates. I'm gonna save this transcript for tomorrow. Okay? I love y'all. I'm getting out of here. Please go take a nap. I'm about to go take a good old nap, and I'm about to wake up and I'm about to go do this all over again. I'm gonna stream for y'all for another whatever amount of hours, but we're gonna get to this. Okay? Chat, if you care about these transcripts, we're gonna have these transcripts, all of them, on our site. So you don't have to worry about what Trap Lord said, what Seti said, what nobody said. This is the official record written down by the clerk, or actually the court reporter. That is going to be the record of what happened in court for all days. We're going to publish all 5 of them Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, okay, on theacademy.blog, where you can read everything that was said in court. You don't got to listen to my opinion, Trap Lord's opinion, Seti opinion, Donat's opinion, Taylor's opinion, Blackshire's opinion. Anybody, you could go make your own decision, all right? Chat, I'm getting out of here. I love y'all. W's in the chat. If you following me or you watching on YouTube, I appreciate you. We've been doing crazy views. We almost hit 50,000 today. I'm gonna lie to you. And just to put that in perspective, man, I don't think we hit 50,000 during the Diddy trial. And nigga, we're not even close to being the verdict right now. So like, you know, our biggest, while covering our biggest court cases, we did, I think, 72,000 on the verdict day for Tory Lanez. 72,000 people was in here. Nigga, we're already routinely hitting around 40 to 50. We ain't hit 50 yet, but we in the 40 range. You know, obviously, I'm trying to give y'all the best coverage ever, but if you guys are watching on whatever platform, please hit that follow button. That's all I ask of you. For the people who do give subs, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for keeping the community alive. You know, our motto is always going to be, ain't nothing bigger than the chat. And for all the people, no matter if you're new or you've been watching me for over 15 years, thank you for trusting me with covering this trial and for you tuning in, all right? I'll see you tomorrow. Peace. Oh man. Wait, what y'all talking about? I hear something?
When I say free slime, I ain't talking and talk, man. I really.
Wait, hold on. I don't hear nothing. I don't hear nothing. 5 in the chat if you heard.